championship. Yes!
Will he get the shot? Yes, he does.
What a show. How about that? That ball is crushed.
This is Turner Sports.
The big boys are in the house. Let's get this week started.
Get right in the corner, trigger control, gets 1 and 2.
NIP get the job done and go up 2-0 in the groups.
A Shoxy, are you kidding me? Unreal play.
G2 will carry through.
Scream with a double headshot as G2 edge out NIP.
They're the ones who get the clean sweep so far in the groups, 4-0.
Well, that was yesterday, but today is a new day in E-League, and G2 fans have something to scream about. That man there on your screen played his part as G2 went 4-0. The real question is, are OpTic and indeed this man here, Rush, going to be able to step up? They're going to need to if they want to get back into it, and that's how we're starting today on E-League. Yes, hello and welcome to another great day on E-League. I am, of course, your host, Richard Lewis. And joining me on the analysis desk are people that are posturing as analysts. I'm calling you out today, guys, that don't think you've been doing too good a job. It is, of course, the ex-pro over there, Mo.
I've had a perfect record this whole time.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Certainly not a prediction. And, of course, Moses, the legend.
I never get predictions right, so I'm right on par.
That's all we need, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's very hard when NA teams are playing, of course, so I'll let you off a little bit. It's a coin toss. Why don't you give us some predictions? You can do that on social media. Super easy. Go to Twitter, @EL. Use the hashtag E-League to tell us who you think is going to win today's games, or you can go to facebook.com/E-League Gaming and tell us what you think there. Anyway, gentlemen, this is how Tuesday went down. You can see that NIP very convincing against OpTic initially. Then the surprise of the day for me, G2 Esports versus Selfless. Actually a competitive game despite Selfless's lack of experience. And then G2 Esports triumphed over NIP, continuing their streak over them in the big one. This is what we've got for you today. G2 Esports and OpTic about to go live. NIP versus a resurgent Selfless in the middle. And then we end the day with a North American derby, OpTic versus Selfless. And yesterday, one of these things is not like the other, as they used to say on Sesame Street. You can see that this is the top damage, the top players for yesterday, and Relics from Selfless is #1.
It's actually unreal. He had such a huge day, especially on a team that's not even supposed to be able to compete. For him to put up those numbers just shows you. I mean, his success yesterday was such a big portion of how they were able to compete.
And that's why I gave him MVP. And I remember you disagreeing with that, Mo.
We can't be back on this, guys. We cannot be back on this.
Listen, move on. But we talked about how it was very impressive that the fact that they played a lot of T-sides and he was able to get those entry kills, which are harder to do than when you're a CT and the terrorists are running at you and you just, cash in on kills. So he actually earned the 110 bar, which is something that's really hard to do.
No doubt. Well, talking about damage, why don't we throw over to the people that are going to be doing damage to your ears today? It is, of course, our casters, Anders and Semler. Let's do it. Are we moving? Here we go. I'm cranking it up. I have to actually pedal this,
I forgot to push the button.
That's the budget. There we go. All right, boys. How are you all doing?
You have been looking a little bit slimmer, so maybe that's the reason why.
Still a ways to go, though, right?
I like that. Yeah, I mean, I was surprised by Relics. I mean, I heard a little bit of talk, but there's always a lot going on about that. I think I would call him out of the MVP as well. I could be on that train.
Dude, he was sick yesterday, man. Dropping 30 frags versus G2. That's not too shabby considering the form that G2 hit later on versus NIP. I mean, dude, we'll do damage to your ears if Shoxy keeps getting rounds like that. It's going to be all day, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to lose my voice. We have to be careful.
I'll get some lozenges. But yeah, some amazing action yesterday, guys, and looking forward to getting into it today. Super impressed with G2. Had some incredible hype moments. Anyway, we're going to come to you shortly, so I think I need to backpedal. just like I do with my predictions. Here we go. Right, guys, there we are. Wonderful. High comedy. Anyway, there's another member of the team, and it is, of course, Chris Puckett, who does our interviews. Earlier today, he spoke to the captain of OpTic, Daps, about what they need to do today.
I'm backstage here with Daps, captain of OpTic Gaming, also the in-game leader. Daps, let's talk about yesterday. Off to a slow start, but we saw you guys coming back in the second halves of games. It just seemed a little bit too late.
Yeah, we started off poorly on Cobble in the first map, and that kind of set the tone coming into the second half of Train. We started off well on the first half of Train, but then got ecoed, and they kind of clawed their way back and got 10 rounds on T side. And it was because we were playing pretty scared, I'd say. Mentally, we were kind of afraid to take fights with them, unlike we normally did last week at the minor. So, yeah, it was just a poor start, and we started coming back into it way too late in the second map.
Yesterday you played against Ninjas in Pyjamas, of course. Today you're playing against the perfect 4-0 G2. How confident are you coming into this match, and what are you looking forward to most?
They play a play style that we don't necessarily like playing against because it's a bit more chaotic and more reliant on aim. But we're coming in with a different mindset today, and we hope that we have a better result than yesterday.
Now, of course, OpTic is going to play 2 matches, first against G2, and then you're also going to close out the night, the American matchup against Selfless. What's the whole goal for the squad coming into the day, and where do you think you're going to end up?
We hope to not go 0-6 in the groups, but of course the goal is to win every match ahead of us and hopefully get a good, get some confidence going into the best of 3s on Thursday.
Player to watch?
Mixwell.
We're going to be watching Mixwell. That's Dabs. Dabs, I'll let you go warm up with the team. We'll catch up with you later. For now, heading to a quick commercial break.
Welcome back. Let's take you through the lineup from OpTic. Mo, you're very familiar with these guys.
Honestly, when I look at this lineup, I kind of almost feel bad for Mixwell being on an island by himself over there. It's like he's begging for help, and he's not getting it. It's the worst feeling when you're the only player. As you can see here, the only rounds they won is when he pulls off some insane rounds like this. They need to find help for him. Rush is known to be at least their second best player. He's supposed to show up, so he's been playing good for the past 2 months, but on this big stage it seems like he honestly wasn't there. You can see some stuff here, but nothing really too impressive.
I mean,
Naf is another
I was going to say Naf is perhaps the guy I would look to step
He used to be kind of their star player before Mixwell kind of stepped in and took that role, and then Naf kind of hid. I don't know how to explain it.
Sometimes it can be hard, when you're a younger player and you bring in another star player who's kind of going to almost replace you in being in the spotlight.
Maybe.
Well, listen, I mean, they've their goal is to not go 0-6, so they've set the bar. Set the bar low. You'll never be disappointed.
They're reaching for the stars, as you mentioned.
You got to reach for those stars, baby. All we want to do is, maybe win something. I don't know.
Just one.
Just one map.
I think every team's role is not to be like Liquid and be another 0-6 team. So. That's the main goal for all these teams right now. So let's hope they, get that one win that they've been hoping for.
What I will say is they certainly look improved in terms as a unit. They look more cohesive. And
you mean like the way they walked into the building?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. That was very well coordinated. Okay. No, but I mean, back when they had obviously Shazam and they went to the Vegas online qualifier for this, offline qualifier. I think they have come together a little bit more. And
Yeah, the reason they replaced Shazam was probably due to the team's personalities weren't meshing well. It seems like you said they might be getting off or getting off on each other.
Well, we won that competition. Who was going to say the most ridiculous thing on air? Well done, Mo.
There it is.
Start early.
I didn't even plan it.
Yeah.
But no, it seems like they did it well along together.
Yeah.
More than they did with Shazam, so that's good. I guess this Spaniard really did change things.
Yeah, he definitely did. Well, look, we're going to take a look at who they got to beat today. G2 Esports, players that need no introductions, but why don't you do it anyway, Moses?
I mean, the one guy that we just have to bring up is Shox, you know, the uncaged butterfly. He had a sick day yesterday, was phenomenal. But for me, I mean, the story really is starting to come into body. Who's had this big surge in his individual performance. He's starting to look like he belongs on the same stage as these guys. The least experienced player coming into this team, but he's very, very quickly improved. Now Shox is just, I mean, if he's going to be hitting this level as we've known he could in the past that he hasn't been able to reach recently, if this is what we're going to see out of him, I think every team in this tournament needs to be very scared.
He promised he was going to get back to his best, but the thing is, he even said yesterday, I can do more. I can do more. I can do better.
Well, the good thing about yesterday, the main thing is he says, I can do better, and then he says, if my team improves, I'll improve. So he's just saying, like, he's still putting the team first. Even though
I think it was one of those moments though where he was like flexing, like, yeah, I can do better, but only if
he don't want to show off.
You know, you don't want to be in the spotlight too much.
They've been actually playing really good lately, man. They're really coming into their own. They might, honestly, like, I'm gonna say it right now since I'm the first.
Oh, here we go.
I'm calling them top 5 world.
Jesus.
Right. Let's take a look at the maps before we get into another one of Mo's lists. Mo's top 5. This is what we've got for you today, and you can see that G2 Esports took out Mirage and Overpass, and not a surprise there in terms of bans. Meanwhile, OpTic banned out Cash and does too. A little bit surprised at the Cash ban there. I don't know if you agree with me, Moses, but that, of course, has let the Randometer pick Train and Nuke. So just some thoughts about this.
I mean, it looks like OpTic took the same risk that we saw Liquid do, where they took out Cash and Dust 2, which are maps where the aimers can really thrive, and they're just like, okay, let's go to Nuke. Let's hope that G2 hasn't really prepared anything too crazy on it. Let's hope that they're just as discombobulated on it as we are, and we can just see what happens on that map. I think Train is very heavily going to G2. I think they're starting to become a very scary team in my mind on Train. It's one of their stronger maps.
As you saw in the stats earlier, they're also very similar in terms of score on the maps. You know, they both won, I think, 5 and 4 and 6 and 5. So they're both right there.
North American competition.
Again, that's why I don't like these stats, because
so we're about to get straight into the action, guys. Quick thoughts for this one. Are we G2 all the way?
Yeah, I'm G2. In a big way on Train.
No curveballs from Mo?
Not anymore.
All right, well, in that
I just said they're top 5 world. I can't predict the other.
Let's do our Arby's map fly to a Train, and you can take it away, Anderson Semler.
Well then. G2 top 5 in the world. Most teams' goals should be not to be like Liquid.
What I think is a crime is that on the desk, you know, they're good at making jokes about NA and everything, but not at one point do they mention that Shox is the in-game leader of G2. And so when he's saying that, you know, I will improve with my team, he's taking that responsibility on his shoulders to just get the game plan going for G2 round after round. Oh, and then he'll just drop aces, by the way, you know, to make him look easy. Like, that's the level that Shox is at right now. He is nuts.
Yeah, we'll see if OpTic can deal with that already. Stannis is just a little bit low here, and Body going to be moving up with the Glock, chasing him into the corner, and Daps is going to be going down. A strong start here for G2, but still a 4-on-5 as the bomb is going to be going down, and Scream covering from behind and somehow not getting that kill. Well, that's a good job there, but it looked a bit ridiculous for a moment.
Yeah, he picks it up in the end, right? Finds the kill, and so it's a man advantage here for G2, holding the bomb site. Bomb still pretty far ticked here, but Rush is going to find a nice shot. Good fadeaway shot there from Body with the USP, and Scream, yet another headshot. Body, you just can't kill him. He survives the round on 1 HP. 3 kills total. The pistol, 2 for Scream. And, well, couldn't ask for a better start. You have the recent addition to the team who steps up big in the first round here on the map, and then Scream, who's also seems to have found like this next gear, this next level that we've all been waiting for out of him. All of a sudden, he's just hitting headshots everywhere.
I mean, that first kill from Body, you would actually need to, like, slow down, I think, or the second kill, sorry, where he just peeks out from behind the hut. You'd have to slow that down to some 3,000 FPS or something to actually see what was going on. That looked ridiculous. But OpTic, they don't really get too much done in that round, and as a result, they're going to be buying armor and a couple of pistols here. Mixwell, actually, with the flashbangs. They've got a couple of flashbangs on that OpTic team. I like that. I think that's a good idea.
And well, this is actually a very common strat that we're seeing now these days. Scream is going to catch Mixwell pushing A main, so a little bit of information gained there for Mixwell. Just to point out for you guys as well, we've rolled back the patch, so they're playing on the same patch as yesterday, so there's no Fade to Black here. But we will have Fade to Black tomorrow, so when we get into the bracket play, we'll be getting that new feature in that just got released. Finally, thank you, devs, very much for giving us Fade to Black. And when I say Fade to Black, what I mean is when you die, your screen fades to black, so you're not able to give too much information. Because right now, as it stands, you stay alive 5-6 seconds, and you're seeing everything that happens, so you can communicate all that to your teammates. When it goes Fade to Black, it's just you have a couple of seconds maybe to spot something out, and then boom, you can't see anything anymore. So it's going to make things much more interesting, I think, going forward, where you're not just able to paint a picture for whoever's retaking the site.
Yeah, it'll have a huge impact on the game, much more than people think. It's really, really hard to explain how much it matters. I remember when it was introduced in 1.6, and up until that point, we were playing tournaments online where it wasn't in, and when it happened, it was so shocking. Like, the game really changed a lot, and how you think about the game and how you mentally act and a lot changes. So Fade to Black feature is not just like some small thing that gets put in and, oh, yeah, right, it sounds simple, but it's a big shock if you haven't tried it before. So, yeah, definitely go and toy around with that and get used to it. Right, not much happening for OpTic in that second round either, and this time they have a single flashbang on Stan, which I, again, applaud. They've got 4 members here. Stan, if he can set up one good flashbang, see if he's priming it, and it's going to be popping out there. A little bit of, shot onto Smith there. He's going to go down because he was flashed, and Shox going in for the refrag there. And a pretty good teamwork still coming out of G2. But one flashbang, I mean, $200 investment for a kill, it's worth it.
They need to go back, and like Shox, eventually he needs to make his way back to pick up that AK. You don't want to be throwing away that AK if he's going to make it just in time. Yes, okay, he makes it just in time, saves the AK. That was the main goal there for G2, because, I mean, Shox was actually running in there with the P250. That's how confident Shox is. He didn't even bother upgrading to a rifle or an SMG. So cutting some corners there, G2, in that round in the anti-eco, but they have more than enough money now to go for the full buy here. OpTic, they will have the AWP on Mixwell, but 2 guys have to go for FAMAS, downgrade their rifle in order to get more grenades here on the CT side. So we'll see how they fare. I mean, this is supposed to be a very strong map for OpTic, so they should be feeling good going into it. But what makes you wonder is, Daps, he's already complaining about G2's style and how they don't like to play against it. It's like, sorry, this is how the best in Europe play. They just come and wreck you. They look for fights all day long.
Yeah, and I want OpTic to do the same thing. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, how the American team were really slow out the gates. It was only when they were down, 6, 7, 8 rounds that they started to sort of play a little bit more loosely and took more chances. Yeah. But as a result, got more rounds. So I want to see that straight away. I don't mind, I'm not talking about the defensive setup, but look at Stan pushing into main right now with a teammate as well. Both Rush and him are in there. And that's the kind of play I want to see. Take a couple of risks. It is a risk, but, maybe get some information. I'd much rather see OpTic play like this. So, huge fan of what they're doing in the 4th round so far.
Absolutely. Mixwell holding over on B. RPK's managed to sneak his way out onto the site itself now, so this could get a little tricky. And Smith's making sure that there is no flank coming in from A main. We'll see if he gets caught off guard by Rush, who's still hanging around over there. Rush, I mean, all he's doing, Rush, is just listening. And there you go. He's going to call out that Smith is rotating over. Instantly, Nafly and Daps go for a little bit of a peek towards Ali just to get the info, but Naf should be rotating over. He needs to help out his mate, but it's too late. Mixwell gets caught by RPK, who just lurched his way all the way up to connector. And so that's the issue here, is that, like, yeah, they have Rush waiting in A main, but they aren't aware of what's going on the B site.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to follow up from that point on. I mean, when you lose both the players, well, the one player on B and the person rotating in, there really isn't much left that you could do. So, Body out for a bit of a hunt here. Going to pick up 2 kills. And Stan, there's not really a lot that he could do right now. I don't know. That was just a great round from RPK. The fact that he got so far in is probably not going to be easy to replicate if you're on G2. So I don't want to rain too much hate on OpTic for this round. I think that was just a really solid round from RPK.
Yeah, just the fact that he walked his way pretty much all the way across the B site to catch Mixwell. Exactly, you guys can see with the replay there that Mixwell was just so focused on the lower ramp, he was not prepared for anybody to be working their way out upper. So RPK, he finds the space and he makes good use of it, creates that opening there for G2 to just take over that B site, and that gives G2 a 4-0 lead now in the score. So they're sitting pretty. They're looking really good right now.
I guess the word I'm looking for is that's not a round that's like replicable. You can't just go back and do that every time.
Yeah.
But it's great that it happens in the 4th round for G2. That means OpTic are back to pistols, and That's going to obviously be a bit of a problem here. Fantastic start for the French side. And RPK not sneaking out into a bomb side this time, more like charging it head on with the rest of his team, and the bomb is going to be going down, and there's absolutely nothing that OpTic can do about this. Exit frags, I think, is the best thing they can do right now. So I don't know why they're stacked up like this. I'd much rather they spread out and look for individual fights, because if they're all stacked up like this, there's a good chance they'll get mowed down. Wow, actually, good double from Mixwell.
That was a little aggressive from Scream. I mean, but that's what it's all about right now. It's just that G2 are going to play with no respect. They're going to hunt for frags. They're going to look for duels, just like RPK walking out onto a site. Don't think that he would really do that versus European teams, right? But the fact that they are just showing no fear right now, G2, and this is what Daps is talking about, right? It's just like they play this loose kind of like aim-based style. But the best teams in the world, during their dominant phases, this is how they played. They walk around on the map, and they basically force you to deal with them. They force you to take the fights with them. And if you're not good enough to win those fights, well, you know, G2 are going to roll all over you.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit like we were seeing with Luminosity. As long as you don't force them to play tactically, then they're not gonna find a reason to. Where, you know, if it was G2 playing against Luminosity, I don't think we'd be seeing the same thing. You know, then there would be more tactics and more, a little bit more of a calm approach. But right now, OpTic haven't really given them much of a reason to. I do like this double AWP pickup though, Mixwell and Nafly, and that's gonna be pushing a little bit aggressive over at the B side, while G2, well, being slow this round, no quick rushes coming in anywhere.
And we saw it in the replays from yesterday. Nafly on train versus Nip, he had a couple of solid maps. So, I mean, with the AWP, right, holding by alley. There you go, hits that mid-air shot. Nicely done, gets the leg on body. Nice little tag shot going out. That's going to actually ring, well, just maybe set G2 back a little bit, but it shouldn't be too much because they have 3 guys here ready and waiting. They're taking this strat from NIP. NIP love to put 3 players over here to get that angle going with the AWP and then to work in and pinch onto the site. Seems like G2 maybe taking a book, or you know, a leaf out of Threat's book there.
See if it's going to work out or not. Stan is holding down by PopDog, and if he goes down, and he will go down, that's, or Shox will go down, that's a really, really big part of this pinch, as you called it, gone already. So a bit of a problem now for G2, I would say, especially if Scream was going to come up main here. If he can't make the approach work, it's not going to be too good. Body going down. Nice shot from Scream. Rush not turning around in time. He must have got the information, but they just weren't quick enough. A good shot from Mixwell here, and a grenade raining out, but Scream is still alive, and RPK is going to be trying to put down that bomb as Smith picks up a second kill, and Daps all alone.
That was a beautiful shot from Smith, man. That is exactly what you're looking for. A little shoulder peek, takes the fight with Mixwell. And well, it's just high pressure situation now. Daps is gonna get one, but RPK instantly there to trade. Saves that AWP for Smith. And a 6-0 lead now for G2. OpTic once again on the back foot here. They don't quite have the money to go for a full buy. It would be a force if they went for it, meaning they'd be light on nades or having to cut corners. Instead, I like it. They're just gonna go for the half buy. Really, what more can you do? Just get a couple of pistols, get some Kevlar, but for the most part, save your money for the next round so you can get a big buy-in.
That position for Rush is so unfortunate because obviously he hears the call from Stan that, oh, his Scream is moving up, he's moving up. But the problem is if he turns around, then he's turning his back on Ivy where they're all coming out. So he's just in a really bad position, and not necessarily because of sort of just something that he did, but the timing worked out really heavily against him.
What is this business from G2? All 5 players going through alley? This isn't something you see every day. Smoke goes down to block it, so they want to make it into the back line, and Scream takes point, finds the first shot. Mixwell just going through the smoke, putting shots through. He'll find a headshot on Shoxy, and Mixwell, the follow-up shot onto RPK. This guy's so good with the deagle. Another double kill for him, and he's still alive.
There doesn't seem to be anything right now that Mixwell can't do. You know, he just picks up any gun and we'll put it to use. And G2 almost look a bit scared. You know, they're in the back line to the please Mixwell, leave us alone with that damn deagle.
Well, he is a Spaniard, right? European, just saying.
Spanish Inquisition that's shown up. No one suspects it.
Well, you have to get that like oblique, you know, NA joke in there somewhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, with all the talent in A, we have to make more NA jokes just because now is the time for it. We're gonna, eventually, they're gonna be good enough that we can't make those jokes anymore.
There will be a team. Well,
yeah,
I like the joke that I have these days is just like, you know, some team owner is gonna win like the lottery or something, and then he'll actually have the money for the buyouts, and he can make the super team. But until that day, it's gonna be a bunch of North American teams battling it out. Well, not a sea of mediocrity, but you know, Cloud9 put up a good fight on the first in the first week of ELEAGUE. but it's still a long way to go.
Mixwell sneaking up, he's looking for this kill, and Scream is on 2 health. That was almost a quad kill, but just a deagle here. But now Scream has turned into the one-tap machine and looking for another headshot here. That's a quad kill for Scream, but 1 bullet from Daps here is going to finish the round, and Scream is looking the wrong way. Daps is literally right on top of him. What's this nonsense? He's right behind him, and there's the turnaround. Daps is going to pick up the kill. It was just a matter of time. It looked like that was about to be a horrible round. Imagine if Scream had turned around first, but a great round there. Scream with a quad, and then Mixwell with a triple.
All
We'll have the AWP save. Yeah, they're all headshots. Start from Mixwell.
Yeah, this start from Mixwell, he's just, I mean, but this was brought up on the desk beforehand, before the match going into it. It seemed like yesterday, any round that went well for OpTic, Mixwell had a big part in it. He's getting a double kill, he's getting a triple kill, flash play, and he's the playmaker for OpTic. And so they need to be just maximizing that, putting him in a position where he's gonna be able to shine round after round and trying to build on him, because right now, nobody else is really stepping up on OpTic and having those high impact plays the way that Mixwell is.
As to your point about the talent, I mean, it's right. You're right. If you wanted to buy someone out of Liquid or Cloud9 right now, it definitely costs a lot of money. But to me, it seems like there's a lot of talent on the sort of second tier NA teams. That is
Relics.
Yeah, Relics definitely being one of them. It's definitely out there, and it's just a matter of time, I think. So yeah, we're gonna keep up with the NA jokes when we have our time for it. Otherwise, we would regret it later. Smith's missing a shot. He's very good at these A-main fights, I feel like. Quite competent to take them, but Mixwell on the other side with just a slightly better angle this time around. So one of the ops going down, Shox has the other one, and he's down by Ivy looking for a kill, which right now there's no reason why anyone on OpTic should give him.
Did Scream go for a jump in front of Smith there to try and bait? Because otherwise that was a little silly for Smith to just, you know, just walk right into the angle. It's a very common angle for an op to hold. So without any form of like misdirection there, flash, or somebody just jumping across trying to draw out Mixwell. A little bit of a shame there from Smith. He tried to just, you know, well, man mode it, and it didn't work. Shox, you know, he's got the second AWP. He's going to be moving up close. Full flash, perfectly done there. Nafly with 2 kills. This is what we're talking about now. Set it up. If you can't take the aim fight straight up, just start using that utility. Get those flashes in play. 2 easy kills there picked up for Naf. And OpTic, I was about to say, you know, they really need to be able, they really need to chain these rounds together so that they're not back on eco here in the next one. And so far, it's looking very good for him. 1v4 now for Scream.
And Nafly coming into it here with a triple in this round, and Scream not going to get a chance to get any taps in this time. It's all AWP on the CT side. Naf picking up 3, Mixwell with 2, and that's going to be the round. Yeah, okay, he did jump for him. And Mixwell is just so cold that he doesn't even care. He doesn't even try to follow Scream. He knows what's coming.
That is, all right, so I was saying, you know, the Scream jump in there, but that is actually a go-to play. So if they've been watching demos at all, or at least, you know, off the top of my head watching the G2 matches from yesterday, Smith asks Scream to jump a lot for him. So maybe Mixwell, he's like, right, okay, I see somebody jump. That means Smith is going to peek afterwards.
Yeah, but think about how quick you have to make that judgment. Like, your instant reflex will always be to try and get the first guy in. It's really, really hard to keep your composure in that kind of situation. And this looks like a more default kind of execute coming out of G2. So probably going to be real fast once these smoke lands, especially because they only have pistols. So the only chance they really have is to get within range of the AWP. And if they could get even 1 kill and get the bomb down, then suddenly Nafly and Mix will have to retake with AWPs, and that's just not a good time here. So there's the go, and we'll see if they can hold on OpTic. They have to win this round.
All pressure on them. Bit of a wide smoke, actually. It looks like it missed, so there's nobody to hold off on the site itself. Stanislaw, he can get up on the bomb train and look over the smokes. A little bit dangerous here for G2. They're going to have to be mindful of that, but Scream will find the shot on him. Smith's here with the dig. He's got to help the body as well with the P250. They are getting pushed back, and OpTic, they are not able to stop the bomb plant, and even RPK going to find the point-blank headshot.
Great use of the smoke there. Now it's a 2-on-3, and that bomb is ticking away. Smith's going to be taking out Mixwell, and that's going to be going down to body. So great team effort. In fact, a team ace coming out of G2 here as every single individual picks up 1 kill each, and that's going to make it 7-2. And this is one of those rounds, and it feels like OpTic had a lot of them yesterday as well, where you have to imagine it's very hard mentally to recover. That was 1 rifle and 4 pistols, and they stood no chance.
It's just both of these teams have now won a round where they went for a half buy, right? With pistols, Kevlar, and nades. And so, what is this?
Just to point out as well, this is G2 playing this well, while Shoxy's not even really doing anything. He's got 3 kills in 10 rounds, and right now it's just all Scream and Body and Smith and RPK to some extent as well, but The rest of his team is doing all the work, and he doesn't need to do anything.
Well, I mean, if they're gonna, help to make Mo not look like a fool, right, and play a top 5 level, everybody's gonna have to actually hit that level on G2, right? They're all gonna have to be able to deliver at times like that body. There can't be a weak link, is what I'm trying to say here. For the top 5 teams in the world, there is no real weakness on the roster.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, there's a good shot coming in on that. So it generally worries me whenever Mo has something down right. It makes me feel like
a little scary, right?
It's a sign that there's like some sort of imbalance in the universe, Maybe the apocalypse is coming. I don't know. Daps has already gone down, and the rest of OpTic, what could they possibly do? I mean, they're doing exactly what they should do. Just look for exit kills, and G2 are already out hunting, it seems. And Nafly, don't know why he couldn't get that shot. He had the angle, but I think OpTic, sad as it seems, they might have already reached the level where they're starting to all feel like nothing works. Like, I mean, and they're not wrong either. But the problem is you have to fight that, right? You have to say, of course, something worked. We just gotta keep trying, right? But it really feels like they're just not taking really any initiative. I would almost bet money on the idea that next time they have guns, Mixwell is gonna be the one to take the fight.
Yeah.
I think he will be the one to try and make a play for his team.
Oh, he's going to have to be. I mean, he's going to be that. It seems to me like nobody on OpTic right now, they're falling back into that NA habit. And this is something that some European teams, when you talk to them, right, they'll, you're like, okay, what do you guys think about North American teams, right? And they'll be thinking, well, they're predictable. Once you put some pressure on them, they just start falling back into default holds, and they don't really pressure you anymore. So you get to have the whole map to yourself, and then you just get to do what you want. And, unless OpTic, like in this round, I like it. Nafly and Stanislaw going for a little tricky play over an alley. It's not really going to help them when, G2 are already pushing out through A-Main and PopDog. But that's the kind of stuff that they need to be going for. Once again, with the pistols, though, doing big damage to G2.
Yeah, nice couple of early kills there happening for the counter-terrorist side. And Nafly and Stan are still alive, trying to see if they can maybe do a bit more damage. There's a good kill coming in from Naf, and he's got another 2 people here to fight for the moment, but he needs Stannis to get in here as well. Maybe try and see if he could make it a 2v1 and then get that bomb defused quick. They do not have a kit currently picked up, but Naf, he could Molotov off PopDog, and that would be huge. Not going to make it happen, and I think that seals the round.
Yeah, Shock's not going to let you get away with that for free. Well, Stanislaw, unfortunately for him, it looks like he lost track of where the bomb was. We're looking to tap it, but it just doesn't happen. He gets caught halfway through the motion. And all, yes, it's just still the Scream. Nothing but headshots, although that second one was a nice spray from him. First one starts it off. Curious to see what his headshot rating is right now. I don't know if we saw that on the stats. But he's sitting pretty right now. He's looking so good. And this is what we've all been waiting for Scream for so long, right? He's been out in the wilderness. It's actually a bit like the Kenny story, right? Where Kenny, lacking experience, still needed to develop as a player. He's cast out into the wild of like Clan Mystic and stuff like that, right? And then he comes back onto a top team and just wrecks everybody. Now we're starting to see that from Scream, where he goes out onto FaZe, onto G2, and now he's back with his French players, and he's just wrecking.
Good grenade coming in there, Stan, and then Nafly picking up the grenade there on RPK, so a 2-for-0 trade. Body gonna come in from behind, takes down one. Where's the communication? Do they not realize yet? No one's turning around for this one. And Rush gonna win the fight against Scream, but it seems like they don't realize right now where Body is. They're still gonna win the fight, and I think he had almost no opportunity to take a fight with anybody there, but that could have been really scary. Another round for OpTic, making it 9-3 as we move into the 13th round, and a little bit of hope here for the CT side, just a tiny bit. Smith's picking up the AWP. This is the big problem, I suppose, for OpTic, is that even if they win a couple of rounds here and there, G2 just have money for days. They just never run out of money.
No, yeah, exactly. They've controlled the economy so well this entire first half. We're in the 13th round, 9-3. G2 still in the lead, and yeah, they're just gonna have money for days. I don't think they have to worry much the rest of this first half if they keep getting bombs down. G2 still spread out, this time a little bit more of a default approach to things. They've actually shown a presence in Brown Halls, and Smith's holding over by Alley is going to pick off Nafly. So once again, OpTic, they're going to have to be playing, man behind, man down. But they are going for the aggression in A-Main once again, which is interesting. So we'll see if that actually works. Scream has been successful over there so far, though. When OpTic have tried to go for the fight here, Scream just keeps winning. So maybe this is the round that it changes, that Stanislaw gets the drop on Scream. There's the flash, and Stanislaw blind, just holds mouse 1, gets the spray in that angle, shuts down Scream.
And now that's such a good start here. We'll see if they can make it work behind that important kill there on Scream. They're still in a 4-on-4. but it should give them a lot of information because they've already once encountered Scream there alone, so they should realize probably that the rest of the team is somewhere else. This body going to be taking down Stanislaw, who was moving in to PopDog. 2 men here on the B-bomb site. Rush going to get a good opening frag, but they both go down. Shox and RPK just retaking the bomb site immediately, and Mixwell trying to see if he can make something happen, but even he doesn't feel comfortable.
He knows now that Smith is holding on the lower ramp. He managed to bait a shot out from him, and then he has to know that Shoxy's on high right now, just pushing up, holding that flank along with RPK. There's just no way that he's going to be able to walk into a sandwich like that and get out alive in one piece. So Mixwell, their economy is completely wrecked. Now it's in tatters for OpTic, so he's just going to try and hold on to this AK and see what he can do in the next round. Because the rest of his teammates, I mean, they're going to have a hard decision. It's just, well, I don't think so, actually, in the end, because really, they need rounds. So it has to be a force buy here from OpTic. They have to actually do something. If they save for the last round, it doesn't really make sense because they're so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, I am actually tempted to agree. It's going to be one of the worst buys in the world, but at the same time, yeah, would you be gunning for 4 rounds on CT side train? I don't see how that makes any sense either. They do have an AK, and yeah, there comes the force afterwards. So I think this makes sense in a very sort of tragic sort of way.
Wow, Daps, he takes the hit. You don't see this very often, but he's going to drop an M4 for his teammate. So Stanislaw, he'll have an M4. That's thanks to Daps. Daps is going to take the hit for his team here and make sure that one of his players is a little bit better equipped. I like to see that.
And Stanislaw is top fragging on the team with Mixwell right now, whereas Daps is on the bottom of the scoreboard. So maybe that's just it. Maybe Daps not feeling it right now, and if you're at least if you're not doing that, you can help out your team. I like that idea.
Everybody tries to be the hero these days. It's not every day where you just see, hey, drop me an M4 and it actually happens. Daps, though, he's ready and waiting. He wants to go launching up this ladder or just wait and see if somebody's going to peek. But if he hears any footsteps, he might try and power up there, go for that flank. We'll see. Shoxy making some noise right now, shooting out the windows. So Daps knows somebody is up there. How does this play out? If he were to hit this timing now, it would be huge. Shoxy setting up for the nade, but now that the window is gone and Shox, he's ready. In case Daps comes up here, he's going to be in for a bit of a rude surprise.
Neff is still down at Ivy, and he hasn't seen anyone for days down there, so he should know that more likely going to be a B push. There's a good amount of damage being put up by Stan, but it's not quite enough. There's Mixwell picking up a kill on Scream, and RPK should be next in line. He's very low on health, hiding inside of that smoke. Oh, there's the shot. Blind coming through. Mixwell just taking a couple of bullets in, and that's going to be enough. So 2 on 2, and bomb plan not been completed yet. Smith is running back into PopDog, and Nafly may be a bit too quick on the rotation here. Going to be a bomb plan in A. And OpTic, I mean, they are so far behind. They got to win this round.
It's time for the retake, but at least there are some rifles that Nafly could try and pick up. Mixwell has a kit as well, so there's a little bit of time. I really would like to see Nafly run over and pick up a gun here. Take the seconds, give yourself some better firepower, and there we go. So now he's got an M4 to work with. Mixwell has already cleared out Link, so he's got an eye on the site, and he's peeking around. Not really waiting for Naf either, and he's just going to walk in and die. No possible chance of a refrag there. And now Naf, well, he knows that somebody's holding PopDog. He will eliminate Shoxy, but he's so low on HP. And Shoxy, he must have called it out to his mate that this guy is low. He doesn't have any health to work with. Doesn't matter, though. Smith's playing mind games. And Smith, he's got that Tech 9, so he's just going to be looking to just apply the pressure. He's showing himself right now, and he will get the kill in the end. 10-3. G2 just outright dominating OpTic in this first half. 11-3, actually. My mistake.
But it's still a more impressive round than almost any other so far for OpTic, and part of it has to do with Nafly pushing down at Ivy like that. I mean, it meant they were able to rotate quick into B, and they had some good fights in there.
But again, it's Mixwell, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mixwell just seems, he is just the engine. I can live with that. I could be all right with Mixwell being the main carry in most of these games. What I can't really deal with is the idea that OpTic are still so hesitant unless they have their backs against the wall. Well, Stan gonna take care of Shox. It looked like he had just accepted his fate. It looked like Shox wasn't even gonna try and fight that. He was like, whatever. I'm not gonna deal with this.
Daps, that's heartbreaking. He had a chance. Smith is gonna shut down Mixwell as well. Lives with 3 HP, but poor Daps, I mean, he's picking up the AK, and RPK hits the timing perfectly to pick him off. And Rush gone from PopDog. It's going to be Nafly who gets the refrag. Finally, RPK laid low, but it's still 2 players alive here for G2, making their way towards that B site. Nafly trying to get back through Link in time to spot them getting onto the site, but it's not going to happen. Scream will be able to get the plant, and now Smiths will have control of upper. Oh, with that bomb planted now, Nafly, he's got a bit of a tall task ahead of him, but there's no saving now. He has to run in and actually try and get the job done.
Well, they're playing a bit of a game with him right now, I think. Scream just up and down the ladder, and Naf, he realizes he's got the double kill, looking for a bit of a spray there, but they're just buying so much time. Good shot from Naf, and he's coming a bit alive in some of these rounds. If he had any grenades, it might be possible, but Scream is down there, oh sorry, Smith is up there, and it's gonna be the Molotov raining in, and that's just gonna seal the round here. Gonna be the kill, but he has no time to get in to get this defuse. He has to stand in the fire, and there's not gonna be time, I think. Oh, wow. Last possible second. A little bit of a cheeky smile, in fact, on Naf. I like that one. He ends up catching up to Stan and Mixwell. What a round from Nafly. That's not easy.
A 1v2 clutch. Yeah, that is not easy to do on that B site. Smith, he tried to get fancy with the Molotov. I mean, look, if the Molotov lasts a split second longer, Nafly goes up in smoke, and then that's it. G2 will end this half 12-3, but instead it's 11-4. So OpTic, they fight back in the last round. They get something done. So going into this next half, at least they have an extra round to work with here. But, I mean, it is going to be G2 still continuing with the show of force that they gave us yesterday. They've dominated so far in the group, up 4-0. We'll see if it's going to be 5-0 here when we come back after the break.
Well then, a bit of a rough start here for OpTic. I guess that's like the equivalent of starting a boxing match with just walking right into a hook, and then you just spend the rest of the match trying not to get knocked out. You're not actually trying to win anymore. You're just making sure you don't actually get straight killed in the game.
Well, we've seen it in the past, Anders, you know? Like, there's some gifs, you know, that guy gets punched, and all of a sudden he just like, boom! Guy comes in for the kill.
That actual boxing doesn't work like that. It's only in the movies do people make big comebacks like that.
This isn't Rocky?
No, I mean, I seriously doubt it. They're playing on the less favorite side now of Train, and they are down 11-4 at the moment. G2 have played a very solid game, and OpTic, there's too much hesitation, and there's just not enough playmaking going on. And we did get that pre-game interview with Daps saying, as you were pointing out, not really used to this kind of style from G2. They don't like playing against it. So what? You know, they certainly have players that are good. They've got Mixwell. Rush seems to go completely missing in this game, but I mean, Stan and Nafly are picking it up. So why is there not more confidence? Why is there not more of a willingness to take fights? It seems like they're just all the time hiding and worried that G2 are going to come and run them down, and as a result, that's exactly what happens, and Smith's gonna open up on Mixwell, but good return from Naf, and look at that double kill for him, and Stan gonna come into it as well. Great round here for OpTic so far.
Yeah, this is shaping up nicely. It's gonna come down to body. And well, he stepped up big. He got 3 kills in the first half pistol, and he's gonna be able to pick up 1 here, but he takes so much damage, stomping on Stanisla's head.
He was pile driving him to USP.
And they're already backing off. I like this, actually. Because they're so low on HP, they don't have a kit picked up. And so they're just thinking, we'll hold on to the Kevlar for the next round. The thing that triggers me about what Daps said, right, is just like, well, But this is the reality of the situation, is that, okay, you may not like it, but this is how the best in the world play. Luminosity played like this. LDLC, Envy, they played like this. Fnatic in their dominant phase played like this. What, you didn't want to run up against Olafmeister, gunning you in the face with a Tech 9 every round? You know, well, sorry, that's what you had to deal with when you had to beat them, right? So instead of just like, oh, we don't like it, you just have to think, right, okay, well, how do we handle it, right? And sometimes it means actually we just have to straight out duel them, and that's not going to be easy. It falls so much on confidence, and that's the key. And I know it sounds cliche and it sounds trite or whatever, but it's just like, confidence is everything in CSGO right now. In G2, they're just so confident in their ability to win every duel that they're not going to be afraid to walk around that corner hunting for kills. OpTic, they need to find that confidence somehow to come in here and actually look to take the fights and win them.
Yeah, but I think it's possible to some extent in Counter-Strike to fake it, even if you don't have it. And the big giveaway for me is the fact that whenever people play with eco rounds where they just have pistol armor, suddenly they're doing a lot better. Suddenly they're getting the kills in, because they feel like they've got nothing to lose. So they're just taking fights, and there has to be some sort of like, you know, aha moment where they say, wait a minute, there's actually a correlation here. There's something that makes sense to us. And it seems like they don't. They get rifles and they say, my precious rifle, I don't want to throw it away. And then everything slows to nothing, and they just can't make it work. Great start from Stan, going to be picking up Scream, who was trying to sneak into a main. So that's a bit of a good start, and we'll see if they can follow it up here. The road back for OpTic is very, very, very long, and it's not until G2 get rifles that we're really going to have any clue about how well they're going to be doing on the T side here. Obviously, Nuke being the second map makes things real weird.
Nice pick on Shoxy there. RPK is going to fall, but Smiths is coming in. With that scout, he finds a headshot on Rush. And it's all on body now with the Mag 7. Not exactly the best gun to have in this position. He knows that, and he's going to try and get the rifle. And he does actually snag it, so nicely done on his part. He's got that Galil now to play with. And he could try to look to just back off and save it, which is exactly what's happening here. OpTic don't really think that they should be out hunting too much. Mixwell, he's got the MP7, so sure, okay, it's not the end of the world if he dies. Body actually surprised on the ladder, going to take a bit of fall damage. Let's see, can he pull it off? No, Mixwell shuts him down. So nice work there from Mixwell. Will save the Galil in the end. Actually, that's the big play. Holding on to that Galil, that's $2,000 saved going into the next round for them.
Yeah, and just to point out, Body did not have head armor, so that MB7 just chewed him apart there. That will be the 18th round that we're heading into here, and some pretty good equipment being picked up right here on OpTic. And G2 still not going to be able to do anything. Once they do have rifles, though, it'll be interesting to see what OpTic can throw at them here. Smith's obviously already saving for the AWP. You could definitely tell on this scoreboard here. It looks like he's going to be the only one, so they're not going to go straight into the double up setup either.
Oh, but Mixwell starting it off, and Daps going to drop Shocks. Nice play, no fear, just run in with the Mac 10, lead the way. Daps make that money. And it's going to be Scream last man alive here from Sniper, and he's going to get, of course he's going to get the headshot. Oh, no, he nearly gets the second one as well. Just shut him down already, kill this guy. All right, there we go, Stanislav finally gets the shot.
How many grenades did they throw at him at the end? That was 3 grenades. I wish we could see that from Scream's perspective, just all the grenades.
I'm just like, if he'd had one more bullet there with the USP, he would have got 2 kills against guys rocking SMGs and rifles. Like, how does that happen? Still, well, it's Scream. He's just that good. 4 rifles picked up for G2, an AWP on Smith's glass cannon, no Kevlar there to back it up, and just a handful of nades. So we'll see now, can OpTic break the defense and get control of this economy, or is G2 going to turn it around here? 11-7 the score.
Well, it looks like they're all going to run into, or they were going to run into Body. The early grenades coming out means he's already falling back a little bit. I mean, this is a good position in terms of how safe it is, but it's a bit problematic if they come charging down, because you can't really call for backup quick enough, and that's why it's a good thing for G2 that Shox has moved a little bit into the B-bomb site right now, playing close to the ladder, in fact, and now the push is going to happen. Body out in the open, almost getting caught by Daps, who keeps charging in. Shox going to pick up a kill, and he's in the corner and has no chance to make it out. And Daps, look at how aggressive he's being. This is great play. I want to see this all the time for OpTic. Even Stan taking a fight with Scream and C connector. This is the OpTic I want to see every single time.
There we go.
None of that other stuff.
Just get in there, look for the fight. That's Daps leading the way, opening things up, and he forces Body off of the train as well. That just kind of forces Shox into an awkward position where he gets pinned into the corner. Body also a bit predictable with his movement there. Very nicely done by OpTic. And yeah, it's just that no fear approach, right? You're going to go inner, yeah, you're going to take over inner. Daps is going to run out there with that AK and find headshots. It's exactly what had to happen here. So RPK now, he's in the back line. He managed to find 1 kill. If he could get another kill, that would be pretty good. means that somebody would have to force buy in the next round instead of just getting dropped by a teammate. It's not going to happen, and so OpTic, they continue to strengthen their economy. But yeah, this is just Daps taking control of the situation. Beautiful work.
I feel like right now, OpTic, they need whatever form it is they find at the end of these games, they need a mechanism, like a tool to enforce it at the beginning of the game. Maybe a deal, you know, every time you don't get a kill in a round, you have to do 5 push-ups or something like that. If you don't do better, we'll hire Mo as a coach. Like any kind of threat they can make that will force them to continue at this point, because it's got to come from the beginning. Right now, they're feeling the pressure, and they know they have to make these plays work. And Daps, that was a great round. I absolutely love seeing him charging in like that. And it puts so much pressure on Body and Shox because they couldn't take the fight at just like one angle. Suddenly Shox had to fight behind him as well, and that just didn't work out. So very well played indeed. And they just continue in this round. They're playing against just pistols and scattered armor, but still, I like it. No fear approach here.
Yeah, RPK will get the punish. Body will find the kill on Nafly. They are making things interesting here. They bring it back to a 2-on-2. Somehow Body hits another shot. And it's going to be Stanislaw and Mixwell, the AWP and the AK going to work. They catch out RPK before he can make his way to safety behind the train. Body is already there, but that Molotov going to force him out in the open. He's still looking for the fight, though. Drops Stanislaw down to half HP. Can he get it out? No, he can't actually get across back to the site. So Mixwell will end the round strong. And Mixwell still topping the scoreboard here for OpTic, tied up with Stanislaw, both at 18. And actually top fragging on the map now. So things are definitely looking up here for OpTic.
They're outdoing G2, both Mixwell and Stanis right now. I mean, this is incredible. The problem that I'm having right now is that I have this really eerie feeling that they're going to fall just short of the mark at the end. And then all you can think is, if they only had been playing a little bit better at the beginning, maybe they could have made it all the way. But this is an interesting scoreline. This is winnable for OpTic. They got 11-9 right now. We'll see if they can continue. They're going to go for the wall of smokes on that A-bomb site. A very well-tested strategy. And as a result, also, most teams know how to counter it. And G2 are doing a great job right now. They're playing in front of the smokes. So all those smokes, they don't mean anything right now in this take. Mixwell with some good damage and a good follow-up with the 5-7. But Smith is there, and he gets returned on. Mixwell picking up yet one more kill, making it a 3-on-3, and he's covering that long line. In the meanwhile, on this B-bomb side, Shox and Body have both shown up. They know this is going to be a B-part here. Rush with a great headshot.
Beautiful work from Rush. That's exactly, he does not fall for the trap. He does not let Body basically get the drop on him. And now it's Shoxy taking point. He has RPK backing him up, but RPK needs to start closing the distance here. He needs to get into a position where he can return the frag. Shox is going to spot the man on the site. That's Nafly down. 2-on-2, and he gets up onto the bomb site itself. Shox just shutting him down. Mixwell, now he knows that Mixwell is low. Smith's probably communicated that over to him. Scream as well. And it's going to be the triple kill for Shox going into the retake. And just enough time here for the defuse. RPK will get on that bomb fast enough. Good communication there from G2 as well. That is Scream or Smith basically calling out the Shoxy. Last is low. Last is low. Go for your pistol. Do not go for the AWP and risk missing the shot.
Yeah, and for any of our American viewers, that's the equivalent of saying he's lit. He's lit. 12-9 being the current scoreline here, and I mean, a round that looked winnable for OpTic. I mean, Mixwell doing a lot of damage on that bomb site. Then the bomb goes down on the other side, and as soon as Rush picked up the kill, I thought that's it. You know, they got it. But a bit of a big clutch coming through there for Shoxy. Now, moving into the 22nd round, we are seeing still some speed behind OpTic as Mixwell trying to make the plays as he pretty much always does, and there's Scream going down. Mixwell going to be returned down by Smith, but still a lot of space created in this bomb site.
Yeah, nice work, and Smith's being hungry as well, actually looking for those shots aggressively. He's going to dart back onto the site, does a little bit of a 360 just for show. MLG plays, maybe, comes off that ladder, and now he has to decide where he wants to go. He's going to go on up. Yes, he will, but he misses the shot. He's got nowhere to go. Sea of flames beneath him. And Nafly going to punish Shox. Shox definitely looking to try and capitalize on Smith's play there. How did that happen? They start off strong, and then it just looked like G2 weren't able to actually get anything going with Smiths.
What just happened? We're going to have to get an interview with Smiths about what that moment was like in his head. I don't want to be exposed in the sniper position, but there is fire under the ladder.
Well, if he had hit that shot on the man on site, then Shoxy lives, and it's a totally different situation. Now RPK is just making it expensive for OpTic. He will eventually find the third kill, tapping away. No, he will not. Stanislaw wins it. But imagine, like, that's where, you know, you have those key moments where the whole round can change. And the tactical timeout is going to come out here from G2 because they just got reset economically. So they have a 2-minute timeout. They get one per map. And so G2 deciding to use it now. But this moment here where Smith comes up and hits this shot. If he hits that shot, Shoxy survives. Or no, it's Rush that gets the kill on Shoxy, but it's a different situation, and maybe G2 are able to get the retake going. So no, I'm not meaning to throw Smith under the bus, but sometimes you hit those shots and they can make all the difference in the round.
No, you're absolutely right. I still can't deal with the fact that he was in that position. That's so ridiculous. Awkward. But you're absolutely right. I mean, that's how things spiral out of control sometimes, you know? You miss a shot and think, oh, this is nothing, right? But then the guy that lives...
shot on.
Yeah, that should have got that shot on. Suddenly he goes off and gets a couple of kills. So could be a little bit scary here. Tactical timeout, I think, for the G2 team.
I think what's going on here is that Shox is just like, okay, we may be underestimating them a little bit. We may have underestimated them, you know, going into the second half with how well that first half went for us. Time to get our heads in the game, boys. Time to start thinking and taking this seriously. That's probably what the discussion is actually right now.
How much would I have to pay Shox not to wear that cap, you think?
It's like it's not his trademark cap.
No, it's not. It's just
I'm just happy that we've nearly got the return of the boy band. You know?
We do
old like classic Titan where they literally look like, you know, One Direction or something.
They are all very handsome people. This camp, I think, is much better. We've got Mixwell here.
How much did OpTic pay you to say that?
Still playing. Yeah, they shouldn't they? Give me a call or something. Still playing extremely well, and if you think about it, it is slightly ridiculous. I mean, if Mixwell just had 1 or 2 games every once in a while, but you said, oh yeah, he's you know going ham, but he's also playing North American teams, so is it really a big deal? No, he's playing some very good teams here in the second week of ELEAGUE, and he's still performing every single day, it seems. So just a massive player, it seems.
That's the thing. Now they have to look to build around him. Daps had a few strong moments there in the at the beginning of the second half. Stanislaw is up there with Mixwell, though. It's really been on these two to make the difference here for their team. And now they're within striking distance. If they can actually, well, I mean, they should be able to shut G2 out of this round because G2 are going to be on pistols. It's going to be going into that next round when G2 are going to be looking to get that buy going. That's when OpTic, well, I mean, G2 are actually in a double eco scenario here. That's what's scary, and that's probably why Shox goes for the timeout now. He's just like, all right, guys, time to calm down a little bit here because we may be looking at a tied situation. Naflight open it up with the entry on Scream, and more of the same from OpTic, just charging out there. No fear from Mixwell. Look at this. He's just farming kills.
Shox is on a flanking mission, which would have been great if there was anyone still alive on the team. Bit of a jump up there from Stan to pick up the kill. Now we get to see what G2 have got planned for us. And because they don't have, you know, like into a double up setup or anything like that, I'm gonna have to assume it'll be some sort of aggressive play. And
oh, they're going for it.
Yeah, because they've already tried a little bit down at Ivy a couple of rounds, I'd like to see them go for a double push on B ramp. I think that could maybe catch OpTic a little bit off guard.
G2 have really got to be confident to go for this kind of buy. This is a big risk on their part. Because, I mean, it's just like they're going for the rifles. If not, if they lose this, it's back to pistols. They're never really going to get that strong economy again. And, well, look, Scream trying to dash out. What? The jumping headshot, the Swag 7, and even spots them coming in from Pop Dog as well. This is so much information gained from Scream. RPK? What was that? Was that Shoxy just crouch peeking? RPK will find the shot in the end, and Smith's still alive on Green Train. He's looking for the headshot, and he will find one on Rush, but he doesn't get the kill.
Good shot from Rush, and also Dabs coming into this round. It's still a 2-on-2 here, and I think they were actually going to push 2 and B, but because OpTic was so aggressive in A early on, Shox rotated back immediately. The bomb is not down here, and Dabs is covering a really good angle. This is just the recipe for a headshot on body, and if that happens, Scream is in a lot of trouble.
He doesn't have a whole lot of health to work with that shotgun. It's far from ideal. The bomb is out in the open. 55 seconds left. Plenty of time here for Daps and Stanislaw to work the map. And there you go. They find the headshot. That's body dropped. And now it's all going to be on Scream. And he finds the headshot on Daps right back into the 1v1. 40 seconds left now. And he's going to just completely change up here, Scream. He wants to go back into B side towards that connector. Maybe try and catch Stanislaw off guard. If Stanislaw was trying to pull a fast one on him, try to go over towards that B site. But that bomb is going to get planted. And now Scream coming from an angle that Stanislaw might not expect.
If Stan gets just a little bit back here now, the AK is just so much better. That Mag 7 doesn't work so well at long range. So a really important round there for OpTic. They couldn't let G2 back into a round like that. And that was a force-up as well from the French side. The money as well for OpTic is absolutely ridiculous. There is a real chance that G2 are going to lose Train off of an 11-4 lead. And just think about that. that's going to be a bit of a shocking situation. And you just saw they won 9 out of the last 10 rounds. It's ridiculous.
You can't, this is clearly OpTic feeling comfortable on the map, right? But they've just completely turned around. That no fear approach, basically. They know that they were so far behind after the first half. It just seems like they've just, they've got nothing to lose, and they're playing like it right now. This is exactly what is catching G2 off guard, I think, because G2 must have been feeling like they were on cloud 9 after that first half. Mixwell finds the pick on Scream. That's 2 quick kills there for OpTic, pressing onto the A side. They overwhelm Shoxy as well, who has been a bit quieter, after the performance we saw yesterday from Shoxy. Kind of expecting to see more from him, to start things off today, but he's definitely had a bit of a cold start here.
Well, RPK not gonna get much done in that round. Now, we were criticizing OpTic for being too defensive and not making enough plays when they were on the CT side, and I guess we could turn that spotlight back onto G2 a little bit now. They actually did want to do it in the last force-up round. Now they've gone for the double-up setup, which is a strong indication that you're at least not going to be pushing B-Rab. You could still go for a bit of aggression down at Ivy, and I still wish they would. OpTic need to they need to force OpTic to start thinking about the early round here and not just rush in everywhere. So maybe just a little bit of aggression somewhere would be helpful.
Would be the key. So there's a shot, there's the peek, and Shoxy holding the angle. Shots down Mixwell. Body even going for some aggression on upper ramp into Brown Halls. Nearly actually gives the edge back to OpTic there. So a little bit of risk taking, and that it was nearly punished. Body can definitely fall back now. Probably just going for confirmation that there were multiple bodies up there for OpTic. Scream, however, is going to pick off Stanislaw to start. Daps steps out into the open, leads the way for his team, and gets picked off by Smiths. And just like that, OpTic, trying to go for that ultra aggression, that ultra violence, and it does not pan out this round. Nafly and Rush, the last 2 alive here in a 2-on-5.
Yeah, just a solid round coming through here, and they need a lot more of them. This is going to be the second round that G2 win in the second half. They really haven't accomplished much so far. Nafly and Rush trying to see if they can make this one a bit more expensive, and that would still be great for them if they could just get a couple of kills in here, preferably 3, then things could get a little bit tricky, actually, for G2, even if they win the round. Here's the bomb going down, and they're letting the bomb go down in a 2-on-5. That shows you how careful they're being right now. They just want to win the round and not make any kind of a risk out of it. There's no Molotovs left on OpTic, which is something to always look out for on train when the bomb is planted. There's Naf going to be going down, and now Rush alone in a 1-on-5 here, and they're taking their sweet time to get in here. Good shot from Rush, but he won't be able to follow it up still. From a 2-on-5, get a kill, get the bomb down, not the worst situation.
Yeah, he was spotted by RPK. And RPK, the linchpin in that round, he stepped out, got the first kill, and then spotted the second man. You instantly saw G2 just basically shift up their positioning to catch out Rush, who was just stuck, pinned down. And you got a lovely view of Richard there getting set up on the host desk. But 13-13, tied up. OpTic, mad money. No worries for them in this round. They still have lots in the bank for Stanislaw. The rest of them kind of getting low, but they should still have another full buy after this if G2 were to win this round, so.
Yeah, what you guys can't see is that whenever we're not on the desk, Richard is just riding it on his own, just back and forth all the time, so. We'll try and get some shots.
Might as well be a merry-go-round at this point.
Why not? OpTic gonna go again for this kind of a setup that didn't work last time. This time it might work slightly better, because if you notice on the minimap here, G2 are a little bit further back, so now they're actually gonna be behind the wall of smoke, whereas last time they were in front of it. And that's a crucial difference if you want to try and make this execute work. And they are getting out here on the bomb side, 4 men on it, and Stan gonna run right in and put down that bomb. No hesitation, he's gonna get it, but he also gives his life for it. And that might well be worth it. Now all they have to do is defend and hold, and they have 2 Molotovs here to buy time. So this is going to be a tough retake for G2, especially as nobody's flanking. They're all coming in from the exact same angle.
Yeah, so they are going to be stacked up, and now this is all about playmaking basically here for OpTic. Just sit, wait, but when you get the chance, you got to hit that shot, and they're going to be stepping out into the open now. G2 going for the wallbang, trying to bait a response. 1-for-1 trade. Nafly, though, he is going to get overrun by Body, and Scream is there to take out Daps. It's all on Rush, and he does get the incendiary down, but it's canceled by the smoke. He doesn't know the angle. Cannot stop the defuse from going through. He didn't know the bomb plant.
Well, I think he probably did, but the problem is it could be any number of angles you could defuse from, because it's up there. He could be sitting on the bomb, he could be sitting below it, he could be standing right next to it. There's so many angles for him to cover. So it looks so ridiculous when you have the X-ray on. You think, come on, just get it done. But I mean, the fact that they had the smoke up as well, I think that's gotta be a moment where your heart just drops. You put it out and you hear that the extinguished sound, and yeah, we're probably not going to make this round work. They are trying again with the smokes out here in the A bomb site, but not as fast as last time. Just a little bit of a notice here for G2 to maybe rotate a couple of people.
They're going for a variation on G2's play as well. G2 went for 5 players down alley at one point, and on their T side now, OpTic, they've changed it up. They've got a man holding in main, and soon to be 2. So this will be a split, like a 2-way split basically coming in here onto this A site. Nobody going to Pop Dog, although as I say that, we do have Daps making his way over there. So he will get there eventually, and RPK nearly gets picked. That's in alley. Now the pressure is on here. OpTic with 3 players there. They will hunt him down. Nice nade there from Mixwell. No escape for RPK, and that's going to trigger the push onto the site now from OpTic.
Stan in main, good flashbang out, and a fantastic follow-up headshot. Stan has been playing out of his mind on this map. Nafly gonna come up with a shot on Shox as well. Body, the only man left now in a 1-on-2, and he tries for the spray, gonna be taking down Naf. Still 50 seconds left, and the bomb is all the way back at Ivy. What is it doing there? Good of a Molotov going in, and Stan is gonna take the fight, and it's a headshot. Double kill for him, and right now topping the scoreboard at 26 kills. What a great game for him so far. But I've got to give some credit to Daps and Rush. We were talking about them earlier, how far out of the game they were. They really weren't doing much at all for the team. It was only Stan, Naf, and Mixwell who were participating. They've definitely made up for that, and that's quite impressive. There's Stan, 26 and 16, and the scoreline is tied, but it's not exactly equal in the sense that G2, they don't have money to lose around here. They're probably going to lose the map if they can't win this round.
Yeah, it's backs to the wall. Whereas OpTic will have a chance to run it back for overtime if that's the, I mean, if they were to lose this round, they'll have the money to go for the buy it. But OpTic continuing with the all-out aggression, a little bit of team damage going in there as well, and Mixwell with the clever angle will pick off RPK right over that smoke. Shox there to return the shot on Rush, and Scream on the other side will get the first headshot onto Daps. Not going to just in time to pick off Nafly, but Body is there to help him, and this is just outright chaos. 2-on-2 until Smith steps out into the open and takes out Stanislaw. So it's all on Mixwell, and not for long. Shoxy just peeks out and catches him in the open. 15-14. But that was just an all-out battle, just maelstrom on that A site.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because G2 are really far back once again, I wonder if they were pushed up more, if that would have been a really good round for OpTic, because the flashbangs that go in and having 4 people come out of Pop Dog like that for the smoke, if you're playing close, how could you possibly, if you're playing by electric box, then what are you going to do at that point in time? So yeah, just a little bit of a gamble maybe coming out. Now it's the 30th round, so it's either overtime or OpTic are going to have just a horrible loss here. Shox making sure that's a good start. Legs, one Body coming in with a kill there as well, and they just got nothing left right now. It's a 3 versus 5, and what could they do, OpTic?
Not like this. This is painful. No, Body, Shoxy just teaming up on him. Shox gonna miss the follow-up shot, and he sees both of the players get onto the site now. So there's the info for his teammates to move in with those nades, with the support. The flank is already on its way. Scream now is gonna be basically the security here for G2. He's gonna be walking in. Free shot for him. Well, it's gonna take 2, maybe 3, but Shox, no scope, point blank. We'll take the final kill of this map. 16-14, all 30 rounds. But that was definitely not good enough. G2 are not going to be happy with how that CT half played out for themselves, because after such a dominant T side, 11-4 in the first half, for G2 to let it go 30 rounds, that is nuts.
I mean, that is absolutely one side of the coin. I think the other side of the coin is that OpTic are going to be thinking to themselves, how on earth did we only get 4 rounds on CT? If we had done anything differently, that would have been it. We would have been able to make it through. It would have been a win for us on train against G2. That would have been a massive victory. I mean, OpTic playing way better than yesterday. You've got to give them credit for that. Definitely coming back into it. When we come back after the break, we're going to have a breakdown, a tactical breakdown of all of this from the desk. Stay with us.
welcome back. Well, what a great way to start today in ELEAGUE. OpTic and G2 go at it. We end up with a 16-14. I got to be honest, I think OpTic are going to be bitterly disappointed because if they just had a slightly better showing on that defensive CT side, I think we're talking about an amazing upset.
It's not even necessarily the defensive side. It's just in general, this is a team that starts slow. We saw it yesterday. It took them a little bit of time to get back into this, but it looked good once they did, especially with Stanizal playing the way it was. But I mean, here's just Scream. Was a force early on for
I think
G2.
Scream's performance early on was the reason that they actually pulled it off towards the end, because they actually lost control of that map pretty late, and then luckily they just came back to the end because Shots decided to actually step back into the game.
Well, also, you know, it's something that NA teams are very prone to is, you know, if they can ever get their like anti-ecos, anti-force buys in order, they could start being some pretty dangerous teams. I mean, there's 2 rounds that OpTic lost to pistols and armor essentially, and one round I think Shots had made it on top of it, but you can't be losing those rounds this consistently.
One of the rounds was, I think, a pure pistol round. Like they just had pistols and maybe a flash, and they won that round. And that's really when G2 was terrorists. So that round actually was the reason they actually lost the whole game. It ended up because they ended up 16-14. They had a late, crazy comeback. Everyone started stepping up second half. Stannis was, like we said before, Mitchell needs help. I counted at least 5 rounds where he got the first kill.
Yeah, well, it was this dual pairing of Stanislaw and
even
Mixwell.
Naf and Rush even started performing towards the end there too.
Yeah, but that can't happen. Really, that's got to be early. That's got to be earlier.
That's the thing. Yeah, you're right. They do start really late, but at the end of the day, I'm proud to see at least Stannis step up and be that second guy to help out Mixwell there.
We've talked about it numerous times with OpTic, is that, you know, Mixwell, once he gets that consistent second duo, they can actually start building and start working on some things that will improve this team, and they'll start getting very strong. At least in the North American region, you can see the potential here. A good game against G2, but like he needs consistent help from somebody. It can't just be this player this time and this player another time. It's got to be someone who's going to be able to do it, you know, map in, map out.
That's true. I agree, because no one really could have predicted Stannis to be the one that steps up for this one. We all said Rush or Naf. Then Stannis comes out of nowhere, so he really needs those other guys, Rush and Naf, to kind of start like being the second option on the team.
They remind me of like the Nitro and ELEAGUE from Liquid. They're just the players we always expect to step up and be those, and it just never happens, and you're just sitting here just
waiting for the day.
Yeah, it's so stressful just watching it happen repeatedly.
But Mixwell's established now. He is a bona fide star player. He's the star player of the team.
He doesn't do bad. He's always consistent. He knows how to play smart, and he always knows how to play efficient. And that's the problem with this other team. It's like, not this other team, his own team. It's almost like he's on another level, and they just let him go. And you could see in the game, they actually send him places by himself to get a kill while they're all 4 somewhere else. And they still lose their round after he gets the entry kill countless times.
Maybe you could send a postcard to Spain and you know, get some of his balls.
Well, you know, you never know what's happening. You know, that might be in the works.
Let's talk about G2 though.
Yeah, I think we've got time. Yeah.
This is the big issue with G2 now. This is 2 days in a row where they've started, like, these are not the matches they've played against Selfless and now OpTic in this opening map. It should not be this close. Like, G2 is so much better than this, and I don't know if it's the fact that, you know, after they beat NIP like that, maybe it's just that they're kind of knowing what to expect going up to NIP. Maybe they're caught a little bit off guard by something that these teams are doing, but they're starting their days off very, very, very slow.
I also think they already know they've secured, like, the #1 seed. I'm pretty sure they have, especially now.
With that win, I think they did.
With the win, yeah, true. So they could have possibly not secured it before, but I actually, even with that, I think because they got
it was very high chance.
So the fact that they already have that, they might be like letting loose a little bit right now, kind of seeing what maps. We all know that OpTic prefers to play train, so maybe they wanted to see how, you know, in case they run into OpTic later on, what to expect from them. Also, Shots was bottom threading for most of the whole match, and then at the very last 2 rounds, that were the most important rounds, he stepped up huge and won them both those rounds.
Okay, well, thanks for your thoughts. Obviously, we're partway through a series, so far so good for G2. There'll be stuff to talk about. We'll see if they can make it another 2-0 to have a perfect group stage. But what we're going to do is we are going to go to a break, and we know we've got lots of new people watching ELEAGUE, so our partners at Arby's would like to welcome you officially.
Welcome to ELEAGUE. Housed entirely on the Turner Atlanta campus is a 10,000 square foot esports arena. Seating an audience of 225, this state-of-the-art facility features 7 enormous LED screens, the biggest being 30 feet wide and 11.5 feet tall. The centerpiece of this totally custom build is the fully motorized caster desk, with a 10-foot curved LED and the ability to rotate and travel forwards and backwards 50 feet. Down the hall from the arena, there are 8 practice rooms, a player lounge, VIP lounge, and production space. With all this under one roof, ELEAGUE offers unparalleled access to the players and teams. This is esports as it was meant to be.
Welcome back. So we just witnessed G2 laboring to victory over the North Americans at OpTic. Not often you say that. They're still in a series. We've got Nuke to come up. Is it going to be history repeating itself here, guys? Because I imagine it's a map that neither team are particularly familiar with.
Well, OpTic actually had to play this map recently in the minor, and they actually beat a strong Tempo Storm team on there. Obviously, it was probably both teams' first time ever playing it in a real match, but
it definitely was OpTic's. They tweeted it, talked about it afterwards.
And they actually had a thing in that where they had to adapt mid-match. They were down like 11-7, and then they came back and won the whole thing. So OpTic has some experience on this map, so that could come huge, because I don't know if G2 has even ever played it, really.
Well, this is actually...
Well, the confirmation on the screen there, Mo, they've never played it in an official capacity.
Well, this is perfect for them, then, because like we just talked about, they've already secured their number one seed. They've already secured their number one seed.
Can we get Mo a special screen? Just,
mine is too small here.
Mo cam.
What do I get the small screen? It doesn't make sense.
It just looks small compared.
Small man, small screen.
Oh, wow.
Oh, easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
but no, but this is
hit me with some facts.
Okay, so G2 is like they've already secured the first seed, so why not just play it? Nothing's on the line for them. There's no risk involved in this. They could lose it, but at least then they start having some experience on it, see how they're feeling, see maybe they want to build on something. Maybe they did practice something and they can test it out. So I mean,
it's actually the perfect it's actually the perfect thing to do right now, because they could sit back, relax, and see. They could literally lose and just steal everything they did against them.
The question for me now becomes, did OpTic pick this, like going for that gamble that Liquid did, where they're saying this is the map that we might have a chance on because they've never played it or they haven't played it much? Or do we actually think that we're good on this nuke because of our performance at the minor? So now it becomes, does OpTic actually think that this is their map that they can move forward with and have it be strong in their pool? So that would be interesting to find out afterwards.
I think it's just a Hail Mary to hope they could pull off one map at least by now.
They've still got Selfless to play at the end of today, so if you take one off G2, you could be looking pretty for that second spot.
Exactly.
Anyway, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. Let's do our map fly through a nuke, and you can take it away, Anderson Semler.
Oh, I feel ready for this one. Nuke is going to be coming up. We don't see that much since it was changed around and redone almost entirely, but now we are going to be seeing it here with G2 and OpTic. It's the second week of ELEAGUE, second match of day 3. Semler, you ready for it?
Oh yeah, man, this is going to be sick because for the reasons mentioned on the desk, OpTic, they have a little bit of experience on it, on land versus a solid team, Tempo Storm. G2, we haven't seen any official matches from them. And I think they're spot on as well with their analysis. This is a good chance for G2 to get some experience on the map in a competitive setting with a team that's really going to be, trying to play their hearts out here. So straight into ramp to start things off here for OpTic, wanting to get that onto that B site quick.
Oh, good start, Mixwell, and they got Scream. Smith trapped in the corner. He's going to take someone with him, and that's at least a little bit of a silver lining there. RPK up on the rafters, going to end up going down. His body tumbling right in front of Stan there, and Shox and Body are left 2 versus 4 here. A very explosive start for OpTic, and one that G2 just couldn't hold on to.
This is all over the place. Instead of going straight down ramp, they actually take advantage of the fact that you can plant on the silos. Nice headshot there from Rush to take out Body. This is so difficult for G2 to deal with because when they actually go for that push through ramp and start pressing towards Hell, and then obviously into Heaven, OpTic, it's just G2 trying to scramble to get in a position to deal with that. The whole time they're expecting this to be some kind of lower push. So, well, Rush is going to be hopping around looking for a shot, and he's actually going to find it. Shoxy down, Rush with the quad kill, 3 of them headshots in the pistol round. Very strong start here for the North American team.
But it is a bit confusing because, I mean, G2 should have had an incredibly strong setup to deal with a push towards Hell like that. They had
3 players there.
Yeah, they had 3 players there, and that's all you need. I mean, they should have been able to hold on to that. So I would say just actually a bit of a silly mistake coming out of G2. Like, there was no reason that they had to lose that round to OpTic. I just think they were caught sleeping.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, it's just going to be experience on the map, right? I think.
Yeah, but that strategy is one that goes back to any version of Nuke ever. So it's like all of them should have had like plenty of opportunity to see that coming. Right, a bit of a strong start for OpTic. I mean, the fact that the first map finished 16-14 makes you think this could be a little bit scary here, but Nafly making a silly mistake of his own. And actually, OpTic as a whole only putting a couple of people in lobby, and that's so dangerous right now. G2 doing a very good job. Mixwell going to be caught as well by RPK, picking up that Galil, and that's a triple kill for RPK before he finally goes down.
Oh, Shoxy. They know that he's playing from Squeak now. Rush is down on 6 HP though, but he does have the help of Scream, who has that Mac 10. So we'll see if they can actually press out onto this side. G2. Shox playing patient, waiting for the Molotov to clear, and he's got Scream there to back him. Both of them rocking Deagles. They have to figure out that a man is holding on Dog, and that's going to be the linchpin here. It's the fact that Stanislaw is up on the upper side of things, and he gets spotted immediately. Shox, he sees the boot. He's going to be putting the damage in, and a double kill for Shox, triple for RPK. G2, it's a blast from the past. It's coming right back into it, man. The pistols, the 4 spies, very game back in the day. Yeah. Just so brutal.
What a great round there for G2 and OpTic. I just want to highlight this because we see it all the time. This is what we call the lobby area. And the problem, if you're on the T side, is there are 3 entrances that the CTs can use. There's this one, there's one through Hot, and then there's one through Squeak. So if you only put a couple of people in here, if you only have 2, which they did this round, that's a big problem. There's 3 angles to cover and only 2 people. And I would argue you need 3 or more to be in here. So just having the 2 leaves you incredibly vulnerable to just what just happened, which is RPK pushing in like that. So I would say that's a rookie mistake from OpTic. I don't want to see that too much.
You know, it's a mistake that teams make a lot, but this is also an old strat. Old as sin. Rush, Squeak, get down vents, try and get that bomb plant on the lower site. Only problem is Body's there to hold the line, and Shox goes charging through. Takes out Rush. So that bomb has now been dropped in vents, but it was a nice attempt from OpTic. That's also a very old strategy. You're just trying to get that bomb plant money, and it can be possible to actually just get down those vents really quickly and get onto that lower site for the plant. Wow, that's uncomfortable.
A little bit suspicious. Yeah, Stan trying to play around with the door for a while there, not going to be working out either. And yeah, very, very common way to deal with that as well with the Molotov. So good job there, but you're right. Popping down the vents, it can be powerful.
Because you can just, if you can get behind that silo before the ramp player is able to make it down the ramp, obviously, right, to get eyes on the site. If you can make it behind the silo on lower site, you can just get that bomb plant down so quickly. And so if you get a couple players down there, it works. But Body, he was so quick to react, and it looked like Shox was dialed into it as well, getting that Molotov down, just the anti-rush nade that kind of split up the push. So difficult round there for OpTic, but they will have the money to buy in this one. Only thing is, Scream going aggressive in the yard behind Big Red.
It's going to make their life a little bit tough. The only thing is Scream doesn't have a lot of backup out here. I think Smiths is somewhere nearby, but still going to be winning the first fight there. Scream picking up a second one, a headshot. He is low on health, and See if they can make this one work. Mixwell coming back into it strong with a good double kill. He's not aware there's someone right behind him, and up on the hut there, RPK will finally be able to take him out, following up with a kill of his own, and now it's all on Naf. Gets a good spray in, but he's down to 22 health and gonna end up going down a body. So I would say an expensive round for G2, but it's going to be worth it for them anyway, because OpTic can't buy in this round.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to put OpTic back on pistols. This is the round where G2 start to farm up their economy. The AWP going to get picked up there for Smiths. So we'll see where he decides to take that, if he wants to go ramp or if he's going to take it out into the yard, which is also a common opping spot. You hold over in garage, and you try and control that open space that's outside that OpTic were just in the last round with 3 players. I mean, there are so many options to go for here, and G2 clearly going for what used to work in the past. 2 players out in yard to start, though. Shoxy holding at main will be able to support Smiths with that AWP. But yeah, for now, Shox is just looking for somebody to poke their head over there into the main entrance. Instead, it's going to be movement in trophy room, no longer radio, and Body holding the line for now.
Yeah, doing a very good job here, picking up the triple, and they don't have any armor, so, you know, not that much of a problem for him. I was going to say there's something to look out for as well, and it goes to show, I mean, we have to assume even if these players have played the map, that maybe there are some basic things they could have forgot. That position that Body's playing at, well, was playing at, that's a brutal shot coming out of that fly. There is, I think, a big tell about how people play that position. You can take fights like Body just did, but normally if they have armor and rifles, the best thing to do is just put in a couple of shots and then fall back. Because giving up the ramp room doesn't actually give the T's that much space to work with. If they push on like they did in the piss round towards Hell, almost always they will end up in a bad situation. And if they try and go lower, then you can call for backup, and it's not worth giving up your player for that position. It's better to just do a little bit of damage, make them use a lot of grenades, make them waste time. They're not getting it for free, you know, but it's not worth just fighting there forever. And I'm going to be looking at anyone playing that position and just seeing what they're going to be all about here. Looks like OpTic have also been doing research somewhere.
Yeah, they've got some strategies here, it seems. They're breaking out the glass on the roof so they can set up for some smokes. We have already seen a smoke that goes, well, we've seen a Molotov attempt from Fallen that is supposed to go onto Dog, but we've also seen a smoke that goes to block off Heaven, so block off that vision onto the upper site. So we'll see if they actually decide to go for that OpTic. RPK trying to play it close, and he's going to be able to drop right down in front of main, and in case they try to rush out, he would be in the perfect spot to stop him. And he is going to get spotted in the end, but Shox is there to save the day. RPK still alive, but maybe not for long. Daps takes out Shoxy. There is a crossfire attempt, though. Smith's in main, trying to draw attention to himself.
Right now, Daps coming in with a good kill. If they can just get one more bullet, that's a great shot. Oh, Daps turning around. That's nearly a 1 versus 4. What a great play from him. And Stream there to take him out. And that is a really cool play from OpTic. I actually thought they were going to copy what we saw some of the other teams do earlier when LG were doing it. That's not what happened. These were different smokes. So OpTic have actually come up with some cool stuff on their own. 2 of these smokes that they were doing in this round, they landed outside. And normally, if those outside smokes go down in a row like that, it means that there's a terrorist push towards lower, towards the B-bomb side. So they put down those smokes and nobody ran outside, and then they all go inside instead. So that was a cool fake coming out of OpTic. And I mean, apart from Daps getting the triple kill, it wasn't the most successful sort of tactical round, but the idea was definitely there, so I definitely like it. These are the same smokes they're throwing, and this time they're actually playing, shall we say, in accordance with the smokes.
I think there's a gap as well, because Shoxy just body blocked that smoke. So there might be a little bit of a gap outside. Yep, there's a bit of a shot going through right there in the space between Smiths. Will put a shot onto Rush. Gets tagged down at 55. Shox holding the line as they come down. Rush lower, and he's not going to get the second kill. Rush will be able to trade. Scream, though, will step in and take out Stanislaw, and it's all on Rush, Daps, and Mixwell. Now the last 3 alive here for OpTic. And they can get out onto the site. Daps has now got a good angle here. Yep, surprise, surprise, Scream. Got to check to the left.
Sort of almost wish that he would have waited a little bit there, but he's going to lose a couple of teammates. Daps and Mixwell are going to be going down, and Rush charging into the bomb site, bomb in hand, full of hopes and dreams that he could plant it in the bomb site. That was never going to happen, and it will be 6-1. Right now, we are seeing a very sort of Nuke-esque scoreline here. This is, I don't think this iteration of the map is quite the same, but this used to be the most CT-sided map that we had. And not to ride on anybody here, but Stan was top fragging on Trainer right now. He's got no kills.
Yeah, he's working on a James Bond. He has to come up with something this round, or it's going to be 007.
Yeah.
So a little bit of additional pressure there on OpTic, but now they actually have the guns to work with. And Mixwell, he's got his AWP, and it comes down to that. I mean, this is like the ancient fight. You know, both ops going out in yard. Who's going to be able to out-mind game the other? Find that first shot, and Smith is just charging out, but he's actually going. Well, he's going to secret. Stairs out in yard, and we'll see if that works. Body's going to catch out Daps. That was over in trophy room. And now Smith's, he's checking Silo, and there is going to be a man presenting himself up there in just a moment, but he's also got a man behind Big Red. Easy kill there onto Mixwell. Spots the man jumping on top of main as well, and he should be able to make it out of here, Smith, but he decides to hang around just a second longer, and that was a little risky.
A good kill coming in. Body actually going to end up going down. That was Naf sneaking into ramp. So there's fights all over the place. And this is one of the other things that really characterizes Nuke. And one of the reasons why it's an absolute hell if you're a spectator, because you have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, it could be almost anywhere. So yeah, definitely a hard time keeping up for DJ and Heather. Not going to be a fun time. Naf and Rush, 2 versus 4 right now. 40 seconds left, and it's so hard to come back in a round like this if you're on the T side.
Especially once you've been spotted. So Rush is expecting somebody to move up secret. He knows that there's a man holding in locker room. And well, yeah, the timing works out perfectly for Shox to shoot him in the back. And it's all on Nafly now, working his way back towards A main. We'll see if he can actually get something going here, because 1v4, 20 seconds left. Smoke goes down, but RBK is alive on the site. Nice wallbang shots going on to Shoxy, doing a bit of damage, dropping him down to half HP. So he wins that duel, but there's a man waiting right behind. He didn't see the rifle. Smith, the barrel was sticking through the door. Nafly, he's right there.
Now, Stan is turned into a 007.
Ah, that's brutal.
Very sad. That means, though, he has a license to kill. You know, maybe that he's going to use that to have.
It's time to wake up, right? He's been sipping martinis on the beach.
I'm not
Phone
sure.
rings. Stan, we need you.
I mean, if he's like the old James Bond, it could take a while, you know, slow ramp up, just, you know, trying to date a couple of women first. But if it's the new James Bond, then yeah, it'll be fast and merciless, and everyone's going to die. I don't know what Smith is currently aiming at. Does he think that's the top of... there we go, Smith. A little bit further down once again. That looked very confusing. Oh. Well, there's a good peek coming out, but Smith's just a little bit too quick, and it's Stan. Poor Stan.
Go back to the beach, Stan. Go back to your happy place. 2 rifles and 2 pistols, and well, Smith's holding the line. Scream is here to help, and Shoxy pushing up from secret will get 2 kills. Mixwell, they know that he's made it past it to hell towards CT spawn, and he has a rifle to play with now as well, so Smith has to be a little careful. And there's the bait, but Smith does not miss the shot. Nicely done by him. 8-1. G2 continue to extend their lead. OpTic, no bomb plant, puts them in a bit of a tricky position here, but I think they have just enough to go for the force buy if they want to.
I also don't know if this is true if Ifan was just sort of wanting to make it up, but I think in the previous round when they were ending the round, I'm pretty sure I had someone on OpTic say, just shut up for a moment. Yeah. And I mean, that doesn't, just to say, that doesn't have to mean that there's like a huge argument going on. Sometimes you just need to cut through and say, look, I'm talking, stop talking, listen to this. But when you lose a map like they did on the first map, right, on Train, that's really frustrating. Now you come into this map pick and you're down 7 rounds.
And you win the pistol as well.
Yeah, and you win the pistol.
You're thinking, great, it's our time to shine. We got the strong start on Nuke. Now we're gonna get 3 rounds. It's gonna feel great. You know, then we've actually got some confidence. And then G2 were just like, actually, no, we're gonna body you in the second round and then take 8 rounds in a row. So, yeah, definitely a bit of a turn here. It's a 2-minute tactical pause here for OpTic. So before things get completely out of control, they want to try and slow things down a little bit, have a chat. And they have a history of getting a little hot-headed on this team. I mean, I think it was at the Minor versus Tempo Storm, same thing. You know, that there was a lot of basically fighting, you know, between the different teammates. Even when they were winning, they still kind of snap at each other. So they need to kind of just cool down a little bit here, I think. Let Daps do the talking, get that game plan going. All right, there we go. We can hear the game plan, actually.
We can hear it a little bit. And I guess we'll see if this is going to work out or not. It's hard to, I mean, I would say they're in the A bomb site, at least they make it through, and I think that's what they were talking a little bit about as well. But I mean, at least they're making it into the actual site, you know? Whereas it seems like if they go outside a ramp, they don't get anywhere close. So if you had to use that kind of logic, you could maybe say that that a couple of fights going their way in the A-bomb side would be a way to come out. But we'll see if it's going to work or not. We've got the 10th round coming up here. Second map between G2 and OpTic. And if you're just joining us, it is day 3 of week 2 of ELEAGUE. And I mean, G2, they seem unstoppable.
Yeah, they're on point right now. The comeback in the first half, comeback basically, they eventually closed it out in the second half in 30 rounds, 16-14 on Train. And while now, G2, they continue to dominate here on Nuke, but it is going to be the push through A main. RPK in position, he's going to get a big spray. Does some damage to Rush and Stan, but he will only get the 1 kill. Now it's Shox, he just comes barreling out the vent. Backstab on Stanislaw, he spots the man in main, and Shox, he's just going through the motions at this point. Big spray on a Nafly, and Daps. Somehow they bring this to a 1v1, so this has still got to be a feel-good moment here for OpTic, and especially when Daps catches body out completely.
Yeah, there he is. You heard him calling the tactic during the timeout, and then it actually goes and works where they only have pistol and armor. That's going to give you feel really good, and hopefully it also create maybe like a little bit of respect around Daps on the team. You know, it's all right.
All right, Daps, all right. It worked. Now we just got to do that with rifles. You know, make that work as well. And then we're going to be cooking with gas, as Henry would say. AWP. Picked up for Smiths, but G2 have actually tapped into their bank quite a bit here, so they don't have a whole lot of money to fall back on. So this is a big opportunity here for OpTic to finally start shifting things their way. Mixwell hunting for that shot, but he's going to get face shot at the same time, so down to 70 HP.
Heading back to ramp to try and see if he could maybe find an angle on a body down there, who seems to be trying to sort of play a little bit of a varied position every time. He seems to be in a slightly different spot, so that's also just some good fundamentals, really, but I like seeing it anyway. 8-2 with the scoreline here. And Body, if he goes down, it doesn't shatter the defense, but it's going to be a bit annoying on everyone else. You see how quick Shox is once smokes go down outside? He's going to be down that vent almost every time. So he's clearly sort of the rotator position on this map. He's just willing to do whatever. We can almost see it here. I think if Mixwell is going to throw the smoke outside, we should try and look at Shox immediately to see if he's going to go down the vents. That's almost like a trigger, it seems. Oh.
Well,
NA grenades.
Nobody saw that.
Everybody saw that. Please.
Oh man, this has got to be so infuriating. RPK, they just got to keep thinking like, well, he's not going to be on HUT this time, right, guys? And then he just wrecks half their team. Stanislaw, though, he's finally come alive. 2 kills for him in this round, where everything is riding on him with 20 seconds left, and he's not watching A main. Smith's coming in from the yard. We'll find an easy pick on him. G2 reestablishing control.
If only someone had made a tutorial video about how to Molotov HUT, they could have maybe done something about it.
I'm surprised you haven't emailed all the players these videos, you know, just like, hey, by the way.
I do. Do I have anyone from... I think I might be talking to some of OpTic every once in a while. Look, this is so sad, isn't it? Like, that smoke that fails means Shox is also still in the bomb side. They didn't get him to move out of there. I don't know what you could say about stuff like that. Those mistakes just can't happen. They just cannot happen. Smith is here with the AWP, and once he takes his shot, Body's going to be right... Actually, RPK and Body are going to be right behind him to get a bit of a shot in. Smith's moving forward with the AWP, and I don't think that was necessarily part of the plan. Good follow-up there from Body, and a quick trade 1-for-1. Stan doing a lot of damage, but not going to be able to get the kill, and Dap's going to be going down as well. Not quite working out yet.
Scream's still alive, though, and now Nafly has got that AK. He's going to be trying to put it to work. Rush, however, is going to get spotted out in the yard. Drop down to half HP, but he's got that bomb control still, and it's only a man advantage here for G2. There's still a chance for OpTic to come back in this round. Just need to find that one pick, and Nafly just currently hunting, hoping to catch somebody out. He knows that Smiths has been playing yard a lot, but Smiths is dead. So just focus on getting onto that side at this point.
2 versus 3. Body coming up with a good shot there, making it a triple for himself. And in a 1-on-3 right now, Rush trying to make the jump over.
Can't make that jump that way.
No, people keep doing that, and you really can't make it work. Body's up there. You can obviously hear him running around. Rush, is he eventually going to try and risk it? Body actually firing a shot, and Rush almost taking that as an invitation to go and look. And going to be peeking up the ladder. And down now onto the silo itself. Body moving forward. Good headshot there from Rush. Gonna at least give him the bomb plan here in the 12th round. And no, he fakes it. He wants to try and win the round. That's very ambitious. And did they need the $800 bonus?
Yeah, they kind of did.
Well, they wouldn't have been... And it wouldn't have been a buy. It wouldn't have been a great buy anyway. So I think you could argue both ways.
Yeah, I mean, the big win would have obviously changed things up. But wow, okay then, 13th round, and they're going for the force buy here, OpTic. They realize that they need, I mean, at least a 10-5 finish here at the end of the first half. If they give G2 11-4 or even 12-3, life is going to get pretty rough for them on their CT side.
In that case, they did need the money if they were going to force. So.
If they were going to force Stanislaw, can't jump too early because of that sidewalk there.
Maybe we could see it. Rush is going to be setting up the grenade outside again, and I really want to see if Shox is going to be moving as soon as that grenade comes in. That's something that's worth knowing about how G2 play. And it's something that we bring up this term anti-stratting every once in a while. If you're an in-game leader looking at this team, that's what you're looking for. Shox there, smoke goes down in front of him, still waiting around a little bit, and no smoke outside yet that they can see. So smoke for main, but not quite working out here, and just a great job on G2 shutting it down and no one even going down. So Rush putting the grenade. I thought maybe it was going to go over the building and land outside, but it got in the building and landed for main. It's still a really good smoke, but just didn't quite work out. 11-2 here, and things are just not really working out for the OpTic team.
No, they're not panning out. Their strats aren't working. They aren't able to find the big shots to really, the big playmaking, from Daps when he got that triple kill, these sorts of things. That's what needs to happen here for OpTic for it to turn their way. And right now, I mean, if you're not hitting the shots, unfortunately, it's just not going to work. Smith has got that star 20 out in the yard now. Scream once again trying to make it over to Big Red, but Smith is just lining them up, and Shox is there to help as well. This is when it's just so dangerous to run out in the open. When you have that long line with that auto sniper, you're doing so much damage. Nafly and Daps, the last two alive, and one's been spotted, and that's the bomb dropped as well. They just can't catch a break here, OpTic. RPK will find the kill on Daps, but G2 hold the line.
Well, G2 just with them in a classic nuke scoreline again here. 12-2 being the scoreline. 15th round is coming up here in OpTic. They have rifles, they have Molotovs, they have everything they need. They just need to get one more round home. I mean, if this was old nuke, a 12-3 scoreline, you could still win.
Yes.
You could definitely still win. You got the pistol round, you would even have a good chance of winning. So we'll see if it's going to be a real thing here. Stan going to be moving up onto the T roof, and Mixwell very quick here, looking into main, and that's a great start here. Daps also picking up a shot, but it's instantly returned by Smith and RPK.
And Scream is in position in ramp as well. He's going to catch them jumping out. Easy shot for him, but he fluffs it. Daps finds the headshot, whips around to take Scream's head off. Man advantage now for OpTic. Now they've got control of ramp, but Smith is already down here with the AWP, and he's got the angle. How does he miss that shot? What was that? Gets the follow-up on an app, spots the man on lower, drops him as well. Now it's down to the last man alive, and it's just not for long. Smith with the triple kill, quad kill at the end of the round to hold the line. And while G2, 13-2. 13-2 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, they're going to have a little bit of a break, obviously, but what a painful way to end it. I mean, you almost make it on train, but you just can't close out the game, and then you go into this. You win the pistol round, and apart from that, you only get one other rifle round, and that's pretty much it. Otherwise, it's all G2 all the way. Powerful start here for the French team.
Yeah, pretty much not what was expected considering OpTic. They had a bit more experience on the map, but then, I mean, this goes back to old Duke, I guess, where G2, it's like the likes of Shox, Smith. These guys were monsters. So, well, they're coming right back into it here on the new version of the map Scream. Pretty solid performance from him, but we will be back after the break.
It looked like on train that the first half for OpTic was a bit of a beating, but look at Shox here, 19-9, and on Nuke it finishes 13-2 in favor of G2 Esports, and that is even more impressive than it was on train. But on train they almost still lost the map. On Nuke, there might be even more of a chance of that if, and it's a big if, OpTic can win the pistol round. And pistol rounds on CT side, I always feel like CT side pistol is always like a pretty good place to be. But on this map, you do get close to those Glocks. You really almost can't create any space.
Yes, you can't. You're always at risk of getting overrun. But I mean, I'm more concerned about OpTic winning the second round at this point. Whoa, all right, no time wasted at all here. Straight A rush from RPK, leading the way. Full flash on him, though. He's taking some damage, but Mixwell is going to step in, 1-for-1. And we're into a 3-on-3 scenario. Mixwell still alive on the site, but he will get rushed down by RPK, who somehow survived since the beginning of this push. He's still in the fight. It's down to Stanislaw and Nafly, and Nafly will be able to deny the plant. Nice shot on the Scream, and RPK down as well. So it's all on body now to make this happen for G2.
Oh, this is not going to be easy, but he does have a hell of a lot of time to try and make this work. He's got that bomb, and if he get down to the B bomb side, that's so much safer for him right now. Stan all the way back at ramp, and Nafly making his way into heaven. So body, they hear that vent going out, and that can be heard so far away in this map. So they know that he's down there. Bomb has been planted, and now he's escaping back into the vent here. So pretty good chance still. They do have a kit on Naf, and you can see Stan already set up to deal with this vent play. This is really good teamwork coming out of OpTic, but he gives it up now, running out body. Oh, he's gonna go down. Stan hitting the shot, and that's really valuable. Stan has got 5 kills, and Nafly's got 5 kills. I mean, they haven't really done much at all, but those 2 kills there really coming in big for OpTic in the pistol.
You'd say those are high impact frags, right? Those are big kills that make the difference. Even if you're sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, you just won your team the pistol round. You give them a fighting chance. Like I said, it's about surviving the next rounds to come. Because that bomb plant went down for G2, though, it looks like they're going to eco. They aren't going to go for any funny business, trying to go for the force buy with Tech 9s or anything like that. They are just going to be saving for that next round so they can get the rifles. So OpTic, they have a good chance here to just build up some money. 3 rifles, an MP9, a P90 for OpTic. Good nade count as well. And, well, they are trying to go. Wow, that was body actually just charging out through Squeak door. I think he was trying to make it his way down vents, but that's a bomb donated onto the A site.
Yeah, RPK and Scream left here, but they weren't messing around either, OpTic. They did go for the 3 FAMASs, the P90. They were ready to try and deal with any kind of pistol coming in here, so we'll see if they can take care of Scream without losing anyone else. Knife coming out. Oh, Scream, he actually gets a stab in on Stan first. Daps is coming up from behind, so that's still a really good amount of money coming in there from Scream. That's going to help out.
A little bit of a head shake there from Stan as well. It's like
he does it again.
Anybody need any salt? I think we got some there. 13-4.
I think all of UpTic right now is essentially a salt mine. Oh, wow. Oh, he misses it. That's why Stan goes down. Oh, no. All trust is lost on the UpTic team. He's never going to be able to trust anyone again, Stan. He's going to need actual counseling after that, you know?
They're going to need actual counseling if they lose versus this round from G2. Hardly any nades here for G2 to work with. 2 smoke grenades, that's it. But Scream finds the headshot on Mixwell to start. And Smith's going to get overrun, but there's a trade. Good team play coming in here from G2, moving together as a unit. The buddy system in play there between Smiths and RPK, watching each other's backs. Daps, it's going to get a bit difficult for him here on the lower site as Shox clears out Stanislaw. But he will get the drop on body. Not going to be able to deal with RPK, however. And RPK just unleashed. 3 kills for him in the round, and that last one was brutal. But did Scream leave him hanging or something?
I don't know. I can't get over the breach of trust and teamwork that happened in that round. I don't even know what would compare at this point in time, Samla. What could be worse?
Like, you know,
your parents getting you socks, but they wrap it in like a PS4, you know, box, and you think, oh,
I've seen that, and that's heartbreaking.
And it sucks. That's basically what just happened to Stan.
Well, he's making up for it here. 2 kills for him. RPK, though, of course, just the wrecking ball. He's going to spot the man moving out on Heaven. Will he be able to spot the second man as well? Flash ineffective. He's ready for it. Teammate coming through. A little wire tight there, RPK. Don't want to take too much damage off of Scream. But they should be able to get in position to deal with this whole G2.
Yeah, this is a big problem if you're on the CT side, is once the terrorists are in there, and look at how shots coming up, and that's something you could do now, can actually end up getting up onto the high ground. That wasn't always a possibility, and with headshots like that, you don't really need anything else at this point. Naf is going to be the last man left here, but G2 Esports, they're going to be at map point. Scream picking up the kill, and we're looking at a 15-4 scoreline.
For some reason, I just thought, like, what is this, Hollywood? Because that guy got just, like, ejected off the balcony, you know, by Shoxy there. That second kill, this is brutal. Watch. Boom, get out. Just get out.
There's even a railing for safety, so that doesn't happen, you know.
Forced by territory now for OpTic. They need 11 rounds in a row here to get that overtime, and right now, with the way G2 are playing, no drop in confidence here from G2. They just continue to power forward and look for the duels. So, UMP, double shotgun, scout, and a CZ. That's the arsenal that OpTic have to work with here in this round. But they get that smoke to block off Shoxy. Now we have to see if they can actually hold on to this upper site.
15-4 at the moment, and Naf up on the hut, and it worked so well for RPK in the CT side, so probably want to try and see if they can replicate that. Shox reading the instructions, which is important.
He is actually reading this.
Yeah, don't want to end up in a situation where there's a fire and you can't put it out. I mean, even if you are a terrorist, there's safety first, right? Safety first, ladies and gentlemen.
There needs to be a floor plan there, you know, your closest exit.
I think they are somewhere. There's a lot of instruction. There's a nuclear power plant, you know. Stanley going to be running right into Smiths and can't get the kill. Body taking out Mixwell, and it's going to be Naf getting a kill there. Oh, sorry, getting killed by shots. Rush charging in and taking out Body, who otherwise was working overtime.
Trade places.
Tailor-made commentary for Thorin there. Rush and Dabs going to be left in a 2-on-3, looking for a way to extend this series just a little bit longer, get a couple more rounds in. Dabs going to be going down, and Rush in the vents trying to get out, and that's not going to happen. RPK will kill him, and that's going to be 16-4 as G2 take out OpTic, first on Train, then on Nuke, and a little bit more convincingly on Nuke.
And they join the ranks with Luminosity. A clean sweep in the group stage, not dropping a single map, 6-0. Luminosity did that last week. So G2 really showing their quality right now, that they are, you know, one of the top contenders here in this tournament. It feels good to say that as well for a French team. There's a couple Belgian guys on there, one of them at least, Scream. But still, it's been a while, you know, with the drop-off in skill from Envy. G2 are now there to, you know, wave the flag.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a while since we've seen this kind of level for the team. They've been disappointment for a long time, but this seems to be finally it. They're back in style, and we're going to get a full breakdown of Nuke right after the break.
welcome back. Well, we've just seen G2 stomp all over OpTic, business as usual. Normal service has been resumed. And I guess if it was a Hail Mary pass to pick Nuke, it was thrown by Tony Romo. It was pretty horrible.
Real football reference.
Yeah,
Done.
Yeah, of course.
Acclimating nicely to the culture.
Yeah, and of course, I also know that you're a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you deserve Romo.
So
anyway.
Puckett's a Cowboys fan too, so watch out.
They didn't look like they really had a handle on that map at all.
No, which is surprising because you would assume they came in with something. But although I did get a message from some of the Renegades guys who said they've been playing against G2 on Nuke and in some practices, and that they were actually pretty good at it.
And then the thing is, it just went all downhill. They won pistol, everyone's good, and boom, Shots goes crazy, gets Ito round one for them.
And it's no surprise that Shox is going to be our blazing hot man of the match, courtesy of Buffalo Wild Wings. You can see there on your screen, and just a monstrous performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, even on the first map, Scream was the one who was really putting up the bigger numbers, was the top fragger at that map, but just the consistency of Shox throughout both maps. Obviously on Nuke, he put in a huge effort, but just, stepping up at the end of Train to make sure they close out that win, and then his consistency on Nuke is just pushes him over the top, really.
Well, good news. I know how much we like to hear from him and his beautiful accent. It brings a bit of class to the proceedings. So we have got Shox with Puckett right now.
All right, thank you, fellas. Now, this is the real Romo for his squad. Statistically, the best player, as usual, just like Romo. Shox, tell me about Nuke. It looked like you guys just kind of crushed through OpTic Gaming here. How much practice, how much preparation have you put into this map specifically?
Not so much, but we like the map, in the past. It's always had been a really good map, for our French team. So we really wanted to play it, and we practiced it 5 or 6 times. And yeah, we were pretty confident on it.
Do you think being good at this map is going to give you an advantage over the other teams throughout ELEAGUE?
Yeah, of course. I mean, every new maps, if you directly are good on it, it gives you an advantage of the veto, of course.
All right, well, talk to me a little bit about this squad so far. You guys are perfect 6-0. Is this the best G2 we have seen?
I don't think so. We still need to improve and to be more consistent. Let's talk about it in 3 months, we'll see.
Well, tell me real quickly about game number 1. On Train, it looked like you were going to allow OpTic Gaming back in the game. It was 13-13, and then you took over. What changed in that?
The thing is, we had a really bad money cycle, and on Train, when you don't have the stuff or the IVP, it's really hard as City. And we should not have some force buy 1 or 2 times. They put the nice runs. We did maybe 5 ecos on the side, so it was pretty hard, but at the end, we just had a timeout and just checking what went wrong, and we find a solution, so it was good.
Well, with those wins, you have locked up the number 1 seed. We're going to be seeing you guys tomorrow in the semifinals. What team do you want to play tomorrow after hitting the pool tonight?
Honestly, I don't know. I think because at the beginning I would have say Selfless, but they played pretty good actually versus us in the first day, so I don't know.
I will have to see how it all plays out. Well, you got your swim trunks on, you got the party hat. I'm going to let you go enjoy the rest of the day with the boys. For now, let's send it back to the desk.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Chris. And I got to say, they're in good company, G2. Luminosity came in week 1. They 6-0 it. G2 came in. We looked at this group and we said, NIP could be the number 1 contenders here. But they just did what they had to do. Wasn't always convincing, but they showed they can win comprehensively or ugly.
That was the thing. We came into this day saying G2's perfect, but they haven't been perfect. They've stumbled a little bit. They've just kind of gotten the job done. The big thing to remember as well, it works both ways. We always say, yeah, even though this team goes 2-4 maybe in the group stage, it's just for seeding into the playoffs. It works when you go 6-0 as well. It's just seeding into the playoffs. When they go up, when they face anyone in the semifinals, probably nip in the finals, that 6-0 isn't going to matter.
It's true.
We saw that with Luminosity and Cloud9. We all thought Luminosity was just going to take 2-0 in the finals, and then out of nowhere, Cloud9 wins the first map, overtime in the second map. It was an insane series. So that just shows that, yeah, it's cool that they're in the number 1 seed, but at the end of the day, like he said, that when it comes down to the finals, it doesn't matter.
Well, we got some overall highlights here, and we'll talk a little bit about OpTic, and they were just all over the place in this map. They didn't look anything like the team that achieved that win over Tempo Storm.
You saw Stanislaw go from top fragger to 007 at one point, and as you can see, the big difference here is when Mixwell isn't doing too well, the team just has no rounds at all.
Well, this is also a map where it's so hard for an individual to take over, especially, on the T side. There's so many small choke points, it's so difficult for him to have the space he needs to go find those kills. So you could really see the struggles, and it just harkens back to the inconsistency of whoever's going to step up next to it. I mean, here RPK's just having a field day. No smokes, no flashes. I think that was actually the round where they threw a smoke into the pipe, so there had to have been something missing with RPK, nothing going against him, just very comfortable. And then even Smiths is styling out on him here at the end.
You could tell that they did have a general setup that they wanted to run as G2, that is. They knew what they were doing on this map. They weren't just blindly going into it. And I think that kind of surprised OpTic. I think they assumed G2 had no idea that they would be playing nude.
Well, you know what they say about assumptions. Yeah. But, I mean, this is how many
Which
times...
we can't repeat on air, of course.
Yeah. But how many times do you see teams, this is like, they win the pistol round, they get, like, what, 2 or 3 rounds and a half? Like, how's that even possible? Like, that's so bad.
Especially with this team, that happened to them multiple times where they would win pistol and then we're all right, yeah, maybe it's gonna look good, and then instantly they lose. And it even happened to NIP. Something about G2, they have that good second round eco. It's always been a thing for French teams too.
Yeah.
Especially teams with shots on them. It's like, second round is just is more dangerous than pistol round, actually.
Well, I mean, with that much skill on the G2 team, just like one lucky deagle headshot, one small opening, and then all of a sudden you have Scream just running out.
They're very good at, when they're up in numbers, they're very, very good at holding it down. Where you saw Selfless, for instance, yesterday, they'd be up in numbers and they'd still lose their run because they just didn't know what to do.
Yeah, it is so worrying. And I just said it in the previous segment, it's just North American teams have to learn how to play these anti-ecos, anti-force buys. It's got to be something that happens because they're losing them. I mean, we see all these North American teams, you think Liquid as well, losing these 16-14 matches, and they're doing it with losing against 2 force buys in some of these matches. So it's like if those things can get ironed out, if they can get figured out, then all of a sudden there's a little bit more possibility.
Can you just give up on Liquid, please? That's all I want.
I'm just using him as an example here.
Right, gentlemen. It's a great day for North American Counter-Strike. If you enjoy watching it, we're going to mainline some. We're going to have mainline and Selfless just after the break going up against NIP. But stay tuned, because we actually interviewed one of their star players, Nifty. I did it, so you know it's going to be worth listening to. Stick around.
is really popular now.
It's like the equivalent of watching an action movie.
It's just extremely intense. It's got everything spectators want to see.
You cannot be serious!
Counter-Strike's a 5 versus 5 game.
Put your headset on and it's time to focus the task at hand.
One side defends, one side attacks.
He gets the shot! You're gonna hit that shot, guy goes down, you win the round.
There's so many emotions going through each game.
When everything works, it's just the best feeling ever.
It's competitive gaming at its finest.
I'm Richard Lewis reporting for ELEAGUE, and I've got one of the players that are going to be in this week's games. It is Nifty from Team Selfless. First of all, you're one of the few players that have transitioned from Call of Duty and console Call of Duty, more importantly, to now playing an FPS on the PC, Counter-Strike. So tell us a little bit about your history in Call of Duty.
I started competitive Call of Duty around Black Ops 2, towards the end of Modern Warfare 3. I played a lot. Like, my life consisted of going to school, coming home, playing Call of Duty until I went to bed. Started getting on some teams, eventually attended my first LAN event. And as the years went on, Call of Duty's changed from year to year, so it just became a little stale. I kind of lost my love for it.
So what made you choose Counter-Strike?
Believe it or not, while I was still playing COD, I had been playing Counter-Strike just casually with friends. I can see how much time it could actually take to become like a professional player, right? I left COD, I hung it up and decided to move over, and I've just been going hard ever since.
What's it like moving from playing with a controller to playing with a mouse and keyboard? I know there's a lot of debate back and forth between the two communities about which requires more skill.
The transition from COD to CS, it took me a few months. I'm not gonna lie, like I was really, really bad. I get on every day, and it was just, I felt like I was holding foreign objects.
You might not appreciate this next question, so I apologize in advance. But you may remember a tweet you made back when you were still kind of an established Call of Duty player, where you were criticizing players, choking at events and capitulating. And obviously you've moved over now to playing Counter-Strike, and of course you've had some events where it hasn't gone quite so well for your team. So how do you feel about that?
Those tweets were definitely a little condescending. I won't lie. Didn't really think about it before I tweeted, I'll be honest.
So it's a lot tougher than it looks to...
Yeah, it is. And I actually tweeted after the minor, I have gained quite a bit of respect for the top players. I apologize to specifically Shazam. I already have, but I'll do it again, so.
I know a lot of people have been saying that Selfless don't deserve to be in ELEAGUE. What have you got to say about it?
All I have to say is, we're here to do our best, and we look forward to proving as many people wrong as possible.
Welcome back to E-League. Welcome back to the Analysis Desk. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me, of course, is Mo and Moses. Mo, there was an apology to one of your boys from Echo, folks, right?
On behalf of Shazam, I wanted to say we accept your apology.
Good. Glad to hear it. Tell us about this Selfless team.
Well, with this team, obviously, we just went over Nifty, but the big surprise, I think, for everyone right now is Relics. He's been playing out of his mind against top world performers. So when we saw earlier with the ADR, which is average damage around, which is literally how much damage you inflict on the other team every round, and to have it anywhere over 90 is insane, and Relics had it at 110, which is literally unheard of in a lot of these top level. When was the last time you heard someone did $110?
Not off the top of my head, I can't think of it, but especially for someone like Relics from a team like this that's not expected to do much, that's incredible. The other big story for them, in my opinion, is even yesterday against G2, they looked tactically like they were on par with the team. They had some very, very good mid-round calls, some very good executions, and that comes off of Mainline, who has a little bit of assistance from Ryu, the coach, but mostly just very surprising that Mainline has kind of filled this gap, stepped into this role, and he's, at least yesterday, it looked very, very good against G2.
Exactly, and not to cut you off, Richard, which I love to do.
No, it's fine.
But I did want to say that it's crazy that they just got Connor in, and we assumed, they're going to be very lost strategically, but they seemed a lot more relaxed than even some of these pro teams.
Yeah, and I think what I like about them is that they're a very fluid team. You said about how they're switching roles, they're changing everything up. Yeah. Not a lot of teams can do that. Some people are very set in their ways, and I guess that's one of the advantages about being young and inexperienced is you don't have any bad habits, and you haven't got an entire lifetime of skill set to get rid of.
I'm starting to become a fan of these guys, even though,
Just not the logo.
There's nothing selfless about a lion,
no, I
Richard.
Know.
We talked about this.
I've had this conversation on my show.
There's nothing selfless about a lion.
They lie around all day and make other lions get them their food. I just don't get what's so selfless about that.
They need a rebranding, but just the players.
Teamwork, boys. It's teamwork.
The way
certain lions get the food, certain lions lay around. It's exactly what this
You said they should have an ant as their logo.
Yeah, we need ants, right?
But just the fact that they just showed up and really took this opportunity, and they're not letting the pressure get to them. They're here, they're having fun, and they're actually performing at a top level, and they're gaining fans from respected pros like JW, like Fallen, who's the best in-game leader.
There was one fan here yesterday as well.
All their fan was here.
Yeah,
so.
all their fan.
Awesome.
Also like ants, right? Anyway, let's talk about NIP. They're going to have to beat these guys. It's a tall order for Selfless because we're talking about some of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, easily Forrest and Get Right are the two big names there. But I mean, we touch on them so much. We can talk Freiburg is a big player for me. He's one of the players that when he's on, you notice.
Big player? Wow.
All right, let's not take it too far.
That's mean.
Jesus, Mo. But no, when he's on, when he's having a good game, his impact is immediately felt. That he does have one of the biggest impacts that you can actually visually see as the entry fragger for this team. One thing that's very interesting to me as well is, they asked Get Right yesterday, what is it like? You've been more aggressive, you've been going for more opening duels, and he's just saying that's the role. When Brett came on, he flat out told me, this is what you're going to do, this is how you're going to have to adapt the game, and it's working for him initially.
To be honest, his skill set is so disgusting.
Yeah.
This is a guy who is one of the best lurkers in the game, always a consistent fragger. But he's had spells as in-game leaders and tacticians as well. But I think what's amazing is I remember when I was looking at the statistics, there was something like in 1v2 clutch situations, his overall percentage across his career is something like 68%. It's something insanely high like that.
It's those mind games that come into play. Everyone talks about mentally when they hit tab and they see the name Get Right going up against them. That's a mind game in itself. It's like the Tiger Woods factor. Everyone just knows he's going to beat him, so it's so hard to overcome.
Years ago.
Yeah, so I mean, but it's not all about him. Obviously, you've got Forrest in there as well, one of the greatest. I mean, some people see him as the second greatest player of all time. You've got Freiburg that you talked about. It is just a who's who of Swedish Counter-Strike.
A who's who of Counter-Strike in general. I mean, all these players are known from the early days of CS:GO, just being so dominant then. And that's one of the coolest stories is that that dominance and that fall that they had last year where they basically did absolutely nothing, and now they're on the rise again. It's been really, really cool to see that progression.
And Pith, especially with his addition now, he's actually been we don't mention him as one of the top players, but he's
getting there.
He's like I would be like Body or someone where they come in, or Stewie, they're coming in and they're playing at a top level. Not necessarily Pith's been more veteran than the others, but for it's a big deal to be Nip's fifth. How many fifth have they gone through where all eyes were on them, and now he's underperforming.
Fifth Laren was right in pit. So.
Maitalelli was one. Don't forget him. He was there for a major.
Anyway, let's have a look at some maps. And you can see Nuke and Overpass taking out NIP Standard. They don't want to play that Nuke just yet. They ain't ready for it. We got Selfless banned. They also banned Nuke. Not a lot of love for it since it got reintroduced. And this leaves Cobblestone and Cash. And I'm a little bit worried. Even though Selfless impressed me on these maps in the past, Cash is so good for NIP. So we immediately have to look to Cobblestone.
Yeah, because Cash is always the first map that teams ban against NIP. It's just they're so strong on it. Some teams generally just take it away. That option not there for Selfless at the moment. Probably because they feel a little bit confident on it, especially considering they played G2 pretty close on it yesterday. But yeah, that Cobble is going to be where I think they have to kind of hang their hat and say we need to get one win
when
here.
it comes to Cobblestone, especially like just the styles of this teams match up a little better than when G2, like they said, G2 has that chaotic style which was able to kind of disrupt Selfless.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with this chaotic style that OpTic we're talking about.
Chaotic is what we really want.
I think so.
Chaotic style is just a style that you can't really predict, and they just kind of randomly do something in the middle of the round that you don't expect, and it ruins your execute that you're about to do. Composure, whatever you Englishmen say. But
you Americans can say it too if you want. Come on board. The English language, it's a beautiful thing. It's a gift to the world.
It's my second language. With Selfless and NIP, they both have this very strategic style of play. So when two teams like that play against each other, it's a lot slower pace, and it's a lot more to the more experienced team. And that's why I feel like NIP is going to have an easier time against them than... Basically, Selfless is not going to be as effective against NIP as they were against G2. That's
well, let's get into some predictions on this first map before we get into it. Cobblestone, NIP have kind of reinvented themselves on this map. We've got the tactics from their coach Threat that everybody is copying right now. They've got to be firm favorites, right?
Absolutely. Definitely going to be firm favorites. And it is a little bit curious. I think the biggest thing I'm looking at Selfless is just some form of competition against them. Because much like against G2, I don't expect them to win, but the fact that they were able to show such a good game, very promising for a young team.
And also, on this map specifically against G2, they were up like 8-2 at one point, and then they lost that lead. So that's a little scary for Selfless, because if you're able to be up 8-2 and still find a way to lose the map, I think they even won both pistols. So
it just says that they're such a new team, so they don't have a lot to like fall back on if they can figure it out. So once G2 kind of figured that out, it's a little bit harder for Selfless to kind of transition into another tactic.
Probably figure them out, maybe quicker than G2.
Like that?
I've got a little bet going on with Connor 93 as well. Yeah, that's what I've heard. If he wins this, we get to rename it with something that isn't terrible. I'm taking
anything with a number in your name.
Uppercase and lowercase letters.
Was he born in 93? Is that the whole thing? Because that's ridiculous. How old are we?
Yeah.
You have a 0 in your name.
It's meant to be a young, vibrant, new happening thing for TV mode. Don't give it away that we're old. Anyway, let's do our map fly through, and then Anderson Semler, you can take it away.
I've got to say, there is no way it's a coincidence that the one word Mo can't say is cohesion, and that's got to be a thing here. There's got to be some sort of just thread that we could follow. Maybe some psychology to it. I feel like that's too much of a coincidence.
It's just like, because Mo, whatever team he's in, they're searching for that cohesiveness. They're searching for that glue. It's just that Mo, he's like the universal solvent. He just breaks every bond and just sows chaos in any team he plays on. So, it's good to have him up there on the desk, though, trying to break down, some more structured play that we might actually get to see here from Selfless and NIP, because I think he is a bit spot on. Both of these teams, they have a bit more structure going into their play, more so than other teams, but they're also capable of getting shots. And right into the action we go. Forest and Pyth both basically teaming up on Relics, who tried to make a play for information towards A long.
Yeah, I think he was looking for a fight, but a fight, not 4 fights at the same time, and that's pretty much what he got. Now Mitch is actually slinking up really close. So that's a fantastic shot, but now can he escape? They're coming for him, and the whole NIP gang just showing up. Pyth gonna pick up that kill. Now Get Right up in boost and mainline to take him out. Great fight coming back into this for Selfless. Now Nifty, a bit of a duel here with Forest, and he's gonna win it and takes out Pyth first. That's amazing. And now Downs exist in a 1-on-3 with the bomb down as well. I don't think Nifty needs to jump at all. That's very risky. Exist can absolutely get that shot home, but the bomb on the bomb side is the big deal here.
Yeah, exactly, and it's out in the open as well. With all 3 players here from Selfless, Bit of a, decoy nade getting chucked out there just to, sow some confusion in the ranks. But Exist still has 45 seconds left to play with here, so he's really hoping for somebody to make a mistake on Selfless side, step out into the open like that, where he could try and take advantage of it, and he will be able to get the kill on Nifty. Looking for the headshot on the next man in line, that's Mainline. But Connor and Mainline now going to stack up together. And they're going to look to play off of each other, basically. If one goes down, the other should be in position to capitalize off of that, but it's not going to be necessary. Connor spots out Exist, and that is the pistol round for Selfless after a rough start as well. Relic's just getting slammed over on that A site. The B site, however, held the line. I have to stop saying that. I keep repeating held the line. Sometimes you get those words stuck in your head, and even if you know that you're about to say it, you still say it.
You know what's been on my mind lately?
What's up?
The Ghostbusters theme.
No. Just no, Anders.
I can't help it. It's day and night. I woke up at 5 in the morning and it was the only thing I could think about. And it's Richard's fault as well. He's been humming it. I can't. Yeah, it's definitely a big problem right now. Mainline is close to the center of the map right here. And on the other side, we have NIP who lost the pistol round. They have 3 tech lines, 2 deagles, and a lot of armor, and even some flashbangs and a single smoke there on height. Good start for Nifty, who did give away a little bit of a kill in the last round. They were in that 3 versus 1. It worked out all right, but it's a small detail that's worth looking out for. Grenade, or it could be beautiful. Are they walking up? It does a lot of damage, but a good return from Forest.
Yeah, Forest going to catch out Mainline, but Nifty, another shot onto Freiberg with that damage from the HE. If he gets any kind of tag out there with that scout, he's going to be picking up kills. Forest, though, right under balcony, looking for the big spray, and he's going to get it. Down to 8 HP for him, but it's still a 3-on-3 scenario here. And they should be able to get that bomb plant, Ninjas in Pyjamas, so not a bad second round. They're going to get some bonus money at the end of it.
A little bit of a chance here, but Relics dodging the shot with the UMP. Pi sneaking up behind, and he's going to go down. That should have definitely been a shot there. At least the single kill in. Pretty good round for Selfless, getting a couple of kills in and only losing 2 members. So I think they'll be all right with that. And we did see in that pre-game footage there that Nifty and his Call of Duty career. If I had known that, I wouldn't have been so nice to him yesterday. We have standards to maintain here.
You wouldn't have actually spoken to him at all, I think. He would have tried to tell, hey, Anders, you just keep walking.
It is like a weird divide, and I'll be honest, I've never played any Call of Duty games, so not by choice. I don't particularly care about the game, but it's just by accident. I've never quite understood like the insane war that seems to be going on between the 2 communities. I don't really mind it at all, but I
think it has more to do with like the console versus PC communities, right?
That could be it too. I don't care about that war either particularly. Again, I just happen to play on a PC. Well,
we've already won the war, Anders. It's over.
I see.
There was no war to begin with.
Well, Nifty is somehow managing to sneak up behind the entire NIP team. Does he know? Is he omniscient? Well, now he's going to know because Mainline is hopefully going to share the information that he's got here and just let him know that there's a lot of free kills in this A bomb site. Everyone should show up for this party. Mainline getting 3 of the kills. Relic's going to be going down, and get right, last man left drops to Connor. So pretty good round once again.
A fantastic round. 2 kills with the UMP, 1 with the pistol. More than enough money to buy up here on Relics. He's actually going to get dropped, that UMP. We'll see if he holds on to it going into the next round. UMP, you can kind of toe the line with the UMP. It's not the end of the world if you hold on to it. It does the most damage to armor out of any of the SMGs. Good at long range for tapping as well. So not too big a hit. It is cutting a little bit of a corner. It just seems like they want to keep farming up. They've got the rifles across the board, and NIP are going to turn to the AWP. Forest, he's got the sniper rifle. So we'll see where he decides to put that into play. For now, just a very passive hold, looking for aggression. And Mainline happens to be the man who might run right into it here.
Oh, he ducks right under. Forest is up on that ledge there. And if this smoke fades, it's going to be a lot of trouble. He's sort of halfway looking. There is a secondary player there, which is Exist. Real close by. Grenade, is it going to chase Mainline back? That's so scary. But all that tension and nothing happens.
And if only he knew that there are 4 players sitting right outside waiting for him. 1 smoke goes down. He's going to get that incendiary down just in time. It's going to buy a little bit of time here for Selfless to get in position. That rotate, is it going to come through? They're still holding solid on the B defense, though they haven't bought this, Selfless, and this is dangerous. Mainline right on the edge. But still, very little information to go off of. He hasn't actually spotted anybody. He's only seen a single smoke go down. Now he spots out Pyth. Not sure if he spotted the second man. And this is very tricky now because he needs to communicate this over to his teammates in the rotation. It's coming through, but Connor gets picked off to start.
Great round here for NIP. I think a lot could have been different if that flashbang that mainline sort of reacted to and ran in on, if that had actually been effective, but somehow it just did nothing spiked at all, and that almost killed the round for them. Nifty and Relic's just gonna be making their way back. I mean, there's no point in trying to retake this in this round, so that's just a little bit creepy. I mean, NIP, I would say initially mainline did sort of a fairly good job just buying time for his team. Like NIP had to check all the corners, wasted a lot of time. There was smokes up all the time that they had to worry about. But that one flashbang, the fact that it doesn't work means there's almost nothing you can do.
It's just a brutal fight. Well, they do manage to save both M4s, and the economy should be good enough still for Selfless to get something going behind this. It's just now on NIP, basically, keeping all 5 rifles alive. They're not going to hunt. This is also a tendency that we've seen from NIP. They've talked about it in interviews as well, where this threat, he puts his foot down. He says it's actually more worthwhile for us to hold on to our guns and build our economy than worry about a rifle that's been saved on the other side. And so he's thinking the long game, right? He wants to build that economy as quickly as possible for NIP so that if they lose a round, boom, they can get right back into a full buy. It's not going to leave them in an awkward spot where a couple of guys are broke because they had to rebuy. So NIP right now, they're just thinking, great, that worked. Now we're going to focus on the next one, rinse and repeat here. Selfless, though, they have enough money for the 4 rifles, and now Nifty has his AWP.
I guess you also got to take into account the map. I mean, think about how big Cobblestone is. If you had to go and hunt for someone and you had to check all the corners, it's going to take you all day anyway. So Nifty here wanted to take a fight, and I love this idea. I'm glad that he's already showing a sign that he's willing to do it. Now, he did run into a Molotov, and most of the time that'll make you sort of reconsider.
That could be a little awkward for them, though. And Forrest, he's going to find the shot on Nifty. That was looking up into danger. Does he have any idea that mainline is there? It looks like they spotted mainline. There's a wallbang shot in mainline. No way does he make it out alive. Just barely, 12 HP, but at the top of ramp, Pyth is already out, and he's going to pick up the rotator as well. Double kill for Pit. We're just going to start calling him Pit.
Pyth.
It's Pyth. I know. That is actually the one. It's like Zipnix, I never really cared like he's always been Zipnix, but Pyth, Pit, if you really want to get arrogant about it, Pit, or whatever in Swedish.
I mean, the problem is, right, Dan, it's so obvious, like everyone instinctively will read that and say Pyth. So it doesn't really make any sense. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is the shot, isn't it?
That's brutal.
And then the follow-up on mainline through the door. I mean, great round from Forrest, and bit of a shame for Selfless. I mean, these are rounds where they don't get to have an impact. Like, it falls apart before they can collect themselves and say, oh, wait a minute, let's just stabilize and do something here. No, it's done within, you know, the first 10 seconds of the round. So that's a bit of a problem, right? But I mean, 3-2 right now. They're playing on the less favored side. I don't think they're going to be shattered at this point in time, and just give them a chance to get back into here. They do have a couple of grenades being put out as they try and see if they could maybe push up a bit behind it. But NIP, they're playing so defensively.
No, they're just waiting for any kind of aggression to come out here from Selfless. They know that Selfless are going to be ecoing at this point. Double Deagle, PT50, 5-7, and Nifty trying to save as much money as possible. But look at this, just relentless shoulder peeking, and eventually Nifty gets picked off. Just doing a little bit of damage. Get right and drop. Not going to fall for the trap. Does not run right into Mitch, who has that 5-7, so that is a bit dangerous for Get Right. He is within one-shot headshot range if he does peek his head over that corner. There's the HE to force Mitch back, and, well, Nipper just being very exactly conservative. They're just taking their time with this, and now that they get to move out onto Plateau, they have control of the situation. Gonna spot out the man in drop. Freiberg not connecting with either spray, and that actually costs him a couple teammates. Relics with 2 headshots with the Deagle. Still, the 2-man advantage here for NIP. They restore order pretty quickly, but Relics, man, doing some damage.
He was on point yesterday with that Deagle as well, so it's nice to see him not drop off from that main line. Trying for a style of Deagle peeking that. Oh, what a shot on Forrest. Going for a bit more here. Trying to take the fight and very nearly takes out Freiberg. That's an expensive round for NIP, but there is another player from Bosnia who will sometimes do that, and it's Nico. He peeks with Deagle in the exact same way, and it's quite cool to see, so very well done. Tied scoreline, 3-3 moving into the 7th round, and NIP, even if it was expensive, they do have a lot of money, $9,350 on Freiberg. If you had that right now, Semlov, what would you buy?
A PC.
A $9,000 PC.
Hey, man. It's like, you know, some people want to buy cars. I just want to have, like, you know, 3 graphics cards.
and a golden case to host them.
Absolutely.
All right, then. Gerard gonna be taking down Mitch to open up the round, and this is a big problem with Selfless. They find their rifles, but Gerard just charging him down. Great refrag there from Relics, taking one down, and Connor also helping out. So a bit of a stabilized situation here. Playing a 4 versus 3, they have the time, and they have Mainline sneaking up behind, and that's a good start.
Oh, but there's a shot from Forrest. Connor goes for the peak. We can already see the defensive setup here for NIP, but Mainline going to find that flank on Forrest. So that's the plateau opened up, and it's all on Exist now to hold the line. He is waiting at Chicken Coop, but not for long. Mainline will find the kill in the end. Double op save here for Selfless. They're going to be happy about that. But more importantly, they get a round on the board before NIP get too far ahead, before things get a little out of control. And they're looking confident right now. Feels like there is a lot of energy on Selfless to get in here and take this fight. And that's interesting because sometimes, you know, teams, when they go up against NIP, they might feel even just a little threatened just because, I mean, you're talking about Get Right, you're talking about Forrest. For a lot of players who watch 1.6, these are the guys, these are the legends that they looked up to. They watch frag reels of these guys. So when they get in the same room as them, it's just like, oh, a little bit nervous. But it doesn't really feel like we're seeing that from Selfless. Feels like they have faith in their play.
Yeah, and that's what we were seeing yesterday when they were playing against G2 and almost won some of those games. I mean, I've got to say, in general right now, they're looking really good. They're taking fights with NIP and winning them. And especially in that B-bomb side, once you lose the first player in, that Get Right to that kill, things tend to just spiral out of control. So it's quite impressive they managed to get back into it. Mitch boosting Relics up onto the plateau on the other side, and he's got the AWP. This is a really good position to be in if he can take the first fight. And Forrest is long, well, pretty much halfway across the map with his AWP, so it's going to be AK versus AWP if anyone peeks here.
We have to see. Relics, he's got the angle, but they aren't really showing him any targets to work with here. He's playing it very safe. Exist waiting on the other side of that box. Bit of an off angle, but Relics finds the shot in the end. A headshot to boot. It's going to be the man advantage now for Selfless on this B site. Rotation coming back from NIP, the two players who are holding at A, making their way back into the halls to pick up that bomb. It does look like NIP, with a minute left on this clock, they want to wind up on that B site. 3 players there, though, for Selfless, so it should be a solid defense.
Especially with Relics still up on that plateau. How are they going to get rid of him? They are sneaking in. They've got to line up Relics. That's so dangerous. He does survive, and the bomb, it gets dropped here. Relics doing so much work. Can't get the third kill in there, but Connor's going to help out taking out Get Right and Forrest. They know he's there, and it's just a bit of a fight here. I mean, I guess Relics could keep trying to take it. Drops the AWP, picks up the AK, and Forrest, he needs to get some damage in at least. It's going to be the 1 kill and a triple for Relics. Selfless now at 5 rounds.
Damn near brings a tear to my eye. That was beautiful. That control from Relics. He could have peeked. He could have been the hero and tried to take a fight against Forrest, but he played that situation perfectly. Drops the bomb carrier, knows there's an op over there now, does not go for the re-peek. He will get the final kill on Forrest, so his patience is rewarded in the end. But initially, when that push was coming through, Relics, he played that position flawlessly. That was sick. 5 rounds now on the board for Selfless, 3 for NIP, and they go into a force by NIP. 3 rifles, 2 pistols, handful of nades. Not the best buy. But Selfless have got to be feeling real good after those 2 rounds.
Oh, Get Right. Did he not see Relics back there? I'm not sure that he did. Oh, flashbang in, so he most certainly did. What a great bit of teamwork coming out there. Mainline picking up 1. He needs this kill on Freiburg, and he's going to get it as well. That's a massive comeback into the round here. Now a 3-on-3. Connor almost walking into Get Right's aim. He's currently got the double kill. You can't feed him anymore, or this round might well be done. He's the only one holding on the bomb site, and Forrest is listening. Easy tap there, going for a bit more, and Relics just going to give up that fight. He knows Exist must be on the other bomb site, and 2-on-2 with a minute left here. So NIP, they can play this game all day.
They haven't cracked the defense quite yet. So Forrest is the one, and it seems like they're going to commit to that A-side bomb making its way over, and that was the shot. That had to be the kill for Nifty. Now Forrest knows that the site is open. He's waiting for that rotation to come out from Connor. And he's correct on that call. Connor just now making it up to connector, but that smoke going down to block him off, and he's not going to be able to make it through just yet. Exist and Forrest now going to be able to work together on that site to hold him off of this retake. So all the pressure now on Connor. We got to see some of those flashy plays. Lights up Forrest. That's a good start. Exist still on the site, however, with that AWP, and it's not going to happen. Wasn't even on the site. He fooled me too. Waiting under the balcony, Exist. Clever angle.
Man, this play here is just so good, and he set up the flashbang himself. I didn't realize that. I actually thought he was flashed in from someone holding down a long, so Get right. Incredible start to the round for him there. He's gonna make it a 5-4 here, and the money for Selfless is not quite good enough here. No armor, a couple of upgraded pistols, single grenade on Mitch, and NIP probably feeling a little bit better, but they can't be too confident either. I mean, they're playing on the better side of Cobblestone, and they're not really doing too well.
Yeah, and they aren't in the lead. They're still playing catch-up. Selfless sitting on 5 rounds to NIP's 4. And so really you want to just dominate on T-side Cobblestone. You want to get way ahead, end the half 9-6, 10-5, something like that. But right now, Selfless, they're doing a fantastic job of putting up a fight. They're grinding NIP down. Well, NIP, they've got the 4 rifles, they have the AWP, they have the superior firepower, but they're very light on the nades now to actually go into a take, and that's where the Deagles can come into play. One-shot headshots, I mean, Relic certainly showed us that he's capable of hitting those all day long yesterday.
Mainline seems to be holding alone over at the B site. He's all the way up on the plateau, and Mitch standing on Connor's face to see if they could maybe get up there. I mean, why not? Sometimes you will catch the terrorist team a little bit off guard, and Mitch actually pushing forward. I love this. This could get interesting. They're rotating on over mainline. Why is he still in that corner when Mitch is this far up? I don't think we will ever have a proper answer for that. There's mainline finally rotating on out now. Might be a bit late, but at least it's happening. And NIP are running into the bomb site here. Relic's going to be going down first. And oh, I love this flank. But again, everyone on the bomb site is dead. Mitch calling on the radio. No one's answering.
This is just depressing, right? And Forrest has already got the line on him as well. Boop. Oh, that's painful for Selfless, for Mitch as well. That's when you're just like, I'm gonna wreck them all, and then all of your teammates die. It's just the worst feeling, because what can you really hope to achieve at that point? But maybe get a kill, make away with the rifle. Not meant to be this time, though. Selfless, they will get overrun. Tied up score now, 5-5. But Selfless gets to go for the buy. And I just heard real fast, so I'm wondering, are they gonna go for some aggression somewhere? Yeah, this is going to be the aggression, confirmed. This is going to be the aggression round, apparently. So let's see what Selfless have in store for us here. Where are they going to take the fight?
Well, it looks like they want to try for a boost. Oh, actually, they did, but I think they got Molotov for a moment there by GetRight. So that boost is cancelled over at the drop. Forrest still checking out the middle. He seems to be very good at doing that, but Connor going to open up. And for once, GetRight doesn't get the frag. And now the big question is, are Selfless realizing that GetRight almost always plays alone over there, and the rest of the team is likely to be somewhere else?
That's so painful for Pyjamas. He ate that nade. Down to half HP, and they're trying to clear out apartments very quickly here. Exist making his way up to long. He's got his teammates there as well. Bomb is going to be making its way through underpass here shortly, but there's 3 players on the A site now set up here for Selfless. Moving into the minute mark, Connor very low, just scouting out, getting info. He will get picked off by Exist in the end. Mad spray from mainline though, through the smoke, hoping to get lucky, but no joy this time.
Why, Connor? Why you do this? I mean, he was low, but I wouldn't say it's worth it to just throw yourself away at that point in time. I mean, if you just hide at the back of the A bomb site, maybe they forget about it and you get a kill at the end. I feel like that maybe was a bit of a shame then. Back at a 4-on-4 though, and NIP are setting up outside here. Freiburg, the first to log in, finds Relics in the corner, and a good strong kill coming through, but mainline. And Forrest finally able to take him out. That's a good double kill though. And a 2-on-2.
I don't want to be too, but Exist, he's got a very smart angle here. He's going to be able to catch out Mitch. Big spray going on to him. He controls it in the end, and he backs off, sees Nifty coming, and the one tap. Boom, point blank. 2 kills for Exist, a triple in the end at the end of the round, and that puts NIP into the lead. And look at him, man, stone cold. Oh, well, no, he had to ruin it. There's the grin.
Yeah, and I mean, that in itself is a change on the NIP team. The fact that Exist is smiling, that it was years before we saw Exist smile the first time, you know, just years and years.
Yeah, he is capable of it in the end. It's not a mask.
It's a northern Swedish thing, you know?
Yeah, you know, what's crazy as well is that from where he comes from, like Umeå, so if you breathe in like that, that means yes. I kid you not, I can't make this up. That is a little tidbit for you guys.
Who told you this?
Stop looking at me, Anders.
Who told you this?
It's true, confirmed it with Double Walk and Exist. They both come from the same city, by the way, so I mean...
It's probably a joke they tell foreigners, like, this will be hilarious.
Maybe I am getting trolled.
I don't know, I've never heard of it.
Swedes, tweet me now.
Sounds slightly outlandish. Mitch and Relics are going to be left here. 2 versus 4 at the moment, and with the bomb down and everything else that's been going on, double kill for Get Right again, opening up the bomb site. Not much chance for Selfless, but the way things are going, I would still be pretty upbeat if I was on the Selfless team. I'd be thinking, this is good, you know? We could prove we're winning rifle rounds. We just got to make sure that we keep the lead once we have it. I mean, if they were in a 4v5 that last round, I think they need to calm down a bit once they get the lead.
Yeah, that is the eternal struggle. This is where the experience will tell. This is what was brought up on the analyst desk before going into this match. Mo with a good point. But in these sorts of situations, the experience should carry them through, where Selfless might start to feel a little nervous, you know, not quite know how to close out the round. So when they have the rifles, they just can't keep peeking into Get Right, dude. Get Right now, he is just fired up, hitting shots all over the place. 7-5 now. NIP still in the lead, and Selfless after that round of eco, they can actually go for the buy. AWP on Nifty. I will say, sad to see that there is no AWP on Relics with how he played so well on that B site earlier on in that one round. He's just going to be sitting on the rifle for now. And well, Relics, and it's going to be more of a default approach here. 3 players on the B site early on to start, and this is the one round where NIP, they're deciding to come back over here to say hello.
Yeah, this could be a really big problem right now. It's about to be a bit of a fight here. Relic's real close to the broken wall. He's actually going to jump up and trade places in the smoke. Oh, he's actually all the way behind him. This is madness. Forrest is right in front of him, and Relic's going to come through. There's the one looking for the double, but they all turn around. It took Nip a 1/10 of a second, and they were ready for it. That's some incredible communication. And now 3 versus 4 with the bomb down as well. And Get Right even seeing the flank coming from mainline, or at least he was. He turns around at the wrong time, and that could make it interesting again.
Mainline's got a kit as well, and they still have a good nade count here to make things easier on themselves. Exist holding on plateau. We'll see if Mainline's ever going to be able to actually get in. He flashes himself. He had the chance to shut down Exist. Exist was full blind, but Mainline bluffs it. Double kill for Exist. Pyth with a single kill on Connor. But that's so frustrating for Mainline. If he just holds off on the peak a split second longer, Exist was blind. It could have worked. Also, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's just like crazy game sense, basically. Like, you know, the disturbance and the force. And NIP realized, wait a second, there should have been a guy around here somewhere. Where is he? Just a shame that he wasn't able to get the guy on the bomb site who was already tagged up low for NIP. Could have turned that into a double kill.
Yeah, I think 9 times out of 10, Relics gets at least 2 kills, and maybe more than that. So, a little bit unfortunate. Molotov then, I guess, keeping Pyth warm.
Oh, yeah, he is a Swede, right? It gets cold in Sweden.
It does get cold, and they do like bonfires as well.
Yes, there is literally a holiday where it's like you just go around from bonfire to bonfire. Giant bonfires. Everybody, you know, drinking schnapps. Good time. It's a real good time. Keeps you warm. You know, 2 ways to keep you warm, really.
I see.
And a third, but this is a PG-13 stream.
Oh.
Well, it's not actually a PG-13 stream. I mean, we're watching people shoot each other in the face. So what is this stream? Like, is it an 18, 17, adult?
Family show is the word we tend to go with, right? Mainline is all the way in the corner there. A bit of a dangerous position. Nicely illustrated by Exist, managing to spray him down in the follow-up as well. Exist seems to be well on form today. And look at this boost from Freiburg here. Even going to put in the Molotov, and this charges in behind. NIP so good with this A bomb site. It seems like they just need 1 kill and they're ready to go on it.
Yeah, they're taking full control of the situation. Selfless, I mean, with the buy, just not able to get anything going for themselves. NIP, you just see that system in place with Threat. Everybody watching each other's backs, getting those creative boosts in. And then you still have Get Right, who's just waiting over there on the B site. So Selfless, they always have to worry about that one man lurking somewhere in the halls. You can see they're clearing it out, and lo and behold, Get Right is waiting. You are in his domain, and you are not welcome.
He's defending all the artifacts up here in the castle.
I suppose you're welcome to add frags to the scoreboard for him, you know, like he's fine with that. It's just like you're tracking mud in the house, right? And that's also, I mean, they didn't take their shoes off. And to a Swede, it's like sacrilegious. Always take your shoes off when you go into the house, otherwise you will get killed in Sweden.
I think that's just common courtesy, isn't it? That's just a thing you just have to do.
We're America now here, Anders. You don't take your shoes off at the door.
Really? don't know.
Well, France are barbarians as well. Don't take our shoes off. I don't know. I've never taken my shoes off going into a house until I got to Sweden, and then all of a sudden I did it. I walked in and I thought I was gonna get shanked. They were all looking at me like I was some barbarian that had just like tracked mud from a battlefield into the house or something.
It's interesting because I've been looking mainly at Exist and Get Right as like the two really active players, but it's actually FULLHD who's top fragging at 14 kills. So that caught me a little bit off guard here looking at the scoreboard. And Mainline on the other team at 13. 9 to 5. I kind of wish that that they could just get one more round here, Selfless. They don't have that much equipment, but I feel like 5 is not quite enough. 6 and I think they might be in a comfortable place.
6 it could work. 15th round, yeah. 6 could work. If they win that pistol, they're tied up, right? Or ideally, obviously, if they survive the force spy coming out from NIP. But this is all so far ahead right now. Selfless, they need to figure out how to shut down this A play, and NIP, this is just that common concept, right? Where it's just like, well, it's successful, it keeps working, we're gonna keep rinsing and repeating, we'll keep running it on you until you figure out how to stop it. Mainline, gonna set it up for a 1-for-1 trade over an A long, but that's not gonna be good enough in the end. Python Freiburg getting work done over here, shutting down the defense. The rotation was quick enough, though. Connor is already in position with Mitch at connector to shut down this A site, so NIP, they aren't quite there yet.
They do have a lot of time, and they're still playing very defensively. They seem to be a little bit paranoid, NIP, that someone from Selfless is going to sneak up behind. You see FULLHD, Exist, and they're all just holding angles and making sure that no one can creep it behind. A little bit of wall glide coming in from FULLHD there, just sneaking down, which apart from looking cool, also serves a function. It means you don't make any noise as you fall down, so it's not completely irrelevant. But there was no one nearby to hear it, so this time it kind of is. Molotov going in, and now they are making a bit of noise on the A side here. Mitch is close by, Relic's the furthest member away from the bomb site, and Connor on the side itself. And if he can just get one kill, it's gonna buy so much time. Doing good damage here, Freiburg, very low on health, but Connor, they know where he is. And they're getting a little bit closer. Mitch gonna be traded to Freiburg, then Connor begin a good kill on the bomb carrier. 7 seconds here. They need to get forced. What is he doing? He's looking for Relics, and Relics is right on the other side of the wall. All the frustration. That's gonna lose them the round as time runs out. We finish at 9-6 in favor of NIP.
Smart play by both players, by Relics and Connor. Connor just sitting on that site. It didn't help that NIP, there was a team kill involved. I think Exist, was the one to pick off Freiburg. So that's painful. That certainly didn't help things there for NIP. But the fact that Connor just stayed alive for so long, he basically won them that round. Yes, Relic survived the round, but the fact that Connor didn't show himself, denied the bomb plant, that made all the difference. And an impressive scoreline here for Selfless. I mean, they still pick up 6 rounds on the CT side versus NIP on a map that NIP are feeling very comfortable on. So we'll see how things shape up here in the second half after the break.
We have NIP and Selfless now going into the second half here on Cobblestone for the second week of ELEAGUE. And I mean, right now, It's a bit of an interesting game because it finishes 9-6 in the first half between Selfless doing a pretty respectable job against NIP.
They're delivering. They aren't really letting us down, or their fan out there. You know, they're doing a fantastic work, Selfless. They showed us great games yesterday versus G2, and now against NIP on a map that NIP are quite strong on, Cobblestone, they're putting up a good fight. Mainline, as you can see, measuring up well versus Forest. So now it's all about this pistol round. Now they get to set the pace here. Selfless, they're going to go on the offense on that terrorist side. And so let's see what they have in store for us. 2 guys going for utility with the nades, 3 kits picked up, P250 on mainline, that's the extent of it. Whereas NIP, they're focused more on brawling. Freiburg does have 2 flashes though, so we'll see where he decides to use those.
Yeah, and those are great in the B-bomb side. If it was going to be a quick push, a rush in there, you could try and break that push up by just, you know, a couple of flashbangs in there. But yeah, this pistol round is going to be very important for the Selfless team, and that's a great start. Nifty going to be picking up Forest. That's all the way on the A side of the map, and Forest is trying to get a bit clever and sneak in there. Connor charging through, and he's going to pick up the kill on Freiburg, and now they're hunting. They're looking for Get Right. Connor taking the fight and winning it. It's just going to be going down, and Pyth, well, he's trading places in the smoke, but it doesn't matter. There are more Selfless players, and look at that shout. Selfless are in this game now. They're ready.
They just crushed Nip in that round. Forest with the early alert, yes, but not a single kill picked up from 2 players holding a connector for NIP. After such a strong start in the first half as well from NIP, Garrett in particular, getting kills all the time, just not able to deliver in that pistol round. So it is a little worrisome. I mean, they lost their heavy hitter, Forest, right off the bat there, NIP, with his play for information, pushing out through underpass, trying to get into the back halls of B site, but man, Selfless, just no fear, straight in. And while they're taking their time here as well, they aren't just going for the straight rush into a potential trap. I do like to see that NIP are once again prioritizing that 19th round buy that will be coming up. They want to have those AWPs so they don't invest in, well, the AWPs. They want to have nades, maybe an AWP on Forest, but they more importantly want to save their money for the nades, so they aren't investing in Kevlar here in this round. Instead, they're just getting for the pistols.
Freiburg was sneaking out a bit over the other side of the map, but he's decided to fall back for a while, and mainline is covering that side anyway, so probably would have been fine. Yeah, but without the armor and the 2 MAC-10s, which I'm hoping that they're going to put Mitch and mainline as like the front line, try and get in here and see if they could maybe just see what's up. I mean, run into a stack of Deagles, maybe you go somewhere else, and there's Mitch starting off the fight good, and a follow-up kill there on Exist. Nice flick coming out. Really good job from Mitch here. That's all he needs to do.
Yeah, and he spots the man getting onto the side as well. Calls it out. Forest, no joy. Python Freiburg, though, they're going to find some headshots with the Deagles. But then Mitch, just big round. All kills with the MAC-10 as well. That's a lot of money going into his pocket. And so he'll be definitely very pleased with that result. 8 rounds on the board now for Selfless, 9 for NIP. And, well, they survived that first hurdle, Selfless. We'll see if NIP decide to reinvest anything in this round. They are all about saving that money still, NIP. So we see a single flash, 2 P250s. And it seems like that'll be the extent of it. Want to try and get as many nades in the next round as possible in NIP. So they are investing that they are making the $200 investment in that flash. I know that makes you happy, Anders.
Ecstatic, in fact. I couldn't be in a better mood. It's, again, small investment, potentially big result. We'll see. Mitch, who got a quad kill in the last round with this MAC-10, he has become just hungry for money. He just wants more of it now.
The bomb. Okay, calm down, guys. Calm down. Don't get too excited. Mainline just running into drop with the bomb. You can actually hear them like, "Hey, bomb, get back on the site."
I kind of like the hunger, though. You know. Just, who says you have to play just to put the bomb down?
I do like that they're playing. I mean, Selfless. This is a bit of a. You know, it would have been Nip getting a bit of their own medicine. Nip are a team that do like to play ultra aggressive when they know that their opponents are ecoing like this. And it's something that they've talked about in the past where they're just like, actually, you want to just beat up on them as much as possible, really wreck their mental game when you know that they have the guns. So Selfless trying to make that happen, and they are just charging all over the place. Another MAC-10 kill, make that 2. No, Nifty robs him in the end. We'll find the kill on Freiburg with the AK. There's still 1 MAC-10 kill in there, so a little bit of extra money. But we are now tied up, 9-9. Let's see what kind of buy they can actually get here in IP, because I mean they just went through 2 rounds of eco, and they did save quite a bit.
Mitch started this round at $9,600 because he got 6 MAC-10 kills. Now he spotted a little bit here, so now he's down to 7. So I mean, I guess if you use someone on a slightly worse PC, maybe have to go for like a silver covering instead of the gold-plated one, but still probably pretty good.
It's tough because the real thing you want to say, like, oh yeah, with money I would want to invest in real estate. But it's like 9,000, not enough. Smoke goes down, blocking off Plateau, and well, they are going to charge out there. He's got the angle with the AWP from the site itself. Molotov goes down to try and force him out into the open, but Exist is now there to step into line. He's going to pick off mainline. Connor, though, rips a man's head off. Mitch will take out Get Right, and we're back into a 3-on-3 scenario, although Exist is under Plateau. He makes it work. He gets the drop on him. And now while Mitch looking for the second shot, he's actually going to get it. What is happening, Anders?
Mitch is just turned into some sort of gangster Mac 10 expert here. Bomb will be denied from Forest, though, and now long range fight, Mac 10 versus M4. Doesn't seem fair, does it?
Well, that's the thing, man. I guess it goes to your head, right? When Mitch is rich. Wow.
He ain't no...
I was about to say, exactly. I know, the temptation is so strong. Like, it's really, really tempting me, man, every time.
I desperately want to.
Because he's a rich Mitch, you know? It's just, he's got money.
Looking for it. Oh, Forrest actually not killing him quite yet, and he doesn't have an HE grenade. Mitch is still alive on the other side here. I mean, this should definitely be around Forrest, especially as he's sneaking around here. Mitch, he's got no idea. Trying to see if he can maybe put in another grenade. Not quite yet. Getting that bomb picked up, 19 seconds now, and Forrest, the timing is pretty damn good. And that's going to be the round here for NIP, taking a 10-9 lead.
$10,000 on the nose for Mitch at the end as well, going into this round. But yeah, that was a start there from Pyth. The flash just not effective, didn't force him up, and I believe, yeah, Exist was holding under Plateau as well.
Yeah.
All right. I saw you pointing. I thought you wanted to point something out for me or something like that, but all right.
Was I pointing?
I thought I saw you pointing, like, yeah. So I was like, all right.
I had no idea. I think I was trying to hear what the teams were saying for a moment here. 10-9 being the current scoreline. We got the 20th round coming up, and with the single AWP here on Nifty, it's going to be interesting to see if they can open up the round with that. He's covering all the way outside right now, so can be used to get a kill on the B-bomb side as well. Relic's going to be charging in, first man in line, and he goes down to Exist. Now Pyth is real close, right underneath with that Mag 7 as they jump in. Even Flashed, he's going to pick up that kill. Apparently he makes a second jump here. Mitch is going to be real careful. That Mag 7 will tear him apart. And there it is.
Yeah, the big kill, high impact. And Nifty even taking some shots through the smoke there. Smoke is cleared and he misses the flick, and that was it, the big moment. He couldn't pick that off, and he misses the obvious shot as well. And that's going to be so frustrating for him. He could have turned this into a 1v2. He had a real solid chance there with that second peek from Pyth. And instead now, it's a hard life. 50 seconds left. Bomb, he'll be able to pick that up. It's below the Plateau, but Forrest won't even let him get out there. Great timing from Forrest. The headshot through the smoke. Blind. And an 11-9 lead now for NIP. Selfless with no bomb plant. They have to go for the eco here. They cannot go for the force buy. But that was, I'm curious, like, what slowed up, because there were 3 players on Plateau there for Selfless. What slowed up the next 2? Relic's made his way out, but then they weren't able to really capitalize on him just kind of YOLOing in there and dying.
Yeah, there were a couple of weird things that went on in that round for Selfless, and there seemed to be a bit of a sort of almost a halt in the attack when as soon as Relics went down, everyone else sort of slowed down a little bit too much maybe. So 11-9 here at NIP. They seem to be hitting a comfort zone here on the CT side. They're also slowly starting to build up some money on at least 2 of their players, so that's good news here. Get Right, building up a little bit more money, and it's just gonna drop the bomb in there, and the round is gonna be over 12-9. And 4 members of NIP surviving, which is really gonna help them out. Forrest still top fragging, and Mitch on the other team, actually overtaken mainline, 17 on him. But we are nearing a point now where Selfless have to get some more rounds here in the second half. Did a great job with the pistol and following up with the other 2 rounds, but the rifle rounds have been all NIP.
Yeah, it is. It's been the big NIP show here, and we're starting to see them just get that lockdown going on that B site. Now, however, they expect a change of pace here from Selfless. They're putting 2 players over towards A early on. NIP, and Forrest smokes it up and actually hangs her out on the line and main line. It looks like he had an idea of it, but he's going to get caught anyway. So Forrest, man, just keeping that pressure. And this is what those European teams will constantly do, right? They're constantly peeking. They're constantly trying to find an angle to work with to catch you off guard. And so mainline, this time around, it doesn't work for him. And Get Right, even waiting for the boost. Connor right around the angle. Flash ineffective, and he hits the shot. Get Right with a missed opportunity.
Solid play coming out of Connor in that situation. And it gives them a bit of a chance at least to have an impact on the round. Forest and Freiburg, and then Exist and Pyth. If you look at the huge divide between these two groupings, if anything happens and anything goes wrong here for NIP, then the backup is going to be miles away, and maybe that's why Freiburg starting to make his way over towards the B side of the map. Mitch is sneaking up right next to Forest, who's up in this little fortress right on the left-hand side. Mitch, is he going to check it? It doesn't seem like it. Forest, hasn't seen him walk in. This is ridiculous. No, it's the Counter-Strike circus all over again. Mitch going to come back for seconds, and Forest is still here. Finally, they're gonna, oh my god, it can't be real. And finally, Forest picking up that shot on Mitch. Oh no.
He made him his. Well, that was just awkward. And now 2 kills, 2 on board scenario. Now pushing onto the side. Pyth continues to hold the line. So effective with that AWP. Relics will find 2 kills in the end, but order is restored when Exist shows up. And manages to lock down that 13th round for NIP. And there's the pause. Selfless calling for the timeout. And, well, I mean, what can you really say about the Forest thing apart from you need to check that boost? Mitch.
The problem actually with checking it is you have to jump to check it, and then you make noise. So if you want to do what Mitch does to sneak in, let's say Forest had been holding the connector instead, then maybe sneaking in would have been the better option, right? It's a little bit tricky actually. But obviously seeing it in this round, you just think, no, not like this, Mitch. Yeah, you know, we got confirmation on Twitter as well from Heaton saying that that it is indeed true what you were saying about the meaning yes, that little sound there.
It's true, there's like a bunch of videos on YouTube. I wasn't sure, you know, maybe I was hallucinating things or, you know, just not quite sure of my reality in Sweden. You know, was this true? Was it not true? Was I getting trolled? Turns out it is. A lot of Swedes tweeting. I'm also making them sound like barbarians, apparently. But then, you know, it's just like, you guys were Vikings at one time.
You know what Swedish player is a barbarian? That was Forest that we just saw there. A little graphic with 21 kills and 12 deaths. It's pretty brutal. He's got the beard to go with it as well.
And top knot.
I don't know if he's out in the forest eating the crazy mushrooms like the Vikings did, but certainly
how hard would it
impressive.
be? A little bit of face paint, you know? There you go. All of a sudden, he's set. War paint on.
A helmet and everything. Not with horns, though. That never happened.
That never actually happened, yeah. It's true. It's the same thing with the Gulua. You know, it's like the other barbarian tribes, right? You know, yeah,
or the whole cowboy age, you know, where people are gunslinging and stuff like that, you know?
What? You mean like 6 shooters didn't exist?
They did, but not like in the movies, right?
You mean guys couldn't shoot wings off of flies? Dude, you're ruining my childhood here, Anders.
Well, you know who could shoot wings off the fly, though? It's this man, Forest. And he's been doing very well. Winning a lot of these AWP fights, I guess you couldn't call him like the dedicated AWPer of the team, but it really feels like if Forest ever wanted to be, if you could ever keep Forest's attention for long enough to put him on that role, he could be a little bit scary. But I kind of like the fact that he is a little bit all over the place, and you can see now that they're on the CT side, it's Pyth picking up the AWP instead of Forest. So that's just how things work out for NIP. 13-9, 23rd round coming up. Selfless have gone for a bit of a tactical timeout, and they have actually bought Tech 9 and Armor into it and see if they could maybe change things. A lot of smoke's going to be raining in. This is going to be a very fast round for the Selfless team. They have got Flashbang behind it as well. There's only 3 NIP members here. 1 kill for Selfless could actually help them win this round very quick.
Well, there's a flash that was thrown in by NIP, and they continue to wait. I mean, Selfless have used all of their nades now. There's the spot. Mainline trying to get it done, but it's not going to happen. Exist and Pyth start things off strong. Get Right is now rotated in as well. Relic stepping in to pick off Exist, but that is all the joy that Selfless will have in this round. 14-9. NIP annihilate that push. And, well, they're 2 rounds away, rather, from picking up this map, NIP, and starting off strong. I mean, after that would put them, what? Right now, I mean, NIP are obviously tied up 2-2 in this group. They lost the 2 maps to G2 yesterday. They crushed OpTic to start things off at the beginning of the day. And so now, well, if they pick up the 2 rounds here versus Selfless, it sets them up nicely to pick up that second seed going into the playoff bracket. But we shall see. Selfless have still got some fight in them, and this is the big buy round for them.
Yeah, it's kind of now or never. And again, we got to point out, Selfless have not won a single rifle round here on the second half. The rounds that they have are based off of the pistol, and then the following 2 rounds, which you can generally expect to pick up unless something goes really badly. But after that, it's 5 rounds straight here for NIP, and that's a bad sign. And it also will mess a little bit with your confidence. You don't think like, okay, so what, we got the pistol round, but none of the rifle rounds we can get. You got to wonder what the key is to get back in here. They are being still, even the pushes that they happen, the sort of the so-called rushes to be, they're not very fast, are they? They're still a little bit slow.
Yeah, they are taking their time. I mean, we heard a little bit from Rio there during the timeout, right? He's saying, well, if they're going to throw nades early, just sit and wait for, put the pressure on NIP, make them use those nades, and then when you actually want to go for your execute, they have less to work with to shut you out. So, I mean, Selfless right now, it seems like that's the idea. They're back into a default kind of hold, spread out all across the map, just waiting to see what NIP are going to do. And look at NIP's nade count. Although it is 40 seconds left, this is actually pretty good for just how much time is left in this round.
Yeah, especially Freiburg with that Molotov, although it doesn't seem like he's going to be used right now. Could still be used in a retake if someone's hiding behind the statue. That one Molotov could suddenly be very valuable, or even more so if they are in Chicken Coop. Well, we'll see if they can actually make it onto the site here. Mainline going to be going down, and Nifty to follow right afterwards. Pyth still alive back here, and it's just helping him out just a little bit. Mitch and Connor going to be left then. Just not much chance at all, is there? Good spray from Mitch, but way too late in the day. That's going to be 15-9, and it will be map point here for NIP.
Yeah, and this is where I think that, the nerves are starting to get the Selfless, because that push, it isn't as crisp and clean as what we saw at the beginning, where they're all moving together as this unit. You have all the nades going out at once, everybody moves in at once, and then, you're trading. Here, it just looked like Selfless were kind of just walking in one after another, pausing when they were trying to take the fight, instead of actually just trying to just hold down W and run. And so, unfortunately for Selfless, they're feeling the heat, it looks like. NIP, they've got 6 rounds to close out this map.
Maybe a little bit more speed this time, at least there's a Molotov in there. They don't have a lot of equipment. I mean, if they go slow, how is that even going to play out here? Just set up those grenades and then try and make a real play for it here. Good shot from Pyth that hits 2, in fact. And a little bit more damage being put in as well. Mitch kind of low, Relics there as well. Pyth going to pick up a shot there. The AWP, almost a triple kill for him, but he will go down eventually. And not before Freiburg also steals a kill in all of that chaos. And they're being flanked as well. This is a horrible round for Selfless, and NIP not showing any mercy at the end, including that great grenade being put in there as well. Relics going down, and it's going to be 16-9 in favor of NIP, who play a near-flawless CT half here on Cobblestone.
And Pyth, he's so effective in that last round. All the other kills are assists. He's just tagged, done damage to everybody in this push. Just wallbang shots, clipping through the edge of the box. Doesn't matter. He stayed alive. And that's a perfect hold. And that caps it off nicely here for NIP. 16-9 at the end of the first map. And we'll be going into cash for the second map as well, which isn't going to be much better. That's another very strong map for NIP.
It absolutely is, and I think Selfless has got to be aware of that as well. They've got to bring something really special to this particular map. There's probably a reason they didn't ban it out, so we'll have to see how that works out. When we come back after the break, we'll have a bit of a tactical breakdown of Cobblestone.
back, and NIP have got Cobblestone in the books against Selfless. And the scoreline might look competitive, but really with 2 pistol rounds going the way of Selfless, they weren't really in it. Forest and Pit, they went on a tear. You could say they put Selfless in a pit of despair.
Do you mean Pit or Pyth?
I'm not calling him Pyth.
There's so many, we're confusing everyone.
I'm not doing that.
Pyth
I know
is
he's called Pit. He
so
tells me all the time.
He is, but
says, don't call me Pyth.
Anders and
Anything
Semler
but Pyth.
used to call him Pit.
Well, I don't care. My desk, my rules.
Okay, well,
back to the game.
Yeah. So yeah, Pitt did have a fantastic game. I do want to touch on the match itself. Obviously, the scoreline, just NIP just kind of crushed it from this point. But that first half out of Selfless was really good. And this is a team that, if you take into account their performance yesterday against G2, they remind me of like, you know, like a child growing up doesn't have fears. Like they touch the stove, they don't know it's going to be hot. This is like Selfless right now. They just don't like...
Tell me more about your childhood, Moses.
they go to these matches and they're not scared of these top teams. You take it to such a dark place.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
They had the same problem as yesterday, though, where they kind of started off well, keeping it close as they were CT, and then when they switched halves, it was like
they touched the stove.
Yeah,
and they're like, oh wait, it actually burns.
Nip was unbelievable. Like we said, like losing both pistols and still managing to do that is amazing. And I just, like I said, because they're 2 strategic teams, you're not going to surprise Nip with craziness, or you're not going to out strategize Nip when they like built this map on, especially lately with this. You know what I mean?
Just some thoughts about the 2 coaches. I mean, Ryu is a tactician. He does work on kind of improving strategies, but I don't think he's ever going to measure up against somebody like Threat in that department.
It's not many people who are.
And it's not fair to kind of make even that comparison, because Ryu's a different kind of coach. He said earlier that he likes to kind of sit back. If he sees something that is going wrong, he'll come in and he'll sometimes overcall mainline. But for the most part, Ryu lets mainline kind of make the calls and adjust to how he wants, and Ryu just like helps out here and there lightly. I feel like Threat's more, he gives them a game plan of what they're going to do beforehand, and he says, you guys are going to do this. Like he said, if he's able to tell Get Right, you're not going to do the role you've been doing for 2 years because you're going to do this instead, because it's going to help the team, and Get Right says yes. That kind of authority is not easy to come by.
Coordinator. You can see him backstage as well. He's super vocal. Got that
People don't know that. I don't know if the viewers
we've actually got a different setup to what you might be used to here for the coaches. They're kind of actually backstage talking on screens and in constant communication with the players. So they're not behind them.
Some coaches do prefer.
Zeus stands behind them.
Some people
it's
prefer
entirely
to just it's their preference if they want to talk to the teams from behind them and just use voice comms. But I see Threat over there, and even I saw Peacemaker even do it, where they just sit back and they watch everything from their point of view and just make strategic. I know Peacemaker
couldn't see a lot with his hands over his eyes, though.
That was probably the worst seat in the house for him, right?
He was touching the stove after the games. Anyway, let's talk about the ray of light for Selfless here. There were some moments of hope. They did have little individual bits, which you feel we could maybe string this together.
I don't feel like we got the relics that we all expected. But that day one, honestly, it's really hard to live up to that.
Yeah.
Nifty is always going to be their solid player. He's the guy, like, as you can see here. Early on, they were actually looking really good being on CT side of this map. But
I think it's pretty apparent with this team that Nifty is kind of the guy they want to step up and be their superstar of the future that they want to be able to build around.
We've really got to stop filming when they get left hanging, by the way.
No,
have you noticed how many highlights we have of that?
No, we need to make a whole thing about that. Because that's like the best thing to watch.
They are pretty
really
amazing,
hyped and nothing happens.
But no, this would have been difficult to imagine Relics. It was difficult to imagine him doing it once yesterday, what he did, and to have him come in and do it again in day 2, especially against a more tactical team. That's kind of the thing that I don't know if I'd call G2 like chaotic the way Daps did, but definitely NIP is a little bit more structured, so you can have a little bit more of a sense of what's coming. It's just hard to stop.
I would call G2 structured chaos, where it's chaotic to a certain extent.
Do you even know what you're saying at this point?
No, that's the beauty of it. This is unscripted, people.
Yeah. If someone had structure your analysis, put it that way.
Their style is like my analysis, just free-flowing, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Caged butterfly. I don't know if I'd call you that.
The ODB of the analysis desk. So can they get back in this series Selfless? I mean, was there enough there for you to make you think they could be competitive?
Not on cash.
It's going to be more of the same here. You're not going to be surprised. Nip's going to be very calm, cool throughout the whole thing. I think that's what hurt G2 was they're like, wait, why is this team so like slow and passive in their play? And they were trying to rush the win. With Nip, they'll wait all day for you.
All day.
Literally all day.
Well, yeah. Well,
wise words of Mo.
Selfless haven't got all day. They've got to get a map on the board.
We don't
soon.
have all day.
Well, yeah, you definitely don't. You've got some streaming to do, right? Anyway, we're going to be back to bring you cash in this series in just a short while. Please join us.
Right, you're looking at the Terminator.
Sun never sets.
Like the whole atmosphere that comes with a big tournament is such a mind-blowing experience. Winning games is also pretty fun.
So that was Forrest there from Ninjas in Pyjamas, about to get into another game. Obviously talking about the big game atmosphere. He's seen a few of those in his glittering career, and this is just another day at the office for him. Can Selfless make it difficult for him on cash?
They can, but I don't see it being likely.
Was that Ryu shouting out? Yes.
Obviously, it was
Ryu the Terminator himself.
I know the marching style.
We haven't let the fans in yet, so someone's got to be the one Selfless fan that's around.
Well, you can see with the current lineups, they are 0 for 1 on cash. Not a lot of experience for Selfless. NIP a bit more accomplished on this, and they would have played this map a lot more if teams weren't banning it against them constantly, because it is one of their stronger picks.
And that just shows you the task that Selfless has against them. Because if of the best teams in the world are respecting NIP on this map to that level, to where it's just a constant ban against them, then Selfless is in for a wild ride.
I think Selfless just went to what they felt comfortable with. Yesterday against G2, they looked pretty good on this map. So they thought, yeah, we're playing one of the best teams on cash in the world, but you know what? Let's see what we could do. It's like another Hail Mary. That's what I want to say.
But I mean, they played G2 on this map the other day.
They looked really good.
They were really, really good.
If it wasn't for heroics from Shox,
let's temper this. They looked good. They looked okay, but like the reason they were even close to being in that game was Relics. If he's not going to show up today, they need some kind of massive individual performance. No matter how good your tactics look, which by the way they did look good. There were some clean executions. There were some good mid-round calls. But if they don't have someone just being a boss and getting the kills, then the cool-looking tactics are just going to fall flat.
Doesn't that apply to every team, Moses?
It sure does.
Good, excellent.
Thanks for that sick analysis, Moses. My analysis on this.
Can I just trouble you gentlemen for predictions, and then you can go back to your phones and everything else, right?
Nip wins this one.
Okay, great.
How much you pick?
Do you echo that sentiment? Okay, thanks a lot. Let's do our map fly through now, and then Anderson Semler will bring you the second map in the series between NIP and Selfless.
These analysts, they just can't keep it together, can they? We're only in week 2 and we have 10 weeks of this. I mean, what's the ending gonna look like? We do have cash coming up between NIP and Selfless, and everyone agreeing that NIP is going to crush this game.
Well, this is their turf, right? This is the map that they always want to get, NIP. They're very strong on cash. They always feel good about it. What?
Just a fun decoy into the middle.
Okay, then.
Pyth having a good time.
I like how you emphasized, you know, the real name.
Yeah. Oh, look at this, though. They're making a lot of noise. Please, Selfless. Get up on the boost. They made so much noise now that NIP know, but Connor's still going to pick up a good shot then. I mean, I would have loved to have seen the double boost. I feel like if you go through that much trouble, don't then completely
fall off it.
Yeah.
I still got to appreciate that is very brave to do in a pistol round. Like, that is not something that we see every day, let alone just the counter boost straight up from pistol. To go for a double boost, 3 players in mid like that, that is wild. And well, Mitch, was that a mid-air headshot on Forrest? That looked pretty sick. I think Forrest was like trying to get onto the railing there, going for a trick jump. He gets shut down. Relics in the vents is going to be able to go for a quick flank, but it's Nifty who's going to spot the initial push into the site. On the B site, Freiburg and Get Right lead the way, but Relics finally getting into the fight. Might be able to pick up the second one, and he does. He shuts down Exist, and once again, it's down to Get Right here. Last man alive for Ninjas and Pyjamas. He needs to find that bomb and get the bomb plant. At least get that for your team, but it's not going to happen. Connor. Yeah, exactly.
It had fallen off the ledge. That was the big thing. He couldn't actually go and pick it up. There's the fight. Pyth is being boosted on the other side. I've got to say, the flick from Relics to take down Exist there, that looked pretty cool. So good start for Selfless now. Obviously, we're not going to run away with anything here. We need to see if they can follow up on it. Nifty with the scout, 3 UMPs and a FAMAS. Not a bad buy, I think, for a map like Cash, where you are going to be fairly close anyway. And NIP, 2 Deagles, 2 Tech-9s, 1 P250, bit of everything, really.
I got a exactly variety here for NIP, and we'll see if it pays off. They're waiting. Mitch, he wasn't having the most fun over here in Checkered versus G2 when they played on the map. 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 Map.
On it, Nifty with the scout, 3 UMPs and a FAMAS. Not a bad buy, I think, for a map like Cash, where you are going to be fairly close anyway. And NIP, 2 Deagles, 2 Tech-9s, 1 P250, bit of everything, really.
I got a exactly variety here for NIP, and we'll see if it pays off. They're waiting. Mitch, he wasn't having the most fun over here in Checkered versus G2.
Забрать хотя бы одного, но вместо этого принял неправильное немножко решение. И посмотри на деньги, там их становится все меньше и меньше. Для Selfless, если они сейчас проигрывают в очередном раунде.
Я хотел отметить в первую очередь действия Экзиста. Точно так же, как и на карте Cobblestone, капитан берет инициативу в свои руки. 4 минуса в прошлом раунде, Нип забирает второй. Ну и тем самым ставят просто на грань экономику Selfless. Если шведы осилят 2 раунда к ряду, ну вот тогда первая половина будет легкой и комфортной для NIP.
Кстати, вот говорят, что Nifty это бывший игрок в Call of Duty. Не знаю, проверенная инфа.
Yeah, he's been on point. He was on Cobblestone as well.
Enough, is he going to be fast? Or is he going to get caught sleeping? That's the question. Freiburg, there it is, the incendiary to give him some space to work with. You just see him kind of going through the motions right now, but they really are just not giving any chance here for Selfless to find that first pick.
Nifty, just tunnel vision on that vent.
It's a bit much. He needs to start peeking in the mid, because yeah, now his teammates are going to be in a pinch.
Oh, Connor, and you're right, exposing himself, and that is the lack of mid-control there. Nifty showing up and getting a good kill in there, at least making it a 3-on-3, but you're right, the lack of mid-control definitely working against them. Freiburg, I think he was expecting a flashbang then, because he was sort of looking away a little bit there. Forrest with a good shot on Nifty, and we're back into a 2-on-2 with the bomb just being planted as well. Forrest a little bit low on health, but they don't have any grenades to punish him, and see if he can maybe get another AWP kill in. That's a sick line up there. Main line going to be going down, and Mitch to fall. I'll make it 6-3.
Yeah, Pyth just getting bored there at the end. Forrest is doing all the work. Hey, that was the Forrest show, basically. Even though Nifty got 2 kills to make it close for his team, that's the thing where it's like, okay, you need to, yes, you're holding that angle, but you need to start being a little bit more active. You need to be willing to go for the shoulder peek into mid, that sort of stuff, just to get that information. Because Connor, you can see he's holding at forklift, but he has no idea that they've pushed up short, and he just exposes his back basically to that flank coming in from NIP, and that's where really, you know, the whole A defense kind of cracks open. So definitely some frustration here for Selfless. They're sitting on 6 rounds. NIP have now brought it up to 3, but Selfless are on a hard eco now pretty much. No nades to back it up, just a couple of pistols upgraded. NIP with a good chance to tie up the situation, actually, to run it back. Curious to see, actually. Can you bring up the money real quick just to see how... oh, right, okay. Yeah, it is double eco territory. Not quite. I mean, they've lost 2 rounds in a row now.
Yes. I mean, I think that I imagine they will try and buy. Again, this is such a weird map, Cash, because it's meant to be CT-sided, but different teams tend to play better on the T side, so I can't really draw any big conclusions right now about who's winning the game right now. But it definitely seems like NIP are starting to figure out how all of this works. And it seemed like that mid control and the path from mid highway into A is not quite being guarded well enough from Selfless.
So if you're going to focus on the site itself, you need to actually be able to, as the final shot comes in, you need to actually be able to keep your eye on short.
Yeah, because here's the problem, right? This is the middle of the map, and if you're the terrorist team and you have control of it, suddenly it opens up the vent here into the B-bomb site. You can also go through middle and continue out this way, and this is what we call the highway into the A-bomb site. Now, if you lose control of this part as the CT side, normally what people tend to do is actually push main instead, but it seems like a lot of the time Selfless, they get stuck behind forklift, and then they get flanked from these 2 angles instead, and things don't work out so well.
Yeah, that's when that sandwich occurs, basically. Yeah. That's what NIP are aiming for. They're looking to try and get that crunch going in onto the A site from main, from squeak, and then from highway, from short, right? So right now, Selfless, they haven't figured out how exactly they want to approach holding that A site, but they do get the man out of the vents, get right, flashed, right on the edge of the smoke, and Freiburg is going to catch out Nifty. Connor drops as well, and while this is just a write-off, Selfless, just like that blink of an eye, their defense completely shattered on the B site. It's going to be Mitch, Mainline, and Relics, the last guys alive here for Selfless, and they're already going to be looking to hold on to their guns. There's just no hope for them to get the retake going versus a near, you know, what, minty fresh, which, mint, NIP, they haven't taken any damage. Garrett's the only one, and he's taking 9 points of damage.
They're looking quite good at the moment, and, I mean, it's just disappointing. This happened on Cobblestone as well, where Selfless, when they were playing on the CT side, some rounds, it wasn't even around. Selfless just lose the first 2 fights, and then NIP don't stop. So it's a little bit frustrating. It's got to be frustrating for Selfless, especially because they were doing so well early in this half, you know? In the beginning, we were looking at a 6-1 scoreline favoring Selfless. Now, we're going to be at 6-5. And again, the rifles here, if they lose any of them, they won't be able to properly save them.
That's the main question, right? Because Mitch actually battles back, but then they lose a second one. That's Relic's getting dropped. So, I mean, you know, we were talking about the main push coming in through here, basically that short push. But, you know, Selfless, they were showing some action over towards Squeak Door, right? You know, moving in. The main thing here is this whole angle from NIP. You know, they're just so focused on maintaining, you know, this B control that really I'm not sure that what Selfless can come up with here to actually put a stop to this.
I'm glad that's what you ended up drawing and not something else. Like a butterfly.
Oh, no, we got plenty of time to keep working with this, man. Now the problem is that I've just broken trust with production. They're never going to give us that. They're never actually going to let us draw again.
See, the weird thing is it's only when you drew the last line that part of my brain thought,
No, the look you gave me, you just looked at me like, really, bro?
Is he having an aneurysm? What's happening? All right. Relics is in the middle with the deal in hand, and Mainline saved that rifle from earlier. I like watching Relics just take a fight like that. You know, real calm. He knows there's a good chance, 99%, that I'm dying anyway. So I might as well just keep it cool and shoot a little bit of bullet with the deagle there. Not going to work out this time, and they should just try and save this rifle from Mainline one more time, as NIP are pretty much sure to equalize the score here.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm from the way things are shaping up here, it just looks like NIP have got full control of the situation now. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just close out this first half at this point. Because Selfless, they haven't really been able to break the streak that NIP are developing. It will be a tied scoreline here at 6-6. Unless there's some kind of like hero play coming out from Mainline, but that would make no sense. He's already backing off to the A site to hold on to his rifle. So Nifty, Connor, seems like Mitch. What is Mitch doing? He's got a 5-7, but are they thinking that they might have caught Pyth out and Squeak or something? I mean, or are they just making sure that NIP don't get any more money?
Maybe Mitch is trying to resist the temptation to throw away that 5-7. He's not really got anything else. I mean, you could save a 5-7 if you wanted to. It's a valuable gun. I wouldn't necessarily complain. But that is going to tie up the scoreline here at 6-6, and moving into the 13th round. We have the AWP on Nifty, the M4 on Mainline, and looks like that is going to be it. Relics, he could go for a double AWP here if they really wanted to try and see if they could run that. It's been done on Cash before with some success, but not going to happen this time. The advantage to running double AWP is that you can actually sometimes leave the AWP alone in the B bomb site and not have anyone else nearby, and then you have a lot more mid and A control. So that can work out. And look at Get Right charging it. There's no one here to stop him.
Yeah, this is what he's capable of, right? And it's interesting because he's held off doing this up till now, but for a while on Cash, this is exactly what Get Right did almost every round. Just get that smoke down, flash his way through the smoke, get under vents, and wait. He sits and waits to see if there's going to be some kind of counter boost coming out from the CTs. Exactly, he's lined up on the vents right now. Or if somebody's going to be trying to push out from Sugar Cube on short, anything like that, basically. It's just Get Right's job to just sit and be this threat in mid. And well, look at this. Does it actually work? Does Mainline step around the corner? That's the question. Mainline is so passive right now, he's just waiting to see if somebody's going to be making their way up to vents. But if he peeks into mid to get info, Get Right, I mean, this is what you've been waiting for the whole time, Get Right. Boop. Oh. They actually trade headshots, but turns out the AK is a one-shot headshot kind of gun.
That was an exciting sort of battle of patience for a while up there, but at the end of the day, it doesn't quite work out the way that Mainline was expecting. Mitch is back here, but again, and we brought this up earlier, NIP didn't have Molotovs, now they do, and they've checked all the middle. They checked the sandbags, they checked the back of Checkered as well, and the whole B bomb site, and this is the problem for Selfless. This is something they didn't have to deal with earlier, and now, well, I wouldn't say they're dealing with it, but they're certainly being exposed to it, and things aren't working out so well. Nifty, Relics, and Connor are left, and again, they just have to try and save whatever they can right here. NIP, they are on a 5-round streak, about to make it 6, and seems like Selfless have run out of answers.
Well, for a team that went for a double boost in the pistol round, right? CT pistol, they tried to go for a double boost, committing 3 players to mid, to then going when you have rifles to just like having very default kind of holds, like a single guy on link, maybe a guy on short as well, right? Just not a whole lot. Now, unfortunately, Connor is not going to live to see another day. He gets shut down by Freiburg. But, I mean, if you're not going to actually have any control over mid, your site defense needs to be rock solid. Like, because then you're focusing on having, like, the 3 on A, 2 on B, and you're just focusing on actually hitting those shots when Nip come around the corner. We're just not seeing it right now. NIP, they've downloaded this B defense. They figured out how to crack it, and they just keep coming over there to say hello.
7-6 here. NIP taking the round lead finally here on Cash. It's been a while, but they're back in the lead. And Exist still leading with 1 kill, Forest with 9.
I was actually just drawing a smiley face for myself there. It made me happy, so I laughed. 9 rounds, well, no, not 9 rounds. 9 kills, rather. Selfless, they kind of dropped off. They were looking very good at the beginning of the half, but they really haven't been able to change anything together ever since. And NIP, this time around, they're waiting to see if Selfless were kind of trading up or trying to change up and go for some aggression in mid. Freiburg holding way back in Garage, right? Putting some shots through. But that doesn't change the fact that Forest has found the first pick. That's Relic's dead already. So Mitch having to rotate over to bolster the defense on that A site. And Nip more than content to just sit back and wait.
Relics has been favoring this A main aggression quite a bit, and he did it when they were playing against G2 as well, and it worked a lot. I'm wondering if the NIP were just briefly looking at that game. In fact, I'm pretty sure we know that they were, because they were obviously on the building, and we saw them watching the game a little bit. So I think they may have already realized that, and that's tough for Relics. I mean, if he's a player that likes to be making the plays and be a little bit explosive, and suddenly everyone is aware of it, that could be a problem. Great double kill for Connor, actually sitting in the fire to pick that one up. Forrest, good flick there on Mitch, and he wants a little bit more. Still a 2-on-2.
Oh, Forrest, man, he's just really going all out. Looking for that off angle, looking to try and pick somebody off as the bomb gets planted. That's Get Right and Forrest, the 2 legends, still alive here for NIP, going into a 2-on-2 versus Nifty and Mainline. And so now Mainline, they're looking to get that crunch in on this A site. Nifty with the AWP, not the best gun, but he will adjust his aim. Forrest going for the tap approach, missing some shots there, not going to get the kill, and now it's all on Get Right. But Get Right's in a better position than the last time here for this 1v2 clutch. He should be able to make this happen. Mainline going to step out from A main. Easy shot for Get Right, but he misses the spray. Yeah, and the facepalm comes out. Get Right knows that he should have been able to lock down that kill.
Yeah, the bomb was not in a great position for Get Right, but I mean, obviously when he doesn't get the kill, it doesn't really matter. But that could have worked out badly in a couple of different ways. Even if they had just crossed and he didn't kill him, he would have had to fight his way out of Squeak door there, and that's not a comfortable position. So Selfless losing 6 rounds in a row, I believe. Finally getting back into it, picking up a single round here, tying up the scoreline at 7-7. I've got to say, considering they're playing NIP, this is pretty impressive. I mean, they're still playing a very good game. I think NIP have what it takes to win the map, but I mean, you gotta consider the skill difference between these 2 teams, right?
All right, now, I mean, it's just strength of will, and they're actually hugging in the smoke. Point blank spray from Mainline. He regains his vision first, pulls the mouse trigger, and then, well, racks up 2 kills, so he turns it around here. Selfless now with a very good chance at actually picking up the last round of this first half. Mainline charging out, gets another kill. That's 3 for him. Forrest, however, in the back line, manages to sneak his way past, and they line up, but Nifty point blank with the AWP finds that shot.
I don't know what Forrest must have been thinking, but there I would say there was a pretty good chance there that could have been a 2-on-2 instead. Forrest could have got the third kill in there. Yeah, 3rd kill.
Wow, that was a sick smoke from Pyth. Just to block off Garage so he doesn't actually have to look into it. Clever stuff.
Didn't it? I don't know where that smoke landed.
I think it dropped down into the little cubby there between Garage and B halls.
Maybe?
So I heard it.
Can you do? Yeah, you probably can do that, but I think maybe he failed it.
You think so?
Yeah, but it's still a good idea if that is what he was thinking.
That is like the most ridiculous next level smoke.
Yeah, that would be quite interesting actually, and it may also just serve to distract the CTs in the middle, right? So still a bit of an interesting move. Well, he's in a 1-on-3 right now on the bomb site. And they've got grenades. They have a Molotov now raining in onto the site. Pyth looking for the spray. and not quite going to make it work. So the 15th round going to work in favor of Selfless, and they end up with an 8-7 scoreline, picking up the last 2 rounds of the half. I got to say, pretty impressed. I think they've been doing a really good job.
Yeah, still respectable score. I mean, they come out ahead in the end. That 8th round is so valuable to go into the pistol round in the next one. Let's see.
Are we going to see Nifty jump?
This is Nifty's jump. Yeah, he's just going to come down and actually, like, no scope. Yep. Bit of the JW there. I like it.
Very scary. I mean, that could have gone either way with that kind of a jump there. If he misses the no-scope, just imagine suddenly it's a 2-on-2 and maybe NIP bring the round back. But still a very, very good first half results, I would say, for the North American team here as it finishes 8-7. All right, you there looking tough. And they're going to need to get real tough with the second half here. NIP are a terrifying force on this map. We'll be back after a break. The second half coming up here on Kasha. We have the audience in the building as well, so that's good news. Going to be a bit more energy, I think, and Selfless. I mean, if they can win the pistol round, this could be a very interesting game.
Yes.
You ready for it?
I am, and the audience is too. It's really been sick, actually, the crowd that shows up, man, because now actually people are starting to come back as well.
Yeah.
They're really loving the atmosphere here. They stick through all the matches. Can't wait to see all the fans showing up for Friday night, the TBS night, and we have the Selfless fan who's back in the house as well. That's right, front row.
I mean, it couldn't be better timing, could it? They need him right now. NIP on Cash. We've got a Selfless better than OpTic. Can't believe it. All right, then.
Well, we'll find out later today. I mean, those two teams still have to play, so we'll get some NA action. NA on NA, rather.
That is going to close out the day. You're right. Potentially a bit interesting. I think that's going to be a really insane game because these teams know each other well. They're going to be drilled playing against each other, and there's really some personal stuff as well. Just beating your countrymen there. Get right. Going to be making his ring around the corner, and goodbye, Relics.
Wow, get snuffed. All right then. What are you going to do next? That was way too clean. Well, now Selfless. They're down a man. And it does look like the end game plan here is to get towards A eventually. The bomb is making its way through main. I mean, Get Right can hang around here. He's got Freiburg to support him with that kit from CT Truck. So the defense still pretty set up here for NIP, but they still haven't seen anybody in mid. That's Pyth currently holding, looking towards Boost, and there he's going to call it out. He saw at least one. There's a second. Still only having seen one guy total, though, but there's confirmation. All three wrapping onto the A site. Exist. It's all on him now to hold the line here.
Not really hitting the shots, and every miss means Selfless is getting a little bit closer to this A-bomb site, but coming out of Squeak as well. It's going to be Exist picking up the shot there. Get Right with another one. The bomb is down, and Pyth helping out. Now it's a one-on-one. Get Right against Nifty, and he's coming up from the truck. Get Right by the forklift. Is he going to be able to spot him out here? There's a great angle. Get Right misclicking, going for the fight, and oh my lord, he goes down. Nifty picking up the triple. And Selfless bringing back around that looked like it was long gone.
With 3 headshots as well for Nifty. with that USP. And this is unreal, man. Get Right today, that's 3 clutches that we've watched him fail. It feels so weird to say that with Get Right, who has some nuts stat, like he wins like 65, 70% of his clutch rounds.
That was an accurate tweet, I would
Didn't
say.
actually see what was written there, unfortunately. I was looking at you. What was on it?
Just that G2 must be having a bit of a smile there from Abia Zenith, I think it was. Yeah, that's pretty much correct. I think G2 must be feeling quite good at the moment. Relix also trying to pick himself up a bit. Getting a kill with the UMP, not a bad way.
No, now's mid control here for Selfless. They get to have all of the options like we talked about. And Drew, you know, on the mini-map, right? They have all the options here set up, and it does look like they want to try and wrap towards B. Freiburg holding close and checkered. But the bomb is primed and ready to go. And while Connor, he's going for the tap fight with the UMP. Long range, gets the headshot on Forrest. But now the push begins. Freiburg up close, not going to get a single kill.
Well, Exist gonna pick up the shot on Relix, and we did, I believe, just spot a massively sexy grenade coming out of Selfless as well. That is so incredibly cool. I've been talking to a couple of teams about this, but not Selfless, but I'm pretty sure they pushed the grenade over the ceiling windows into checkered, and that's how they try to flash through, and that's so incredibly cool. Yeah, love that. Very well done, Selfless.
Exclamation point. And it's the pause. And this must be, could it pause? No way, is this a tactical pause already? So early on in the half, is it a timeout?
I'm not sure, but either I really hope we can get that flashbang through. It is possible to do it. It's not necessarily easy, but yeah, you can flash through the ceiling windows on in checkered. So that would be interesting.
Actually, if you guys, well, could be interesting to actually show that real quick to see the windows that you're actually talking about. So it's not just like, oh, there are windows here.
Yeah, I can show it on camera. We do have a 10-7 lead right now. Selfless, they could build a really strong lead right now.
Well, it is a timeout apparently, according to the graphic behind NIP. It is a timeout for NIP, so they've called it. It's their tactical pause. They're a bit of a breather here, basically, for them, saying, all right, well, let's go ahead and pause a minute, let everybody try and, you know, find their center again, refocus. Get Right, I think, is definitely going to be feeling a bit tilted.
So this is what we were talking about here. These windows, these ceiling windows, you can actually put a flashbang in here and it can sort of go over the wall, and whoever is down, and that's what just happened. The guy in this corner, because he's looking up towards the vent, he's going to be flashed from those windows. So that's just a very clever idea. Now it's Selfless pulling that one out. So that's a cool variation. I like that. I just want to see more stuff like that.
I feel like you're going to go and give them a hug or something after this game now.
I very well might. I'm going to have to find out who came up with that. Yeah, I always have like a bunch of things on every map that I've tried to look at, and this was definitely one of them. I've not been able to sort of convince myself that it was quite useful, but that's a very, very nice application of it. See if more teams are going to try and do it, or if it will just sort of fall flat on its head. But right now, 3 AKs, 1 UMP, 1 MAC-10 here on Selfless, and a lot of Molotovs. So again, these Molotovs on T side are cached. It is so great for checking out all of the corners. Tactical timeout is done. We'll see if NIP can get back in the game right now. I mean, I can understand if they're a little bit worried.
No, the threat is not looking pleased right now. None of the NIP players are, in fact. It's a single flash grenade picked up here for NIP, and mid-focus, entirely focused on mid here, actually. All of the defense stacked up. They know that Selfless have been going for mid-control quite a bit, and so NIP were hoping to punish that, but instead, it's going to be Selfless kind of occupying a main, looking towards that A site. And I'm a little bit worried about Nifty. He only has the MAC-10, though, so it's not a huge loss if he were to go down. But he's here to try and draw attention towards this B site. Keep, well, basically, you know, get that info for his teammates. And he's going to be calling out to his teammates right now that there is nobody here. This is a little dangerous, though, because, yeah, Freiburg, he's close enough to hear that rotation coming through, and now he's worried about the vents. He might be able to drop in and actually get some damage in on Selfless.
I think they missed the timing, though. I think Freiburg would have had to have been a little bit quicker there. Should be almost impossible for NIP to retake. And Connor with a good triple. Nifty ending up with a nice deagle kill at the end. And that's 11-7, favoring Selfless here. The North American side really showing some power in this game.
They're doing great work. You know, Connor keeping his cool, so difficult to do when you just have, like, look at that, targets just coming out of everywhere, basically. You know, it's you gotta have that strength of mind, not to just panic spray, hold down mouse 1, and you know, just hope that you're gonna get all the kills. Some good sang-froid. But now, well, there's a smoke once again, and NIP, they're figuring out, right? Well, you know, if a core part of your plan is going to be mid control, we're going to put a fight. We're going to put up a fight. We're not going to let you get it. Pyth is there to shut down Relics, but it's a straight B rush. In the meantime, Forrest picks up the 1 kill, sets up the flash as well. So he's going to get that peek behind. Another kill for Forrest. Could make a 3rd, but he runs out of bullets. He gets overwhelmed by Nifty.
So at least it's going to be a bomb plant, but this is a very bad after plant situation here for Selfless. You don't want to be trapped on the B bomb site. You want people out and about and helping defend, but not going to happen this time around. It's really solid defense being set up here. What I do like for Selfless is that they didn't stop. You know, you lose 2 players, you're playing a 3v5, they just continue. Because what else are you going to do? If they start to slow down and take a long fight with Forrest, that's not going to work out either. So pretty good job, I would say. But it does make it 8-11 and... yeah, NIP, definitely emphasizing the mid control, you're right.
And Nifty just highlighted why you never pick up an M4A1 off the ground. Because the reason that guy died, he ran out of bullets, and he didn't actually reload it. So, yeah, M4A1, always going to be frustration. Curse of a life.
Everyone has been there at least a couple of times, right?
It always happens, man. They never have anything in them, so you got to go for the reload. Those 20 bullets, they go quick. But still, 11-8, Selfless in the lead.
Boost in the middle here.
Yeah.
Hyde's going to be looking over, and it doesn't seem like Selfless are ready for it. Previously, they have been a little bit... I mean, when they were playing G2, they were very, very much aware of this type of boost. But this time, they seem to be just a little bit slower. Flashbang going to come through, and that's a dead giveaway because no one got flashed. It's so easy for Mitch to turn around and get that kill.
Yeah, he was ready for it. And now it's Freiberg pushed up through vents. He's going to be keeping a little bit of mid-pressure here. He actually has a mate to back him up, and they're going to go for a second boost. This is wild. What kind of play is this from NIP Exist? Now he's right up next to it. Going to make the jump up, didn't make any noise. And they should have no idea. He's going to be able to quickly rotate in for the flank on A main, and they're actually setting up for the smoke execute as well. It couldn't get better for Exist here. He could be in position to completely wreck Selfless. What? Where did that come from? Did his team? No way.
No, I don't think they could have. I'm not sure. Exist there as they try and boost up. He's going to pick up the 1 kill, goes for a bit more, and they're actually going to win the fight. Powering through, but that's the bomb dropped in the middle with now 30 seconds left. An absolute catastrophe here for Selfless and the Molotov to buy even more time. Freiberg, he's going to have just a little bit of grin on his face in this round. He knows exactly how much time he's just bought. 17 seconds, 15 now. Freiberg looking for the fight. He is going to go down. Hiding in the back of the bomb side is Forrest, and he just has to wait 9 seconds. There's the kill. 8 seconds. They can't get in and get the bomb down. They have to rush him down, and there's the bomb. The round is done. There's no more time. Relics, he's going to end up winning the fight, but he can't win the round. That's Freiberg and that 1 Molotov.
How does he not save the op? Relic's a bit of a mistake there. The op was dropped from Nifty on the B side at the back of it, and maybe some miscommunication there, but he doesn't actually save the AWP. That's a bit of a miss. That could have been a big weapon to have here in this next round going into it. 11-9, Selfless in the lead. And I think Freiberg, he looked just a bit like, you know, his avatar picture right now. See? Grinning. That was the grin that he had. He knew what was up. He knew he had just won the round basically for his team. Selfless, though, they are not looking to mess around. They are going to go straight in towards A main. 3 players there. There is a bit of a setup towards Squeak Door as well. Relic's in position to try and get a punish onto Get Right, who's just going to lob a nade in there and do massive damage to Nifty and Connor. But the push is coming here for Selfless. They aren't going to wait much longer. And there's the flash, and there's the opening. Get Right, though, holds it. Manages to pick up Mitch.
Yeah, and why is everyone running in a good 10 hours later after Mitch? That's definitely not going to work out. Pike's getting a good double kill in, and mainline to go down last in place. That was definitely a bit of a mistiming.
Yeah.
Someone has to be in first, and this time Mitch, I guess he got the short straw there. But someone has to follow it up as well, and that just didn't happen. A bit easy for NIP to defend like that. 11-10. As the Ninjas are starting to make their way back into the CT side, winning 3 rounds in a row. And Selfless running out of steam, maybe, but certainly running out of money.
Yes, struggling here. And I'm getting the same feeling that we had at Cobblestone, where on the T side, it isn't quite working out for Selfless. They're feeling just a little disjointed, a little sluggish. Not the explosive kind of gameplay that we need. Shots just going all over the place though right now through this smoke. Connor hoping to get lucky with the deagle, but that is, you know, once the smoke is up, it is a bit like a lottery. You know, like if you're actually going to hit that headshot, go out and buy a lottery ticket after it because, you know, it's your lucky day. Connor will eventually take out Python, but that's once the smoke cleared. Well, it's still 2-on-4 here. Mitch and Connor, and now just Mitch. That's right. Crowd getting behind Mitch. Let's go.
Rich, Mitch, I kind of like that. You are one of those people, aren't you, Semler?
Oh?
It's your lucky day, you know, buy a lottery ticket. If one thing happens, maybe the luck will continue.
You gotta believe in it, right? You never change your socks, right? Because they're your lucky socks.
You're the sort of person that will roll a 5 on the dice and say it was almost a 6. I hate people like that. that is the worst.
No, I'm the guy.
A little part of my soul dies every time I hear that.
I'm the person who believes that, you know, it would eventually go red.
Yeah, in Vegas, I didn't know
Unfortunately,
that.
in Vegas, there's no way it can go black 6 times in a row. Turns out, that's exactly what can happen. All right, tied up, 11-11. And now, well...
Surely there's no way Selfless can lose a 5th round
in a row.
But maybe there is. They do have the AWP on Nifty, so... NIP have been a little bit aggressive in the middle. They've been a little bit aggressive in main. Maybe if you let Nifty creep around, you know, sneak in and get a kill on someone. Not a bad way to start a round if you're on the T side, but right now I think it's Selfless doing a tactical timeout.
Exactly. It is a tactical timeout, as you guys can see there, for Selfless. And at this
Look
point,
at Ryu.
He's always the one talking, though. I think that he's like the brains behind the team because he's always the one you hear him talking up when it comes to strats. And he's got a lot of opinions as to how the game needs to be played. Got to catch up with him at the hotel patio the other night when they first showed up. First time I met him as well. I'm just like, you know, so explain to me a little bit, you know, like the reasoning behind how you actually run your team, Selfless, all that sort of stuff. And you know, he's got a lot of ideas.
He's not a very tall man, but he's like a very compact human being, isn't he?
Doesn't stop him from being imposing.
Yeah, I feel like he would be an incredible like wrestler, because you know his center of gravity must be real low. You know, I don't think you could ever like do anything, right?
So you should move to Japan, basically, is what you're trying to say?
Something like that. Maybe there's an alternative sort of career for him there. Oh, there's that. Oh, it fails. So that was the Molotov that we saw earlier that actually almost crisped exist on the other side. It was meant to go into the events, but someone messed up.
That would have been the most insanely frustrating thing for Exist if he went back and watched the demo and realized, wait, I lost the round because that idiot messed up his Molotov. Like, just tilts, like, twitching, you know?
Yeah, that would not have been a fun time here, but the scoreline is tied up at 11-11, and I'm interested to see what Selfless have come up with in the pause time here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see something really cool, something very deep, you know. Smoke executions that we haven't seen before. It's certainly possible. Like, Cache is such an open map, and yet no one ever comes up with anything new in terms of smokes. And there's no good reason for it.
It's just, you know, they need to have somebody just sitting down and putting in the work right now. They made use of that flash that you're talking about, so we'll see. I mean, there is hope.
So they obviously have been putting in the work, because I can't remember I've seen anyone else do that, so certainly some sort of effort being put in here. Scoreline currently tied. Forest very aggressive on this side, and Get Right also being boosted up. Just trying to make the jump here. No fancy run boost. Oh, they actually trying to make that shot happen. Nifty just going for the pre-fire.
Oh. Well, shots going through here, Nifty. It's all down on Forest, basically. Flash, and he just does manage to make it. Such a beautiful movement. Silky smooth from Forest.
Yeah, and apart from
he doesn't agree.
Apart from the fact that it looks cool, it's one of those things that I always try and sort of... I always look for players who do stuff like that to sort of know what level they've reached. And there are not that many people who will consistently move like that.
JW, man.
JW is definitely one of them.
Child of sick movement.
I would say Neo is the ultimate god of Counter-Strike movement still.
Still today.
Yeah, still today.
He's still got that crazy movement, but for me, like JW, man, he's real. Okay, it's a tie between JW and Neo, because JW he's got some sick movement. Like the control that he's got is unreal.
Oh, flashbang coming in from Get Right there, just trying to bank it off the wall. They're not aware that he's up there, and they line up Get Right with the triple spray down, and that's gonna be a very good round here for NIP. Simple mistake there, not checking the boost, but a good shot from Relics, and Pyth hiding, not showing himself, but trying to transfer it on. Relics is going to be going down for us, showing up just in the nick of time. So we're going to go into a 12-11 scoreline.
What is this madness, Anders? And how does it come to a 1v1 after Get Right just murders 3 people? That's what I'm wondering. Because then, I mean, it's just so close. And yeah, the frustration, I mean, it's evident for Selfless. They're just kicking themselves because they're like, come on, you got to check boost. You always have to check boost. At least one person out of 3 has to check boost. And nobody did it until they were all dead. That's the kind of mistake that will definitely cost you rounds. It costs you maps, because now NIP are in the lead, 12-11. Selfless, they have to go for the buy. They have the money for it. Little light on the nades, but full rifles across the board. And now it's action B. They're just going to power through that smoke. No fear here from mainline. Although, as I say it, he does feel just a little bit of it, an inkling, right?
Either that or he got temporarily lost in the smoke. I'm not really sure what happened then, but it did look a bit weird. Freiburg is not in the vents currently. He's right on the other side, and look at the timing. He's going to turn back just as mainline stops checking it. Flashes in through the middle. Freiburg is in here, still alive at 39 health, but he's finally going to be going down. Forrester's still alive back here at the headshot position, and in a 2-on-4, NIP should not be able to give this away, but Pyth jaywalking in the vents.
Fantastic awareness there by Nifty. I thought that Pyth was going to completely catch him off guard once Freiburg went down. But there's a Molotov. The smoke cancels it out, though, so Force can actually stay behind the boxes. Well, they still have the bomb control, but they don't have any nades to work with anymore, Selfless. That's it. That was their one go.
I'm convinced that Pyth must have been drunk walking into those vents.
Well, he's not actually old enough to drink in the United States, so...
That's a good point. And they do check IDs everywhere, I've noticed.
Yeah, it's serious business here.
It really is. Nifty going to be taking a good shot there, and that's from a 2-on-4 back into a 2-on-2. Get right. Oh, the grenade. Oh, the dog. Oh, no! Relic's going to be out of it. A pure dunk coming through. And I need to see Relic's reaction from that one. He's going to have to be so upset. Now, all on Nifty, and waiting is only going to make things worse right now. He's trying to get the bomb plant down. It is on the edge. He's still alive, but Get Right sneaking up right behind him. Nifty, he's not away. He's on the container, and oh no. It's actually forced to steal the kill, but that will be 13 rounds for NIP.
But they continue to get bomb plant Selfless. That's the important bit. Even if NIP are training rounds, well, training rounds together, they're still going to be able to get that buy-in on Selfless side because they're getting that bonus $800. Freiburg, though, playing on the other side of smoke. I'm just surprised that Pyth didn't react faster. I thought that he would try and, like, really, pull a 1-2 combination with Freiburg. Freiburg the bait, and then Pyth comes right in behind them. But he took so much time with it that Nifty was aware and did not get backstabbed in the end, so...
And you know what? I just got quick information from the production crew. They said Relics had pretty much no reaction to that grenade. That might actually be a really good sign. Because there is not much he could do in that situation. So to sort of, show a lot of emotion and be really frustrated, that doesn't necessarily help anything, right? We didn't win the round, on to the next, right? Could be a sign of a really good mentality, I think. Now, again, Selfless, they've lost so many rounds in a row, they might as well just continue to buy at this point, as you were pointing out. Exist and Forest picking up a kill each, and NIP, they've just kicked it into overdrive on this map.
It's just like on Cobblestone. They've got control of the situation now. Selfless, they've gotten a little bit farther. They've picked up 3 rounds since the beginning of this second half, but now NIP, once they get a grip on things, it's so tough for Selfless to break it. So now Connor, he's going to be the one working his way through. Exist has won a duel with Mitch in the meantime. And that was over in Garage, an aggressive push coming out from Exist. So now it's down to Selfless, the last 2 here alive, going towards the B site. Force still alive. Clean headshot onto Connor. Not going to get the follow-up, though. Relics is there to trade. He gets the follow-up as well on a Get Right, but still a 1v3. 40 seconds left, though, so he has time to work with, and he has the bomb as well. So if he can pick up one more kill here, that would be good. But Freiburg going to get the drop on him, and just not a single thing going right here for Selfless. 14-11 for NIP.
Yeah, and the problem is they do also need those bomb plants, right? If they had got the bomb down in that round, then this would be a decent buy for them, but when they don't, we're down back to Tech 9s and armor here, and that's not exactly great. Oh, a single AK being picked up by Relics, so something to work with there. But in the grand scheme of things, it just seems like Selfless, their tactical style and maybe their sort of stamina, it's not deep enough right now. They need more of it. Freiburg in a good corner, sprays 1, then 2, still 6 bullets left, and that's enough for a third kill coming in. No, actually, it wasn't.
Yeah, I thought
stolen,
so too.
I think there. It looked like it was about to be. And Relics and Connor going to be in a 2-on-3.
I thought so too, man. I'm not going to lie. I thought he managed to get the headshot on the guy behind the one in the foreground there, but doesn't pan out. Still, 2 players alive here for Selfless, and at least they're on the site, and they have the bomb. Now it's going to come down to the retake here for NIP, and you've got Get Right playing the long game. He's all the way back in T-spawn, so no backing off here for Selfless. They're committed to the side at this point. There's no way out. And so you have all 3 members here for NIP putting some pressure on. A little bit of a flash. Just get some confusion out there. Relics punishes Exist for going way out in the open, looking for a fight. It's going to be down to Get Right and Pyth now.
Grenade in. Connor taking a lot of damage, and Get Right going to take him out. Relics picks up one, sprays it. Oh, there it is. Gets the quad kill. Selfless going to win the round. Then a great clutch coming through from Relics. Again, he is showing up. He's got 23 kills. 1 behind Forrest, who's at 24 here. Very, very important round.
There we go. Actually had a bit of a reaction there. Nifty seems to show more emotion than the rest of his teammates do, because when things go wrong, he's waving his arms around a bit.
He's
well, obviously when things go right. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna get there, right? You know, like his upbringing, you know, that's what he's used to. Not used to getting shot through the smoke though.
Bit of a return, but they still took a lot of damage in this mid-engagement. If they had walked forward, that would have been an ugly end to it, but now it's just a 4-on-4. I do want to point out, I mean, this happens a lot when you're an up-and-coming team and you're doing well. Oh, Get Right with a flank here, actually going to win that fight. That's really going to put an end to it. Continue with the point in a bit as Get Right picks up one more shot. CSAT 75, he was almost dead at that point in time. Now they're a man down. But it's not uncommon to get closer and closer to beating top teams, and you continuously fall just a couple of rounds short. So many teams have been through this. Dignitas did it against Astralis for a long time. CLG they've had close games against Navi and a bunch of other teams, right? All the time you inch closer and closer, and then finally one day something works. I mean, not for CLG, but generally speaking.
Just had to get the dig in there.
Can't help it.
I'm joining in on that, man. I've had my heart broken so many times now by CLG.
It's true. It's like they're almost trying at this point, I think.
I know, right? They just want to toy with your feelings.
But look at what Selfless are doing. They were actually boxed in and Exist flanking. Now they're making their way at the middle, and if they walk out high, if they cross the corner here, they do it just as Exist is coming up behind them. The timing is ridiculous here. Gonna put up a couple of grenades and smoke, and Exist, he can smell it now. He knows they're coming in, but then the smoke is up. The timing here for Selfless is pretty much miraculous.
Deep incendiary, but he's not actually gonna be able to follow up on that, so questionable decision there by Exist. Nobody in position to capitalize off that nade. But there's the first headshot, and Forrest with the second. And well, this would just be so painful for Selfless if they lose it 16-12. I was checking the notes, and yes, I wasn't hallucinating or imagining things. They did lose to G2 16-12 on cash yesterday. So it's like if Selfless just repeat that scoreline here versus NIP, that's going to be heartbreaking.
That after plant for Selfless was a bit weird, though. I'm not sure why. First of all, they went for the default plant, which I just almost always hate. But they also just stood out in the open. I mean, just waiting for it.
Yeah. They tried to challenge, I guess. You know, like at that point, you're trying to feel like you need to make the play, I think. And with NIP pouring on the pressure like that, 2v3 down a man, you need to find that third kill, even it up to a 2-on-2 at least. Didn't pan out whatsoever. Selfless, though, they're still in this. And they're going to go for the buy, but Pyth, once again, picking up kill after kill. That's 2 for him. And now he's in position to deal with A main, having reloaded. Going to find one. No, that's Exist. Robs him, but Pyth is a murderer. Quad kill. He dies after the fact, but that doesn't matter. A 2-0 win here for NIP over Selfless. And so NIP, they finished their group 4 wins, 2 losses. The only 2 losses versus G2, who went through their group perfect, 6-0. So both European teams, man, doing work here at ELEAGUE.
Yeah, and obviously a bit disappointing for Selfless again. I mean, they're showing so much strength here, but it seems like, again, maybe they don't have enough depth right now to continue against some of these really top teams in 2 maps. And when it goes to 28 rounds here, it's still very impressive. Just think about it. This is Selfless. They weren't even supposed to be in this league, and they're putting up great numbers against really big teams. And I think that's what we have to take away from this What a nice sign there.
That is beautiful.
Very well done. We have Selfless shirts and NIP shirts as well. We are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be a bit of a tactical breakdown from the analysts.
Welcome back to E-League. You can hear the crowd behind me. They're having a good time. They've just watched Ninjas in Pyjamas made short work of Selfless. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, we've got Mo and Moses. It's amazing that hasn't got confusing over the course of it.
Is it, Richard? Is that where you set the bar?
Yeah, that is pretty much. Sobriety's hitting me like a ton of bricks. What can I say?
Well, you're sober?
Just give 1 second. Just go full Archer on you. Anyway. Look, this is a nice, easy one. I think we can take a look at our blazing hot player of the match as presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. No surprise here. It is the man, the myth. It is, of course, Forrest.
Yeah, he's, I think we've talked a lot about him and Get Right, but he was, had a stellar day today. That's an easy way to put it, but he's just been a fantastic player for these guys for so long, and now, just one of the many players who can stand up and carry him through a series.
And what's even more impressive is a lot of this he did with an op today. He decided to be one of those days where he's going to op most likely, or against the other team, everyone was talking about Nifty, he's such a solid op and everything. Forrest took it to him almost every round.
I think that's a terrifying thing, Forrest isn't an AWPer, but he just does it, and he does it so well.
Those are signs when you're going to be one of the best players in the world, you have to be able to do everything in the game, including op and including rifle, including pistol.
Just recycling segments.
He's talking about himself here. I can see it coming. Anyway, look, we'll come back to the desk in just a second, but we're going to have an interview with the coach of NIP. It's Threat, who's with Chris Puckett now.
Thank you very much, guys. I am here with the sixth man. We have Threat. And Threat, I got to ask you first about Forrest. He had a great series, but tell me about this, man. Before you were coaching him, you used to play with this guy.
Yeah, I played with him back in 2010. We actually played in Fnatic. Back then it was me, Get Right and Forrest together. So he's just as good now as he was back then. He's just an incredible player.
And what makes him such a strong player?
He's so versatile. First of all, he's probably top 3 in the world with pistols, which helps a lot. Maybe not this game since we lost all 4 pistol rounds, but he saved us so many rounds this game.
Now let's talk a little bit about this matchup we just saw on the main stage, you versus Selfless. You said backstage that this was a lot more difficult than you thought it would be. What kind of trouble is Selfless giving you?
Well, they won all the pistol rounds, even though we had a really good plan. So I was kind of surprised we lost all of them. And also, I mean, they just hit all their shots. I was very surprised. They had a very easy time just picking us apart. So we tried to play a very default game, but we had to play very execute heavy in the end because, I mean, they just out-aimed us.
Was it a team issue or was there individual players that were causing problems?
I didn't think about any particular player in the opposing team, but yeah, I don't know.
Solid American squad. So Selfless giving you trouble, but up next we're going to see two American teams, OpTic Gaming versus Selfless. You'll play most likely the winner of that one, knowing that you have the second seed now going into the playoffs. Who do you want to win?
I actually want OpTic to win because we struggled way more with Selfless, so I'm rooting for OpTic this game.
Well, NIP, you guys are the Yankees of Counter-Strike, and I know you have a lot of fans in the audience. Thread is going to be giving away an ELEAGUE hoodie. Go ahead and hold that up for me. If you guys want to hear in the crowd, make some noise. We're going to be giving that to you guys a little bit later. For now, though, let's send it back to Richard Lewis at the desk.
Oh, Puckett, what have you done? You should know enough about esports events now. Don't give away free stuff. Things can get nasty. And yeah, we might need security over here. This is... Anyway... Let's talk about NIP. Puckett refers to them as the Yankees of Counter-Strike. Of course, the Yankees tend to win a lot more, but NIP are back to winning ways. They took that tournament in Malmo. They haven't looked amazing here, but they've done what they've needed to do to get that second seed. And in this game, as they said, even when they're out-aimed and losing all those pistols, they were still able to come up with tactics to beat their opponents.
And that's the difference between NIP and where OpTic would have probably just lost to Selfless right there. When it's a close game, they were able to just, they said we can fall back on our executes, which is good. To have those in your back pocket at any time, when nothing's working out, you say, you know what, let's go back to the default executes that we plan everything and it works out.
That's one of the things we talked about Selfless really struggled with, especially yesterday, how when they got figured out, they didn't have that plan B to fall back on like NIP just did. Either way, you know, this is, Threat has them in a position where there's so many different ways these guys can win. They have so many different winning conditions, and even when they struggled, losing all those pistols, I didn't even notice that happen. It's a little bit scary if you're actually that's worrying if you're Selfless. If you're able to pick up all 4 pistols and not take a map. But NIP just obviously coming in with a really nice game plan.
Yeah, and Selfless, like you say, they had some nice moments, but was it inexperience a little bit? I mean, you are coming up against players that have just been in every possible situation.
They're obviously outmatched in that sense in experience, and just this is a different tier of team. Them playing NIP right now and G2 yesterday gives them all the benefits, really. They're actually going to improve tremendously by playing these guys. They don't really get to play these types of teams a lot.
And yeah, I mean, we talk about they start these games off really, really well. It's the closing, so that is an experience, is being able to close those games out when it gets tight, when it gets into the
And Anders brought up a lot of North American teams have had that issue where they get the rounds, but they don't close it out. So hopefully Selfless is one of those teams that kind of figures out a way to work on closing out. And it comes down to just not losing the rounds that you shouldn't lose, because towards the end of the game, it's always whatever one round that happened early on could be the deciding factor.
It's a lot of small mistakes that can build up to get you to lose those last couple rounds, and that's where North American.
I'm honestly surprised they're like, even with them just having this little amount of time together, they're able to actually look like a decent team.
Makes you wonder about the rest of the region.
Indeed. Thanks, gentlemen. We're going to go to a short commercial break, but don't go too far because Moses, the chap on my left, fancies himself as an interviewer these days, and he spoke with another young North American player, Hooster from Team Liquid, so stick around. Yeah, you're not an interviewer, buddy.
An ace is when one player eliminates all 5 people on the other team.
When you manage to kill every single one of the attackers. And I promise you, I do that all the time.
Jason Mozotul here with ELEAGUE. I'm here with Kusta from Team Liquid. They just finished their best of 3 series with Luminosity. They lost 0-2. Obviously, losing can't feel too good, but let's just talk about this whole week because you guys haven't won a map. Talk about the team dynamic inside of the game. What was going wrong for you guys? Is there anything going right?
Yeah, we played a couple ECS matches here after our ELEAGUE matches, and I think there's like a huge difference between how we play when you don't really feel the pressure. It's like a lot more vocal. Everyone's just talking, throwing ideas around.
You guys have now started to get this reputation of, even when you have these big leads, even when you guys seem to be going strong, there's always a comeback that happens and you guys can't seem to close out these games. Is that just an extension of that pressure you guys feel?
It just seems like sometimes people just start shutting down. There's definitely a lot more hesitation. Sometimes we're just sitting, holding smokes for like over 30 seconds.
What's it like coming into this professional team that you've now been in, Team Liquid, after being so dominant in the semi-pro scene?
When I first joined Liquid, I was just put in this like really static, passive role, and I didn't really know how to play it. That's not how I played on the only other team I've ever been on. And the stuff that I was used to doing, I didn't really implement it into Liquid. I just let them put me in a spot and I just played it. I'm trying to get some of that confidence back, I guess.
You like holding bomb sites with the AWP, you like picking off the AKs, not necessarily a big fan of dueling against other ops. I mean, talk about when you get to this professional scene, you notice a little bit more weaknesses in your game. What are those weaknesses that you've identified that you need to work on?
A lot of the time I'll just be a little antsy, maybe over peek just a little bit too much and I peek into 2 guys or something, or I just take a peek where I should be trying to stay alive.
You have a lot of attention on you at the moment. What is it like facing this community backlash, this criticism that you've been getting lately?
I feel like it doesn't get to me that much, or at least I try not to let it get to me.
Good luck at the major in ECS, and appreciate talking to you.
All right, thanks.
Winning Vegas was really exciting because it was our first event under the OpTic Gaming brand.
OpTic, they've made it through. What a success.
It was a load off our shoulders knowing that we qualified for the ELEAGUE because we know how big this is.
This is obviously a fantastic start for them if they can qualify for the ELEAGUE right away.
One of the main changes we made was replacing Shazam with Mixwell.
I've been picked up 2 months ago. I moved to Canada to Dab's house.
I did some scouting, and we knew that he was really, really talented.
They scouted me, they watched my games, they liked the way I played.
So far, he's made a huge impact in our team. He's one of the main reasons why we've had so much success.
I'm enjoying it so far, it's amazing.
Welcome back, and there you have it. That's OpTic there, and they're talking about how great it was for them to come to ELEAGUE. They even set themselves a pretty high bar. They said, we don't want to go 0-6 in the groups. Well, we're going to find out whether or not they're going to be able to achieve that high bar. Just a few words about your interview with Kusta, by the way. I don't know which one of you look more nervous. Well,
congratulations on your first interview.
Yeah,
you did a great job.
I'll give you some pointers a little bit later. But anyway, why don't we talk about these teams we got here? This is the North American Derby. This is vitally important within the context of the seedings. A lot of OpTic fans in the house. I think
I
we're
hear
going to talk
both.
about
I hear Selfless on this side, and
Selfless people are loud. There's only one jersey in the crowd, though, but
what are we talking about?
Well, okay. Well, I'll let Moses do this one then.
All right, Selfless. This was, Kusta's former team, the one, the interview I just did. Nifty, obviously, the big players kind of stepped up into his shoes. Relics is big day yesterday, a little bit quiet earlier on, but we've obviously seen what these guys can do against the European competition. They've actually surprised us.
He did good against NIP too, by the way. He was one of the driving factors in the round they did get on NIP today.
Helps that they're winning all these pistol rounds, I've got to say.
Yeah. Well, this is
does massage those numbers a little bit.
Is no matter how good the scores look against G2 and NIP, when two North American teams go up against each other, it's just like the most ridiculous thing ever. Just flip a coin.
About OpTic, here's the thing. What's funny about OpTic is, they looked really weak this whole time, but they shine against North American teams. So I wouldn't be surprised if OpTic comes out swinging against this team and actually maybe wins both maps against Selfless here.
I mean, it does seem to me that Mixwell might have a level of overall polish and ability that nobody on Selfless does.
Maybe. I don't want to say, because Mixwell's in the same boat as anyone else here. So he's kind of still new to this pro scene. So,
okay. Well, you can see we got Cobblestone and Mirage. I haven't seen a lot of Mirage.
I feel like Cobblestone is like...
It's been the most popular map in ELEAGUE. It's been the most popular map in ELEAGUE.
That's generally going to be an OpTic map, you got to feel as well. No matter what we saw Selfless just do on it, this is a map that OpTic really, really likes in the North American region.
They absolutely decimated the Polish team that they beat to even get into ELEAGUE. It was 16-3, incredibly one-sided.
Well, they did have Shazam, who kind of carried them. Shazam carried them through those wins, to be honest.
It's a different
I wonder who he's playing for now.
Yeah, some terrible GM decided to make that pickup.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough out here.
Save yourself, Rick Fox. Right, quick predictions for Cobblestone.
I'm taking OpTic.
I'm going to stick with Selfless because I like them more as humans.
Brilliant. Glad you're here, Mo. Anyway, let's do our map fly through, and then you can take it away, Anderson Semler. Make some noise, people.
Please take it.
Or don't.
all right. I wonder if Echo Fox members are picked on the same basis, whoever most likes as a person. It would explain a lot, in fact. We are heading into Cobblestone, and it's OpTic versus Selfless here. What do you think, Semler? Which side are you on?
I'm on Mo's side. I think personality matters a lot, Gotta look out for the guys. If you can't get along with the guy, how are you supposed to work with him? You know what I mean?
Well, I might have to join Professor X on this one. Dap's going to be charging in. Mixwell taking out one. Stan is going to be going down next. Daps and Fly, and Mixwell charging through, trying to see if he can hold on to this round for OpTic. And in fact, coming back into it is all Mixwell. This is why we call it a raid boss build. You got the armor, you got the Tech 9, and you put it on Mixwell. It might be a recipe for success here. He's still running. He hasn't really stopped. Oh, what? Relics, what just happened? Mid-air as Mixwell's going to take him out. Now a quad kill. And Mainline, he's got to be sweating right now. This is not a human being he's fighting at the moment. He's going to come out for it here. Mixwell spots him out. He's still got the health here. Mainline out in the open. He gets the jump shot as well. Mixwell, that could be no possible way. He's looking for the shot. He's up under the roof as well. Now has him cornered back there. One bullet is going to seal the deal. Mixwell, inhuman round coming out of him right here, and he's going to get it as well. The ace clutch for OpTic. I cannot believe it. That's absolutely insane.
And we're already getting the replay here a bit. Connor doing some good work at the beginning there, but what happened to working together as a unit? Mixwell, he caught that flank, and fair enough, the flank could have played it a bit more patient, just kept that box going instead of trying to charge in and get the kill. And I think that was the turning point where Selfless, they started to get a little bit too excited, a little bit too overconfident, and Mixwell decided to punish them, saying, hey, I'm European after all. You can't take me lightly. Sorry, just had to, guys. I know, I had to. Kind of looking at me like, you know, what a dick. And I'm just like, hey, you know.
I like
I'm half French, I get to say that.
I like the slow, well, Naf getting caught a little bit here. Mixwell there to help out, and some grenades in just to try and buy some time here. Out of bullets though, Naf fly. That Molotov would have been great if he was still in the corner, and now backup is here, so that could have gone horribly wrong for OpTic, but they managed to get back into it here, and Nifty and Mitch here, 2 on 4 at the moment, and I don't know, like that round from Mixwell is just inexplicable.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, it's CSGO sometimes, right? You know, the fact that he hits a jumping headshot from Tech 9, you know, like, oh, 60 paces or something, and it's just like, oh, yeah, that's all right. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but that was
Hollywood now, boys.
That was only the end of it. I think it was everything else up until that point that was insane. Like, how did he get that shot on Relics?
Yeah, that was so sick, so fast. I think that's the main thing. It's just like, you clearly, Mixwell, he's just wired into the game. So difficult to react that quickly in that sort of situation. That's where it's just like muscle memory taking over, basically. Brain doesn't even have anything to do with it. But let's see, there's a bit of a lurk happening here for Naf. He's gonna be able to pick up the first kill. Might not be able to make it out alive. He is on 14 HP after all, and Mitch does have that P250. But he's playing it good. He's just sitting back and is actually just gonna wait and see what Mitch is going to do instead of trying to charge forward and be the hero.
He's hoping right now, maybe if I leave them alone, they'll leave me alone. I mean, that's common courtesy, isn't it?
Unfortunately, it's not how the real world works.
No, it isn't, and that's sad because there was a sniper right there. I mean, you could just reach out and touch it. You know, maybe he could have carried it into the next round. Not gonna work out that way though. Third round coming up, and Selfless. This is gonna be potentially even worse for them.
Oh, this is brutal, yeah. And that, I mean, losing a pistol round like that, it's so hard to get your head back into the game when you feel like, you know, you had that round and you know you threw that round. You just getting back into it, you know, mentally is so difficult. So Selfless are gonna have to show some, you know, some resilience here. And we'll see when it comes around to the first buy round for them in the next round, if they're gonna be able to take the fight back to OpTic. They cannot allow OpTic to start, you know, just dictating the pace of this game. Otherwise, they're gonna get blown out. So, standard anti-eco coming in, and well, not so standard. Connor, well, I mean, they just kind of standard now these days with the eco rounds. The Deagle, man, everybody's finding these headshots, and Connor, he starts it off strong there by taking out Mixwell.
Yeah, a bit of an investment for Connor as well. I mean, that put him a bit below everyone else on his team in terms of money, so he kind of has to get some kills with it here. Otherwise, it's definitely not worth it, and already picked up the one on this ramp. Oh, wow, Daps is out of it, and Connor turning around. He actually makes the money back from buying it, gets 2 kills, and that's quite impressive.
Yeah, that's perfect. All right, and he's going to make it a little bit more expensive here for OpTic, which is also the aim. Obviously, Mainline steps in with the USP, shows that he can hit headshots too. Rush is down, and they're getting whittled down here, OpTic. Not looking too hot. Molotov going to go to the back of the site, though, and that's going to roast and toast Mainline. Stanislaw just out in the open with the USP. No fear at all. Looking for the fight, but Mitch, beautiful headshot. He will eventually get caught, but such an expensive round for OpTic. What started off as, well, it should be a run-of-the-mill kind of anti-eco where they just press onto the side as a group. They kept getting caught in these 1v1 situations, basically. Hell, at one point it was just like, all right, we're just gonna run into all the Deagles on the map. Where's Connor? I wanna go and take a fight with him.
I mean, that is a bit uncomfortable if you're on the OpTic side. That doesn't exactly set you up with a lot of confidence for the upcoming round where Selfless have rifles suddenly. It's got to be a little bit scary here, but they do have a lot of grenades on the OpTic side, and Selfless most certainly don't. And that's going to be a problem for a while here on the CT side, unless they could start chaining some rounds together. Just being able to buy enough rifles and enough grenades. Mainline and Relics over at that A-bomb side are going to be falling back. They were just checking it out briefly, and now they're all the way back to the A-bomb side.
Yes. This is, I mean, fairly standard fare. I mean, for Selfless, they've got 4 players over on the B site now. There is a bit of an aggressive peek coming in from Relics. He did take a peek towards A-long. Nafly is there with the AWP now, however, so do not go for that again. Relics, you will get punished. You don't have the nades to support that play. He does have a smoke still, and that's really what he's waiting for. He's waiting for the shoulder peek, see if anybody's there, drop that smoke, and the smoke goes down, but it's too late. 2 players already passed here for OpTic, and life's about to get real interesting here for Relics.
Well, it's Connor once again to pick it up, but he will go down. Stan picking that one up, and now he's controlling the middle, but they need to get that bomb into a bomb site right now. Stan still staying alive, and a great shot comes through on Mitch. He's finally going to go down to Mainline, but it leaves Relics alone. Flashbang going to go out, And they know he's right here, and Rush is not going to miss the opportunity.
Big kill coming in for Rush. Mixwell going to catch out Nifty before he can get into the fight. And Mainline, last man alive. He will find a nice headshot there onto Mixwell, but the bomb has been planted. You're running the wrong way. You got to get back towards B, and you still have a chance in a 1v2. So we'll see if he can find that kid eventually. That would be nice. But the shoulder peek coming out from Rush. There's the HE right on top of him. Big damage. That's still such a tough situation here for Mainline. He needs to catch Rush making a mistake. He had a chance there, and that was the only chance. He's going to decide to back off after that. But Rush did give him an opportunity to get into that round in a 1v1.
Yep, and I think you're right. As soon as he didn't get the kill, he realized, yeah, he's not going to do that again. That was the one shot that I had. So 4 rounds in a row here for OpTic, and only saved the single AK as well. That play from Stan jumping down into drop and getting the 2 kills, that made life so hard for Relics on that A-bomb site.
Yeah, that's the thing where you're pinched and you're just waiting on the site. And that's also the frustrating thing sometimes when you invest like 30 seconds, you're just sitting in one position and you finally get the opportunity. The guy comes around the corner and you completely miss the shot. It's just that, you know, head shake where you're like, all right, I've just let myself down, I've let my team down. So hopefully he'll be able to back that up here in the next round. I mean, it is another round of eco coming out here for Selfless, apart from the AK that's been saved by Mainline. Everybody else sitting on pistols. But Connor's got the Deeg again. So let's see, nice nade onto Relics. So he's got a Deeg as well, but he's taking so much damage now, down to 40 HP, so it's going to make it very difficult for him to take a fight with anybody.
I'm not going to count Relics out with a Deagle. We've seen some seriously nuts stuff from here in the past, so maybe he has a chance. Connor, though, or sorry, Mainline, that's a bit of a shame, because he's dealing with armor, so falling that roll with the rifle, a little bit of a shame there. See if they can make this play work. They are heading out into B long. Connor is sneaking up on the other side of the map, so they're going to have some information in just a couple of seconds, which is definitely good news, but I don't think they'll be able to use it in time. That's a problem. It's going to come in just a second too late again. Mitch going to be going down now. The play is on here for the B bomb site, and they can't stop it.
Yeah, Mainline has handed off that AK to Nifty, but he's not going to get anything out of it. Instant headshot comes out from Daps, shuts down Nifty. Stanislaw going to catch Relics looking the wrong way, and there's the flank completely shut down. Stanislaw making 1,200 bucks at the end of that round on top of the win bonus. And while OpTic right now off to a terrific start on Cobblestone, 5-0 lead for them on their T side. 7 kills for Mixwell, 7 for Stanislaw, who's certainly woken up here on this first map. 4 for Rush, 4 for Naf, and Daps sitting on a comfortable 2 kills. But Daps is calling the shots, so, you know, we'll cut him some slack.
Yeah, and on the other side, we have Mitch with 1 and Relics with 0, 0, and 5. There is this thing that happens, and it happens to everybody when you're playing domestic matchups, and it can be really hard. You know more about the enemy, and they know more about you, but there's also that personal thing. Everyone who play domestic matchups, who play their countrymen, there's something personal always involved in it. You know, maybe you had a fight with someone in the past. Maybe there's a little bit of pride on the line too, when you don't want to lose a particular fight, and suddenly you're just playing a different game, and it happens to everyone.
That was very clever there by Mitch and Connor working together. Mitch was using the lip of the basically like the balcony there. He was using the lip of it to keep himself from jumping up, so where he would get spotted, right? So his teammate stood up beneath him as he jumped, and then boom, he doesn't actually go above. So it really is just, you know, that peekaboo moment where he's just, you know, pops his head up. There's no warning. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, but still. It's all in the details, little things that you can pick up that are kind of cool. See if you can reproduce that in matchmaking one day.
Look at where Stan has managed to move in. He's actually snuck all the way around and is somewhere in between Mainline and Relics over here. That could be a good position if he can pick up a kill. He's got the UMP, which is a bit of a shame, but if he gets a kill right now, they're actually falling back. They're rotating the bomb in here. Mainline is still on the ramp, and Relics is falling out. They're leaving Mainline alone, and that's not a good plan. Mixwell goes down, but Mainline, that's a huge impact frag coming in from Nafly. Now they're going to smoke up the doorways, and they're going to go for the balcony too. Selfless trying to get out in time, jumping into the fire and taking the fight. Relics coming up with a good shot that drops the bomb right behind the truck here. 2 on 2, and Daps going to go for a fight and a stunning headshot, followed up by Nafly, picking up the 3rd kill for himself. 6-0 for OpTic.
That's as crisp as it gets with that headshot from Daps, man. He just whips around that corner. And that's so frustrating for Nifty, who's holding the angle with the AWP. You think that he has the edge. He's got that angle. That's what we're always talking about. But if Daps is able to just land that shot coming right around the corner like that, it's almost pre-fire at that point.
Oh,
so clean.
That looked like a completely random shot from Napfly. Sort of moving as he was shooting.
Now I'm wondering, what do we have that changes things here?
I mean, we do have more of a traditional take on Cobblestone, where the terrorist sign is looking way more impressive than the CT1. Selfless, they weren't doing too bad earlier, but they need to get a little bit more power in here. Mixwell picking up a shot, but he will be going down. That's a good refrag from Nifty.
Solid performance so far from Nifty, and he's even going to go for some fancy stuff. Get up here to pick up that AK. Now he's got some real firepower to work with. Rush waiting right around the corner, though. There's the Molotov, and this is going to get nasty for Nifty. He tries to delay it, but the flash going to just blind him flat. Doesn't see a thing. Back to a 3-on-3 now. And while OpTic, they're still gathered up towards that B site. 2 players here ready to hold for Selfless, though, so we'll see if they can actually manage to get that defense set up, or if they're going to walk right into a bullet.
Oh, Connor going to be going down, and he was kind of the last defense here. Now Relix, who hasn't really been showing up too much, this would be a perfect time for him to clutch the 1v2. He's going to be sneaking into the bomb site just as the bomb goes down. He spots out one person, that's Rush, up on the plateau. Doesn't need to take this fight, but he will, and he wins it as well. Going to be a double kill. Rush with 6 kills at the moment, somewhere in the middle of the field right now for the OpTic team, but 7-0. How do you turn this around?
You start hitting headshots. I mean, unfortunately for Selfless, right now OpTic are playing very well as a unit. They're constantly trading off of each other. They're constantly keeping that pressure up, and right now it's just Selfless. Like, sure, they're getting individual frags in, but so long as OpTic are able to maintain that man advantage or maintain it in an even, 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2, that favors OpTic. So Selfless, they need somebody to really have that high impact play, a la Mixwell, where you just kind of run in and wreck 3 people from OpTic. Unfortunately, Stanislaw is going to catch out mainline, and he's already got the prediction going here on Mitch. Mitch waiting in danger, waiting for that shoulder peek. Not going to go for it, though. And Mixwell not actually going to hang around for the incendiary. He might have had a chance there to get the kill, but Mitch is going to be able to sneak out.
I mean, around like this, I think it's more about trying to calm everyone down, take a little bit of a breather, because even at 8-0, you can turn it around on the CT side of Cobblestone. It's not impossible, but unless someone gets a big deal kill in here, might as well just talk about how you're going to treat the upcoming rounds. Bit of a shot coming through Chicken Coop there, Rush. Random shot comes out. Great kill from Connor with the deagle, going for another one here. Just playing the angle as you should and doing a little bit of damage. The backup not going to get there in time. Relic's coming up from behind, goes down, and Mitch all alone again.
And they know exactly where he's coming from. That's so frustrating for Mitch. The fire was spreading as well. There was no way he was going to survive. So Mixwell will find the kill in the end. 8-0 for OpTic. Just a blowout so far on this first half of Cobblestone. A lot of that has to do with the man right there on your screen, Mixwell, with the pistol clutch ace. Meaning he got all 5 kills in the pistol round and won it for his team, and that started them off so strong. Selfless are still struggling to get back into this game after that beating they took at the very beginning of this map.
And it's a bit interesting because since then we've had 7 rounds, and in those 7 rounds, Mixwell has got 4 kills after that. He's got 9 total, and he took 5 of them in the pistol round. That says something about the rest of the team here. OpTic, I mean, they're playing quite well as a unit. Stan running right in, and Rush is there to back him up. A little bit of team kill. Mixwell so useless, as Roger said, I'm just going to take over this. Don't even worry about it. Mainline is going to be in a 1-on-3, and he's miles away. And this might be the first time that we've seen Rush actually come into play in this tournament. I mean, if you think about his sort of reputation or his sort of the rumor that he was one of the up-and-coming talents in the NA scene, which I would not disagree with, but we have not seen much of it in ELEAGUE so far, whereas this time, a little bit more interesting, and it's against an American team. I don't think that's a coincidence.
No, but it is a cause for concern. Because, yes, okay, if you can play... The international scene is where it matters most, because you're going to have the big international tournaments. That's where the big prize pots are. That's where, I mean, you really make a name for yourself. Dealing with regional matches, that's all fine and dandy. But, if you want to make a name for yourself, you need to be able to bring your A game versus the best in the world. And it just so happens that right now, they're either from South America or Europe.
Yeah, and I mean, you're exactly right, but I mean, still...
I know you're looking for the silver lining here, Anders, but I'm just going to tear that silver lining. off
No,
the
but
window,
I mean,
trample it a
there
little
are
bit.
so many players that have gone through this progression as a player where, you know, you got the talent, but you don't know how to sort of keep your cool in big matches.
Wield it.
Yeah, well, it's more like, I just think it's a question of being a little bit too nervous, right? Thinking too much about it. There are definitely players where that's not a factor, but most people will initially have a lot of nerves playing important games, right? And there are lots of people who overcome it at the end. So definitely still looking for Russia to do more, even against big teams.
Oh, nade goes out just a little bit too late there for Naf. No Vaccarino this time. Might be able to catch somebody out there, though. But that is Mitch. The incendiary goes down. They're going to be falling back. OpTic, no joy so far at the beginning here. This is a bit of a force coming in from Selfless. 2 FAMASs, a shotgun on Connor. Or if Connor can bring the aim that he has with the Deagle to the shotgun, could get interesting here. But for now, OpTic are content to just kind of sit around and try and force the nades out of Selfless. They're doing a pretty good job of it so far as well. Not a whole lot left here for Selfless to work with going into the minute mark.
Well, the Deagle magic did not quite transfer into Connor's shotgun, apparently. Ends up going down. And 3 versus 4 at the moment. Bit of a trade there as well. It's going to be going down. Mixwell almost getting the shot on main line, and he's thinking, I'll go back to the safety of the A-bomb site, but there are 3 terrorists waiting for him on the other side of that doorway. So Mitch is going to be all alone. 1 versus 3, and we could have a bit of a pause afterwards. I think one of the Selfless players
Nifty
ended up exiting the round. I mean, you might be taking a beating, but that's no reason to quit.
It happens every now and again. He's back into the server now, so I mean, we'll see if they actually go for a tactical pause, if they're going to use their timeout here, Selfless. They get 1 per map. But I think 10-0, you know, might be a good time to actually, yeah, exactly. This is a technical timeout, but, you know, 10-0 is usually a pretty good time to actually call it quits for a moment at least.
It looks like that lion behind Selfless is about to eat Ryu as well.
Just only be fitting, right? You know, that the pet turns against the master.
I don't think, I wouldn't call a lion a pet. Maybe it's just me.
There's some people out there with like lions for pets, right? And then you always get that video that surfaces where it's just like, yeah, this guy had a tiger for a pet, and then the tiger just took a bite out of him, and you're always just like, that's what you get for keeping, you know, like an apex predator in your house. Speaking of apex predators, there's the chicken, the monster of CSGO.
It's trapped in the stairwell.
Soulless beast.
And people are applauding it. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, that's the CS fans are just heartless, man. Clearly the thing is in distress. It doesn't know why it's been trapped, and it's clearly just panicked. You know, you saw it try to run there, and it doesn't understand why it's not able to move at all. And what do? They laugh at its suffering.
How of all the animals in the world has the chicken become the mascot of Counter-Strike? How did that work? I feel like we could have had so many cool animals instead that could have been wandering around. Why the chicken?
Just because I think it's actually, it has everything to do with when you stare into that chicken's eyes, you see the infinite, you know, darkness of life, right? You know, there's no meaning behind it, nothing there.
They do look a little bit soulless, you're right. I mean, is it just, I guess it's just because people don't care about chickens. If you had put pandas in there, I mean, first of all, they would have gotten away with the game, but also there would have been complaints, you know? People just don't care about chickens.
Yeah, but pandas are dumb enough to actually like wander into a firefight, aren't they?
They're not very smart animals, you're right.
They're not exactly very bright.
It is, here's the thing, because we've been talking about chickens and pandas during a tactical timeout. It's very, very hard on a map like Cobblestone to imagine what Selfless can do differently. This is not like another map where you could say, okay, let's switch everything up, let's throw the tactical book out the window and just go for something that's, you know, unorthodox, but maybe it'll work. There's almost nothing you can do. You can't push up on the A's. I mean, A hallway is like the only way, or middle. Those are the only 2 places you could push aggressively on the CT side, and it's a massive gamble. It's a 1 in 100 that it'll work. So it's hard to imagine that Selfless right now have come up with like some really in-depth sort of thing here. I mean, it's a technical timeout, sorry, but I mean, even then, they can obviously talk about it.
Oh yeah, this is acting like they basically get 2 pauses here. I mean, with Nifty having some trouble. But you know, we did an AMA recently. They asked me, you know, like, what map would you like to see out of the pool? And you know, I wasn't lying when I said that I would be perfectly happy if Cobblestone got struck by a meteor and just vanished off the face of the planet. No chance to rework it. You know, you'll have like two breaks that you can put one on top of the other. But enough of that. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be back live in the game.
All right, well, we do have a bit of a status update here. As you can tell, this is a little bit interesting because we do have, if they tie the maps here somewhere, if one team takes one of the other map, then it's going to come down to a round difference here. It will be sort of a replay of what we've seen earlier, right? Either way, it's going to be one of the European teams playing one of the American teams, and then heading into the Friday TBS game, it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm shocked. I'm shocked to be on camera.
Hello, everybody.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected. I think the really interesting thing is, can either one of these teams have an impact on either NIP or G2 in a best of 3? Because it is different playing a best of 3 than a best of 2. So I'm interested in that.
I'm pondering this question for a moment because we did see something from Selfless, at least on the first day versus G2. Interesting match. OpTic got blown out by NIP. Not sure if they can do much damage versus the Swedes, but I would love to see a rematch between Selfless and G2. I think that match actually has quite a bit of promise.
Yeah, it definitely does. I agree. Now, we do have a little bit of help here just because we're fishing for time. We've got Chris Pucker with us.
All right, thank you, Anders. Now, guys, I already gave out a hoodie, but I got some more gear, and the only way to get your ELEAGUE hat and t-shirt is to come hang out with me in the audience. And to do that, you want to come Friday. Of course, we are live at 10 p.m. on TBS. If you want to see it in person, the grand finals here of week 2 is going down, and you have to go to e-league.com. Get your ticket. Come hang out with us here in Atlanta. Now, I'm going to be looking in this crowd. When you guys are making some noise, I'm going to be handing out t-shirts and hats. So get loud when this game starts once again. We got OpTic, we got Selfless. But for now, let's send it back to our casters, Anders and Semler.
Good save there, Puckett.
You know what? I would buy anything that Puckett sold. Anything.
I know,
whether I need it or not, I would just buy it.
He is devilishly handsome. Bit of an everyman, you know. Got that poster boy look. I mean, the thing is, I was about to say, you know, well, for the crowd here today, get wrecked, right? Because you have to be here on Friday to get the swag. I think somebody in the like guys in the crowd were going like, oh, as well. They thought the same thing, you know. There's twisted minds everywhere, Anders. But we're not toying with people like that here. You will get the swag if you guys come to the studio. So be sure there's tickets every day. When the league is going live. So if you're in Atlanta or if you're around Atlanta, be sure to come by, guys. It's sick to be here in person in this beautiful studio.
I mean, let's be honest, the crowd on last Friday was incredible.
Nuts.
So loud, you wouldn't believe it. So we want more of that, definitely. It's so much fun. Yeah, I'm glad that Puckett went the route of being a host, caster, anything basically. Because if in a different world, he could have become, I think, like a cult leader or something. I think he would follow Puckett to the ends of the earth and
no. He gave me Kool-Aid the other day.
There it is.
Horrible. Just horrible. We got dark real quick. All right, so I mean, Puckett does have that, like, if it wasn't for that, I would also say that he'd be capable of doing, like a dentist advertisement, ad. Like he's got that smile, pearly whites,
Oh, what is his name? I can't remember. Oh, this Billy Mays. That kind of thing that we were talking about. I would love to see. Love to see Chris Puckett do a Billy Mays impression. That'd be amazing.
I love it when you look at me like that, Puckett.
Look at that. Look at that ELEAGUE swag there.
Boom.
Oh, that's a good choice. And it fits perfectly.
All right. It took him a while, but he's happy. He was definitely freaked out. Puckett. Stranger danger. Stranger danger.
Well, look, we are still just resetting the match here and making sure that Nifty gets all the money that he's supposed to be having. Otherwise, things are not quite going to be working out in a fair way. When we come back, we're going to continue with the first match here between Selfless and OpTic. Here it comes, here it goes. It's OpTic and Selfless, and we are getting back into the game here. Still on cobblestone, and still Selfless taking a pretty hard beating. They're down 10 rounds. They got nothing to show for it yet.
I dig the chat. I dig the chat. No COD fans here. Let's go. Selfless, and it's all about them getting back into this game. Well, getting into the game, they need to get around on the board. It's 10-0 for OpTic. Massive lead right now on the T side for the North American team. As the other North American team is hoping to just keep them off of this B site. And so far, they're doing a pretty good job of it.
Mixwell out on the plateau, and he's had limited success with this kind of play just yet. Already been spotted out and trying to fall back into a safer position. You look at the Selfless side here, they got 4 members stacked up towards the B side. Mainline playing again alone on the other side, and OpTic not really wanting to advance too much behind that.
No, they're taking their time. They're savoring this. They know, they can smell the fear. Selfless. There's the flash. And Nifty, nobody saw that you just flashed yourself. That's perfectly fine, bro. It happens to everybody. But it is going to be a setup here for the B take. And so far, Selfless are solid, but Relix is rotating back to A, and that is the wrong call to make. He doesn't know that, but pretty soon there's going to be 5 players from OpTic crashing onto that site, and he has to cross his fingers and hope now that his teammates that he's abandoned on the site will hold.
Look at that peek from Mixwell. He forces it out, just jumps around with the shoulder, picks up the headshot, goes for a bit more, and Mitch is in a lot of trouble. Mixwell gonna get the kill as well. That small detail, that's all you need to know about what level Mixwell is currently playing at. Very, very impressive. And that, I mean, Relix and Mainline, they're just gonna run away.
Give us, if it's possible, can we get just like a replay of the peak? Don't really care about the frags. Mixwell gets frags all the time. What's cool is that peak was pretty snazzy. But yeah, right now, it is just not panning out whatsoever for Selfless. And that you're just going to kick yourself if you're Relics as well, because you're just thinking, well, okay, I rotated over to A because we weren't sure. We had no info to go off of. But sometimes you also have to just stick that defense and say, right, well, you know, we're setting up for B, we're setting up for B, and that's just the way it's got to be, and that's how it is going to go. You hope. Mixwell's hunting, though, so we'll see if he actually allows them, you know, if he's generous enough to let them hold on to a rifle.
Well, mainline, if he goes and peeks, it could end badly, but otherwise they are a little bit too far away from each other. There's the kill coming through, but the sort of peek that he does, where he sort of just jumps around the corner like that, you see people do it every once in a while. You know, you see your FPL highlight or something like that. It's not the same trying to do it in a match. It can be really difficult. 11-0 right here as OpTic just continue, even after a bit of a break there because of the technical issue. Selfless just, they can't pick it up. They seem to be defenseless on this side of the map. I don't know what to say.
Well, I'm sure that OpTic are feeling remorseless right now as they press onto the site. 11-0, Rush opening it up already, taking down Connor. It's going to be a 4v5 now. Relics and Mitch have already taken some damage, and Mixwell coming around the corner. Not going to get caught off guard. There's the full flash, though. He's blind, but he's going to go for more. And Nifty finally ends the Beast's reign. Take some fire damage because, well, why not?
A little bit scary, but he had the Molotov to extinguish it, so things work out in the end. Rush down to 56, and he's been playing a pretty good game here on the terrorist side, but that's a grenade that's gonna leave his ears ringing. Mitch playing close with the Mag 7, looking for a headshot on that fly. Not gonna happen. Rush still picking up the kill, making it 4 versus 3 right now. Selfless, it's now or never. I mean, this started out as a good round. They got the trades in and they did the damage to Rush as well. If they can't pull through this time, then it might be hopeless.
Well, the harshness of life is going to just come crashing down on OpTic this round. Man advantage now, but he's stuck in the corner here, and Nafly holding the angle is going to pick up that shot every day of the week. 30 seconds left here in the round for them to push onto the site. And, well, Daps is moving closer. He's got an eye on balcony now, but he gives away his position with that one shot, and there's a man lurking on the site. Does not react in time. Well, that's Nifty. Picking up the kill, and Relics will shut down Nafly. That is it. Selfless, they're in the game. 11-1. They got a long way. They got a long way to go.
Oh, very, very long way back. Even if they win the next 3 rounds in a row, you wouldn't think if this is necessarily a good first half. So
no. But I think the important thing here, we've already had 1-16-0 in the league. We don't need any others, right? Well, I mean, it's always good. It's always entertaining sometimes, but Selfless showing that, you know, Anders, it's lion. It's got claws, man. It's got talons.
I mean, this is more like, you know, a sort of a stuffed teddy bear type line that we're dealing with right here. Selfless, pretty far from the real thing at the moment. Nifty, holding a long and aggressive line over here at the A hallways, and I kind of like that style. It puts some pressure on OpTic because they kind of have to deal with it a little bit, but Rush taking out Connor is a pretty good way to respond. And Selfless need a way to get back in it. Mainline trying his best. Rush is 1 shot away from death, but that's not going to be good enough.
No, what is going to have to be good enough, though, is Mitch. He's boosted up on the box. And so now he may have the chance to catch them off guard. The incendiaries, the nades are going to be going flying out. Flash is not super effective, and so he's got a real chance. They line up, but that's a blinding headshot. And it's all on Nifty and Relics now. The last 2 alive here. One of them on the site. Relics goes charging in, takes the fight with Mixwell, and wins it. So he's down to 50 HP, but he's given his team not really a fighting chance, still a 2v4. And well, now through the smoke, through the door. Nafly hits the shot on Relics. Get wrecked.
Oh, man. He didn't even see what hit him.
They just got declawed, is what happened here, Selfless.
And Nifty, they know where he is, and this AWP is valuable, so they really want to take it off of him. Nafly going to be in charge of doing that. And that resets the Selfless economy.
Did I just see what I thought I saw? It was like, heard you used to play COD.
That shot. The money being reset, and Selfless obviously is going to be forcing up behind this because why not? What else? I mean, at this point, there's no point in saving to get, you know, just one more round in somewhere. Might as well try for 3 rounds if you could do it. Again, not that much being shown right now. Mitch and Relics still on 3 and 4 kills here. It's not good enough for Mitch. Taking a fight in the fire, and then followed up with an HE grenade.
Yeah. Those are those nades. That's what the whole point is of those nades when they get in there. Nafly gonna take a bullet to the face. That's a little uncomfortable. He'll be able to shake it off. He had a helmet on. Mixwell there to take out main line. He's gonna spot the man on the side as well. Connor is gone. He will soon be spotting the man holding outside a connector, but no, Nafly will strike first. Or that was Nifty, my mistake. Nifty picking up the kill with the Deagle. Still, 2v4 situation here, so it's not looking too hot for Selfless.
Pushing in behind the smoke. A little bit aggressive this time. Had to try something, I suppose, and Relic's making noise in the middle, and Stan would have heard that on the other side, so they have a very good idea about Relic's where he is. Retaking in a 1-on-4 with a max 7 certainly would be impressive. Flashbang, I suspect, not doing anything at all.
Into oblivion. He actually just didn't like that flashbang. Didn't want it to do anything for him. I guess it was the wrong color. I don't know.
Maybe just some fireworks, you know? I mean, it wasn't even like he threw it far enough away that they would have heard the sound go off very far away so that they wouldn't expect it. Being shot in the back, and I think it's dawning on Relics now that he's in a lot of trouble.
A bit of a tight spot. 13-1. OpTic just completely demolishing Selfless here in the first half on Cobblestone. This is some NA on NA action. And well, I understand now why Moses lost his hair.
Yeah, most people don't know this, but Moses is actually only 15 years old, but he's been watching so much American Counter-Strike, you know, it's grown another 12 years in the meantime.
It's accelerated the aging process.
That's how it works.
Well, all right, let's see. Nifty, he's got an angle here. He's actually right on the edge of the smoke, but have they seen this before? Maybe. Daps just saying, hey, baits main line, so that's a good reaction there. Daps on top of his game, but he definitely knows that Nifty's holding around an underpass now, and that's going to be Nifty changing up his position. Can they actually find the shots? Or are we going to see them just get completely blown out of this server? Selfless just flashing themselves through. Relics getting a bit too excited. Nafly, he is there to pick up one, and Mixwell's to make sure that he will get the trade. So Connor, the last man alive here in a 1v4 for Selfless. Rotating over towards the B side through connector. He's got the dig. We got to see some magic here.
A lot of magic, like really serious magic. It's a bit of a start, but it does get put to an end at 14-1 in favor of OpTic. Top fragging in the game is Mixwell. He made up for it at the end. He slowed down a little bit, 17 kills. Moses did say that between American teams when they play, it is sort of a coin flip. This time the coin came down solidly on OpTic's side for the first half. After the break, we're going to go into the second half to see if they can close it out or if Selfless have just a little bit more roar in them still. OpTic versus Selfless, and it's on cobblestone, but maybe only for a little while longer, as the first half did finish 14-1 in favor of OpTic Gaming. There seemed to be almost no stopping them, and at the end, it was Mixwell maybe predictably, but also Rush coming into play, and that's obviously good news. See him right here with 15 and 6 as a scoreline. Actually slightly better kill death ratio there than Mixwell.
I think we've come down, we're getting to the root of things here, Anders. We're figuring out these players. Everybody has a block somewhere, right? Shroud's case, you know, goes ham when he streams. Well, Rush goes ham when he plays North America. That's it. Because when he goes up against the Euro boys, where was this Rush? I had high hopes. He needs to figure out how to unlock that case, that safe that is holding his talent when he's playing against the European teams.
Yeah, and I think that is accurate, and it's something that a lot of different people have that sort of individual obstacle they have to overcome. Stannis has a lot of obstacles to overcome here, trying to make it happen. He does get the first headshot in, but Mainline coming through with a double kill, and Connor going to be taking out Stanislaw. So Rush and Nafly are left 2 versus 4. Mainline hiding in the corner. This is a good position, going for the shot right now, but might get overrun. In fact, he will get overrun. That's back into a 2-on-2. Surely Selfless can't lose this round.
There's the flash. Rush pushing forward. Gonna spot the man behind Boulder in just a moment's time here. No, he's actually gonna run running right past him. Still finds a headshot somehow, and he nearly gets the second as well into Relics. Relics now, he's gonna have to make the play here. Holds the line, takes out Rush. Now it's a 1-on-1. Nafly's got the kit. Nafly hits the shot. 2v4 retake. Hey, yeah, they just can't contain the joy. You guys are monsters. Just remember, those are players there. You know, Selfless, they're getting wrecked right now, guys. Have some mercy.
2 versus 4 in a pistol round with the bomb down. If you cannot win that, then I'm not sure there's any point in trying it. I mean, in some ways, this highlights so perfectly the difference between playing foreign teams and domestic teams, because Selfless have been looking better than OpTic, I would say, overall, up until this point in the tournament, right? When they've been playing it, when they've been playing G2, Selfless have put on really good rounds, and they've looked more like a team and more like a unit. But this is obviously just a complete catastrophe for the Selfless team. Mainline charging in. It's certainly brave, not necessarily wise, and the bomb has gone down as well. Relics and Mitch are left right here as OpTic are about to 16-1. Well, maybe not quite. Mitch and Relics definitely fighting back, but not going to be a bomb plant. Mixwell still alive, and one bullet is going to end it. It's a headshot, of course. Triple kill here. And Mixwell ending up at 20 frags in 17 rounds.
Solid work from him.
Oh,
wow. That is not a true fan right there. I was gonna say, well, you know, you can keep the sign intact, just flip it over, you know, the other way, right? At least for this first map. There's still hope. There's still another map left here. Selfless can do 16-1 versus OpTic on the next one.
That was one of the 2 Selfless fans that we have, and that's obviously bad. The Selfless fan population has dipped by 50%, and not a good start here. Well, we are going to have a breakdown of this, and then obviously we have a second map coming up, but it's going to be after the break here. Still OpTic and Selfless.
Wallbang is when you shoot someone through a wall.
A wall or a door or any sort of surface that is able to be penetrated by your shot.
I'll penetrate your shot.
So, welcome back to the desk. I don't really know what to say about that one. We're talking about wall bangs. They just got banged out, Selfless, there by OpTic. Absolutely ridiculously one-sided game.
Yeah, way to tie that in. That was brutal. I want to know what Mo's thinking right now after that Selfless.
I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated with the way OpTic plays because all of a sudden, against Selfless, they looked like a team that knows how to play 5-man CS. They actually looked like a team for once this whole tournament, or league, this whole week. I don't know what to say, man. They're just so confusing. Selfless kind of looked flat from the start. I think that Mixwell ace to start off, it was a 1v3. He aced, started off pistol, and I think they just rode that momentum the whole way through.
I mean, yeah, they just didn't even look like they had anything in the lock here, which is super weird because they took it to G2 yesterday. They took it to NIP today.
This is the first time I've seen them tilt. I think they actually did just tilt and get emotional, and as soon as they lost that 3v1 in pistol, they thought they wouldn't get their minds off it.
Now, look, obviously we're going to talk about all the things OpTic did right, but just while we're running these highlights, I'm going to throw one name out there because we absolutely beasted on Kuster in week 1. Well, rather you did, Mo.
Yeah, jeez, Mo.
Yeah, mainly Mo. But I'm going to talk about...
We're a we now. I'm
going to talk about Mitch for Selfless. This is a player who, online, this guy is one of the key players for them. And every time I see him go to a LAN competition, I don't know if it's deer in the headlights syndrome or something, but he really struggles. He really struggles. And I think pretty much he's been consistently bottom fragging this entire week.
Mitch has definitely been the worst player on this team this whole week.
And considering they just picked one up 9 days ago.
And what's funny is because with Mitch here, they actually got those close rounds against the Euros. He still didn't play that particularly well at all. And even when they got close, so you can only imagine that if he plays a little better, will they be better? But to me, the highlight who did really bad was Connor at drop, especially in this match. Me and Moses kind of looked at each other a couple times like, what was he doing? And drop is one of the hardest spots. I remember we talked about drop is probably the hardest spot to hold. But Connor looked like out of place the entire time there. And I wonder if it's just them saying, hey, we're throwing you into this spot. We don't necessarily know if you like it or not. We're just going to put you there.
I think if you do like a census of pro players and which is like the hardest place to defend on any map in Counter-Strike, I think drop's going to be one of them. I think alley on train is going to be the other. I think they're just two very difficult spots, and you need to. There are almost spots at this point where you can't just guard them with one player. You have to be able to have 2 players. You have to have really good communication, really good timing with those 2 players defending against it, and it just doesn't look like Selfless had it. Not even to highlight any individuals because, yeah, I mean, those 2 do underperform statistically, but...
The whole team...
Yeah, when you get 16-1, it's the same situation with Kusa.
Yeah.
I mean, that collapse is epic. But, let's move on to what OpTic did right, because this is the big difference that we see in OpTic playing against North American teams. Daps came into this morning saying, we weren't playing aggressive, we weren't playing any kind of... putting any pressure on our opponents. And this time,
where was that mentality against the?
That's the thing. They have it against North American teams. Because why not?
It's only against North American.
They need to find a way to convert that against Europeans to be able to have that kind of confidence to take these fights and take control. Because there were rounds they would attack drop and get a kill and move elsewhere across the map. Apply pressure, you force rotations, you thin out the defense, and then you probe elsewhere. They don't do that against Europeans.
Exactly. So, with the way they play, their mentality, it's not good for lasting in this particular league. Like, they might not even make it past this week if they don't start showing that kind of aggressiveness against the top teams.
But is it a mentality? Is it a mindset thing? Or
it has to be at this
point,
because we just saw Selfless do really well, and we saw OpTic completely play like a different team right now.
Yeah, but Dabs kind of set it up. He said this is about styles. That,
NIP and G2 have 2 different styles completely. So
part of what helped OpTic in this match is that Rush is a guy that we've always highlighted for OpTic. Really stepped up and had a really good game. And I think if he's going to start off, if he knows he's having a good game, he's going to be more aggressive and he's going to be more confident. And that just tends to happen against North American teams because they're not as good at stopping players. They're not good at having these setups. So then once he starts feeling this confidence against the North American teams, then he starts being more and more aggressive and it just kind of snowballs.
Also, I didn't see OpTic have like a tilting round, like where they lose a round that they should have won. Usually when they lose a round they should have won, the team starts playing badly. They start thinking about their own. So that whole time, everything went well for OpTic the entire time. So I'm assuming that if they could keep momentum going and nothing goes wrong for them, they're just going to be a top team. But as soon as something goes wrong, it's just all hell breaks loose.
Right, well, we'll see if OpTic can continue that momentum going forward. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have the second map in this series between OpTic and Selfless. Make sure you join us.
Placement 101. Bomb planting can make or break your team's strategy. Before executing a plant, be sure to clear the site. Depending on the scenario and map, your plant location could change.
Bomb has been planted.
Placing a bomb in the open could give your team the advantage of stopping diffusers from afar. However, this may not always be the case. You may be forced to plant in an area that is safer but harder to defend.
Welcome back. We're about to go into the last game of the day. We're halfway through the series between Selfless and OpTic. OpTic steamrolling it at the moment. Can Selfless get back into this series on Mirage? Moses and Mo, what have you got to say?
I think it only goes up from here for Selfless. I don't think they could do much worse other than the 16-0 that we've seen before.
Yeah, but don't jinx it, mate.
I think Selfless, I don't know, Mirage is one of those maps where it also takes a lot of coordination and a lot of practice to be a really good team on it. It's going to be tough, but I mean, I've already dug myself into a hole here. I'm going to just stick with Selfless for this one.
Selfless?
Oh, my lord. Poor guy. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know where this is happening anymore.
If he's not spinning a wheel.
Here's why this is so important.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he just lost the spin.
If Selfless wins, what are the seedings like? Who's third, who's fourth?
Well, we'll obviously have to crunch the numbers, but it'll be based on the round difference.
Crunch the number. Go ahead and crunch the numbers there.
Not my job to crunch. Do I look like a number cruncher? Come on, man. Let's be real
like
about
you crunch a lot of Snickers.
Yeah, exactly, man. Me and you both, right? That's the only thing I crunch.
I'm just going to take OpTic on this one. I don't think there's a chance that Selfless comes back. The one benefit they
sell out
is that since it was such a blowout win, it's going to be easy for Selfless to just wipe it from their memories and just say, forget about it, move on to the next map.
All right, boys. Well, all that talk about Snickers makes me want to get one. We're going to do our map fly through right now. Take it away, Anderson Semler.
Well, we are ready here with Mirage, and it's going to be OpTic and Selfless. And tell me first, right off the bat here, are Selfless going to be able to do better than they did on Cobblestone?
I can't predict the future. What are you looking at me like? I'm some kind of seer or something? Like, they could get 16-0'd, just like they could 16-0 OpTic. Yes, anything is possible, Anders. That's the beauty of the game.
So you're saying they could do better and worse at the same time?
Absolutely. That's the wonder, the magic of life.
Well, OpTic gets a start on the CT side, and it will be Selfless on the Terrorist side, and a bit of a, well, not quite a standard spread. Look at Mixwell charging the middle here. This is such a hard information play coming out. Already they know a lot. Nafly, though, is alone at the A bomb side, and this could horribly backfire. Mixwell, does he realize? No, he doesn't see Relics running into connector, and now Naf all alone in the back. He's going to get a great headshot on Mitch, and that will drop the bomb as well. Buys time for the team to show up, and Selfless. And this is a smart play, moving into the window room main line. A little bit too big of a fight there. Rush going to be able to take him out now. 5 versus 3, and Relics takes 1, then 2. Turns around with the USP, looking for the shot, and he's going to get it. Relics did almost nothing on Cobblestone, but this is a massive start for him. And now it's all on Naf. First to engage and last to try and see if he could maybe clear up this round.
That's why we call it the murder hole, Anders. Horrible things happen there. Relics with a quad kill in the pistol round, all of them headshots. Glorious work for him. And that's it. I mean, you're just so slow. You're vulnerable when you go through there because you have to crouch walk through, and it's just the easiest shot of Relic's life 2 times over. And so a 1-0 lead here for Selfless. Anders, they're at it. They've got a good chance here to get more rounds already.
Yeah, because this is down to round difference. If Selfless win this, it becomes a round difference issue. Right now, OpTic only need a single round to actually make the 3rd seed. So that's how it plays out right now. So they should, I say it hesitantly, but they should be able to get the 1 round. I believe in that, Semler.
I believe in the 16-0, man. Anything is possible. Let's go.
I'm gonna go full motion on this. Say they will definitely get 1 round.
They will 100% get 1 round?
100%.
Okay. Come on, Selfless. This would be the most glorious day. The most amazing day if I could call Anders out for going full Moses.
You would love that.
Oh, I would never let you live it down, bro.
It's not gonna happen. Just trust me on this one. Rush is gonna be alone though in a 1 versus 4, so obviously not this round.
What are they chanting? Are they chanting chicken?
It could be. I've stopped trying to figure out the intentions and motivations of this audience. Like it's, I was lost already on Cobblestone.
Well, it feels like we've got a good split between OpTic fans and Selfless fans, which is pretty cool already, right?
A good split between OpTic
why can't we all just be NA fans?
A good,
you know, that's what I'm talking about.
A good split between OpTic fans and Selfless fans.
That one Selfless fan, dude, he will take them all on. 2-0, the lead for Selfless. And while OpTic, they are going to be once again on that round of eco. Rush, he saved his gear from the last round, so we'll see how he fares in this one with the 5-7 and Kevlar. Rest of his teammates, hard eco for them. So we'll see if it's going to be a stack. Usually the go-to kind of strategy you want to go for. Otherwise, you can go for that rush up to top mid. And it does, it does look like it's going to be a stack on the A site for now. Single man, that's going to be Daps holding over at B. And well, he's going to have a bit of a rough time in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, stack on A is fine. No flashbang means Anders is disappointed, just a little bit.
That $200 investment, man.
Yeah.
These guys aren't Thorin. They don't have the skrill.
I mean, takes money to make money, right? Daps, a little bit of a jump up there, but I think right about now is when he's realizing, I need help, and not from Nifty. He was supplying the bullets, but Daps ending up at the wrong end of the gun. It will be Nifty actually picking up a good couple of kills here.
That was not the intervention he was looking for, basically.
Definitely not.
With the bullet. It's just like you don't have to worry about anything else anymore. 3-0, the lead for Selfless. OpTic, now they get to buy. They see if they can actually do something. They had a pretty favorable situation in the last round with the 3 guys flanking towards the apartments, but nothing really comes of it. So now it comes down to OpTic with the rifles. And can they pick something up? Relic's going to get that short smoke down early enough here, so if anybody went window for OpTic, they wouldn't have much information to go off of, but this is wild, Anders. This is nuts. And well, it's going to be Nafly to start things off. Nafly helping out by killing Stanislav, but he gets 2 kills, so we'll let it slide this time.
Yeah, step out the way, Stan. It's Nafly here to do some work. It's still a 4 versus 3. Relics coming in with a good shot there and following it up. Naf gonna try to get the 3rd kill in there, but not quite happening. And now Daps and Nifty in a 1-on-1. And the health here not really favoring Nifty.
Not at all. 20 HP. He has quite a few nades to work with, but the one thing that Nifty has going for him is that Naf He's currently got a FAMAS, Nifty, he's got an AK. So if you can find that headshot, doesn't matter how much HP he has. Daps will go down. 3-0 the lead here for Selfless, though. And this 1v1, I mean, they still have a minute left. So this is just Nifty being very thorough, trying to check up all the angles. And is he really going to wrap all the way around to the B side? This is going to take so long that Daps might catch on or start to get worried a little bit. You can see him starting to think, okay, did he go into mid from connector? This is going to be just crazy if he can actually pull this off, Nifty.
If only we had some of that pause elevator music playing in the background, you know, waiting for it until Nifty finally shows up. Daps, he's going to be getting, a little bit paranoid. When it takes that long, you start to wonder just what is going on. He does turn back around looking into the bomb side. Oh, wow! Daps with a great flick. Nifty got to be out of it, and, I mean, there's that one round somewhere.
Can we see that replay from Daps' perspective? I mean, obviously, Nafly, he doesn't care. You get in his way, you're going to move one way or another. Yeah. But we're not going to see it from Daps' perspective. I mean, that's the thing. Like, Daps right there, you got to wonder. And when the fans start shouting and getting up on their feet and everything, you also have to start freaking out a little bit because it's just like, why are they getting excited? But sometimes that's just the way it goes. Double AWP setup here for Selfless, though, going into the 5th round.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the features of playing on LAN. Oh, look at that. He knew that lineup, Relics. You can shoot right onto the truck if you are just aiming sort of in the middle of the window, the boarded up window over there. So you've got to be a bit careful if you're Daps. But no 16-0 this time.
No 16-0 this time. You've actually, you know, you went full Moses and you made it back out of the darkness, Anders. So,
ironically,
props to you.
Ironically, only Moses shouldn't go full Moses. Other people can.
Just don't get in the way of his cream. That's the main thing, I think. Stanislav on the stairs, looking in, gonna get that shot into pit, not gonna matter. Maxwell, boom, getting the big spray now, double for him from Shadow. Stanislav, though, will try and step out, make something happen, and it's just not gonna work. So a 3-on-3 scenario here with Selfless getting that bomb planted for courtyard, for catwalk.
Rush trying to get in here. The smoke fades. And Nifty to pick up the kill there. Daps and Nafly are left 2 versus 3. And look at Connor also running all the way back here. So this is going to be a massive mind game. If they kill Relics right now, who's playing in connector, they're never going to expect that there's a follow-up player there. And these AWPs covering a great angle. Daps alone takes down one. But again, if he takes out Relics, he really won't expect the second player. Smoke goes up and...
the mind games.
Yeah, he's going to run away. They're a little bit paranoid.
Yeah, making them guess. Where is this guy?
Now, Daps, who made it out of this round, we did get the flick from him in the previous round just to see what that looks like, because it was really, really quick here. So turns around, shot's going to come through. All right, he was already turning back. It looked a bit more impressive from Nifty's side, but still, that's obviously the one round they needed. Now they can chillax.
They can chillax. They can let Selfless go, you know, just close it out from here on out. And OpTic should be feeling pretty fine and dandy about that. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
I think they should. There's no reason to break Selfless fan. It's hard. It's going to be Connor picking up a kill as well. They are trying to charge him down up here in the apartments, and they will be successful picking up an AK, saving the M4 as well. Rush with a shot on mainline. Bringing it back just a tiny bit here for the OpTic team. It's still a 2-on-3. The bomb is down, and I don't see any way that Daps or Rush could do anything to bring it back right now. See. Rush making a jump up, and right now, Relics is on the hunt. He's certainly feeling it at the moment. He's been playing very well on Mirage so far with 8-3-1 as a scoreline, only outdone by Nifty. 9 kill coming through from Relics. And Rush right on the other side. They're gonna end up getting sprayed down. There's 10. Selfless looking way better on Mirage at the moment.
Yeah, they're coming alive. And well, this is all about pride now, and they're definitely looking to restore some of it after the show that we had on Cobblestone to start things off in this best of 2. But they are in the lead, maintaining that 5-1, and it's going to be a round of eco here for OpTic. Pistols for them. And so we'll see if they can come up with anything clever, anything fancy. They went for the stack on A site last time with Daps holding solo on B. And it's looking like they want to do more of the same here. Daps is actually going into window now, though, for a peek into mid. But his 4 teammates, they're stacked up on A. So they're hoping for Selfless to try and rinse and repeat and run onto this A site.
Again, no flashbang. How many times do we have to bring this up? Daps would have had money for it. I'm going to blame him.
Sounds like Planet can get behind that. Mitch with the double spray, going for more. He's going to pick up a third. Could get a quad, but no, Rush is there to end his party. And Rush is now the last man alive here for OpTic because he just lost his teammate Daps. So there you go. Daps, that's what he gets for not buying a flash. Bullet to the face.
Yeah, karma in play somehow. Rush sneaking up from behind. Maybe Nifty will be caught looking the wrong way, but this is like sort of a mirror opposite of what we were seeing on Cobblestone, you know? Suddenly it's just Selfless making it work.
Putting on a show. I mean, T-side Mirage is always fun, though. I'm just hoping that right now OpTic are going to start going for some more aggression, basically, in the next round. They have been taking a bit of a fight, you know, up in Palace. That's good to see. A little bit of a shot here from Rush. He might be able to actually catch out Nifty, and he will be able to pick him up. I'm going to wait for the bomb to blow that AWP over his way. Very nicely done here by Rush. Will he survive? Yes, he will. They aren't going to hunt him. So, slick play there by Rush. That's a huge save for his team. He can pass that over to Mixwell, and Mixwell now gets a full buy, whereas he would have had to force before. So, solid work there for Rush. And, well, that's what you get for leaving your Opper alone. It's a mistake that Luminosity makes sometimes as well. Fallen will go out and hunt alone on his own and just sack an AWP with nobody there to save it.
Yeah, this is true. We've seen it in the past. Stan and Nafly haven't really done too much. I mean, Stan has actually been very consistent, I feel like, for OpTic in these games so far. So a bit of a shame. I mean, it could again be that OpTic sort of realized by now we are going to make it into the 3rd seed. So it's hard to keep the focus when you know you don't have that much to play for. And Naf has gone down here, but a really good trade, 3 for 1, favoring OpTic.
Yeah, this is solid work from OpTic in this round, and it started off with Mixwell. 2 kills with that AWP so far. That's basically just, making Nifty feel extra bad. Feel bad about yourself, Nifty. You gave him that op. That op killed 2 of your teammates. This is why you have to be more mindful of your positioning and where your teammates are when you're actually trying to back off of a site, because that exit frag is what it's all about. We talk about it very often. CT side, when they only have the pistols, that's exactly the situation they're looking for. Pick up a kill, save a gun. And so they might have not have actually had that AWP this round. So just small details here. They can blow up into big ones, Anders. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right now, Nifty and Relics, they're mainly way towards the A bomb side. If they had smokes, I could get behind this 2 versus 4. I think it could work out because you get the smoke down. Maybe you get rid of Stan or Mixwell, and then you get the bomb down, and you're playing a 2v3, and there's a way. But because they can't smoke off any of these positions, I don't see a way in which they get in here without losing somebody. That someone is Relics, leaving it on Nifty. Still playing very well, but 1 versus 4, looking to just run away. And actually, he's going to make it out. That's a little bit surprising. They might have spotted him and are going to come look for him. And Daps is coming in from the other side. And with 5 seconds, I don't know if he can make it out right now. They should just try and hunt him.
Definitely spotted him there. Will he be able to make it out in one piece? Don't go back around the corner, and he will survive. So holds on to that AWP for the next round. He gets no win bonus or loss bonus, no money at all at the end of it. So because he survived, he lives past that clock without a bomb plant. But still, holds on to the AWP, so that's all that really matters. Selfless, still in the lead, 6-2, as you guys can see. But OpTic now, they're starting to pick up a little bit of steam here. And of course, no surprise, it's Mixwell, but it's also Rush sitting at the top of the scoreboard here. So a bit of a repeat from the last map, where it was really, the rushed mix kind of show. I don't know what I was trying to do there. Mix Rush doesn't work. Mix Rush doesn't work. Rushed Mix, maybe?
Sounds like a cereal brand. Stan inside of the A bomb site here, a little bit of an uncomfortable position, and he's going to go down to Connor as well. Nifty picking up the shot on Mixwell, and Naf on the other side, getting the spray. Oh, that's a fantastic spray. Look at that recoil control as well, taking down mainline and denying the bomb plant even more importantly. And now he's instantly going to run away And that's obviously important. Mitch is looking for him, and they're gonna think that he's gonna be there all the time. This is very, very smart play from Nafly.
He's looking very good right now, Nafly. He's hitting that level. 2 kills for him in this round so far. And well, let's see. Mitch is currently on the hunt. We'll see if Daps will make the same mistake as in the pistol. Not going to happen. This time he just waits, and he gets rewarded for his patience with a kill. Daps still playing from CT. And well, now it's Nifty in a bit of a tight spot because he has no idea that Nafly is at his back. And Nafly, wow, jumps the gun. Big mistake there from Naf, getting a little ahead of himself. He's actually giving a chance here to Nifty, who's going to miss the flick and fall down to Daps. But Naf, we praised you, and you let us down in the end. Nice opening there by Nifty. That is not an easy shot to hit on Mixwell.
No, definitely not. So yeah, I mean, you're right though, Nafly almost dropping the ball, but it's gonna work out, and we're going into the 10th round here. And OpTic slowly but surely making it back in the game here. Selfless on the other hand with mostly tech lines and a single Galil.
Exactly right. So they are going for the buy here, Selfless. And they're going to set up for that B execute. They haven't gone for the B execute in a little bit. The only issue here is that OpTic, they have all the anti-rush nades. So they have those incendiaries. As soon as they see these smokes come down, Daps should be getting in position to chuck down an incendiary. There it is. He'll get the flash as well, but he prefers to go for the spray. Mitch is going to die if he tries to run through, but they actually extinguish the flames with the smoke. So they're getting bogged down in there. This is awkward. Try and find your way out of the smoke, lads, but it's too late now. Rush is going to just murder you all. Daps is trying to get something done, but Mainline from on high will find the shot, and a nice shot from Mainline. He's doing work right now. 2 kills for him. Still a 2v3, and now a 2v2 as Relics brings it back.
I have no idea how Selfless are still in this round. I need someone to go back and just get, you know, a 5-second gif of them bumping into each other up in the hallways and just capturing it in a Counter-Strike. I guess that was ridiculous. Right now, Mainline and Relics are left, and they shouldn't even be in this round. I mean, OpTic had every chance to just crush that push. Stan is coming up from behind here, and when the Molotov fades, maybe he could make a difference. Mainline already having a bit of a fight with Mixwell, and Relics here, he's just 1 bullet away. Stan going to be put into play, but he misses the shot. Relics is going to be going down, and Molotov there, that's going to make Mainline's life a little bit tricky. He picks up the shot, but goes down. Mixwell to save the round.
Once again, single kill, but it's the high impact frag, nearly a team ace. The Rush had to ruin that by getting 2 kills, and this is where it gets awkward because they don't actually realize what's going on. But I mean, I like the idea behind it for Selfless. They put the smoke up themselves so that they can't get picked off at the window from the man on short. They can try and get out on a plateau and just jump out. Only problem is if the first guy through gets stuck at the wall, the whole thing falls apart. As you guys saw, you have no way of knowing when you're actually going to get out of that smoke or what's going on. It's chaos, it's confusion, and well, it's a 6-4 scoreline.
The 11th round is coming up, and we do have still very bad equipment here on Selfless. They seem to be sort of continuously forcing it. I mean, they're doing the damage and everything else, but it also means they have not that great equipment. Good shot from Connor. We'll start off with a kill there, and Nafly with the refrag. A bit of a fight in the middle.
And there's still the lurk over by Relics in a palace. He hasn't quite found somebody to work with yet, though. He's waiting for his teammates to rotate back through T-spawn, rather. Nafly is in jungle, though, and Stanislaw waiting. In CT, the AWP is currently waiting on short as well. So if they have a smoke, they do have 2 smokes. So we'll see if they use 1 for stairs, 1 for jungle. Those would be the preferred smokes, I would think. It doesn't even look like they're going to bother. Just going to go for the straight face, and Mainline is going to take out Nafly, but Stanislaw alive on Soul Booth, not going to find the kill. Trying to dunk that nade, and we'll see if he gets a Kobe. No, it's not going to happen. So it's a man advantage here for Selfless.
Yeah, OpTic being, I think, a little bit too aggressive in that situation. I'm not sure why they were looking for those frags. Now Mixwell is going to be getting a shot, but Relics comes back with the trade. Is Mixwell again here. The Spanish player just being so good right now for the OpTic team, and Mainline, he couldn't finish it off, and there's not going to be a reload. 3rd kill coming in from Mixwell, saving the round for OpTic again and again and again. 10 kills on him right now. Still Relics and 50 leading the board overall. Look at that shot.
Yeah, that's nasty. He gets that angle down pat, boom, right through the smoke. He knows exactly what's up. Mixwell is dialed in right now. And while Selfless, their lead, it has shrunk down to a single round, 6-5. They go for the half buy here. Quite a bit of an investment, actually. Pistols, nades, Kevlar, Nifty skimping because he wants that AWP. With the rest of his teammates, Tech9s, Deagle, and the full smoke execute about to go unfurling onto this A side. Stanislaw is the only man there holding solid. Nafly, though, is able to rotate in time, and he might be able to get right on the edge of these smokes before they come in.
Counter grenades coming out. Just generally a lot of grenades in this A bomb site right now, and Stan up on the box looking over. That's a great position right here. Goes for the 1 kill, and he could have maybe followed it up. Instead, it's Connor and Relics coming back with a couple of kills in return. And the bomb will be going down here, so OpTic is going to have to try and get that defuse home. And Relics is in a sneaky corner right now.
This is nasty. With that incendiary going down, it might actually alert them. He's just going to go charging through his own Molotov. Hello! 2 kills for him, and now he's in position to get the 3rd, and Relics will be the one to shut it down here. Selfless, 7th round on the board in a toasty fashion. As you guys are all reminded, who is the king of banana? Actually has a flavor of ice cream in Sweden. Freiburg. It's a banana ice cream, obviously.
Oh, wait, it had to be, right? It couldn't be any other way. 7-5 right now. And I mean, by normal standards, this would be a very good scoreline for Selfless. But like I said, I feel like this game is going to be very hard to predict, and it's also going to be hard to sort of expect that all of them are playing 100% at the moment. Rush with a bit of a kill there on main line, and mid-air shots coming out. Rush doing great work with the 5-7, but a reload might be in order as he had 4 bullets left when he took that fight. Now he's finally got the reload home, and Mixwell showing up as well. Selfless running into a bit of a brick wall over here, and in the corner, Relics. Thought they were going to try and knife him.
Yeah, a surprising show of respect, actually. I think you're right. I would have gone for the knife for sure. I mean, that's how things got interesting in the show match. I kept going for knife kills, and that actually helped you guys out a lot. Otherwise, it would have obviously been a lot more one-sided.
Very true. 6-7 at the moment, and in the 14th round, Selfless out of armor, and these, I mean, they've been buying and forcing so much that things just aren't looking good. Stan gonna cancel Nifty's attempt immediately with the P90, and when you don't have armor and you're fighting this P90, no fun at all, is it?
No, because you just get an aim punch. That's the whole point of the Kevlar. Eliminates the aim punch, means that your aim remains steady. If you don't have the Kevlar, aim goes all over the place. You're just unable to get that shot in, so you have to get that first tag in, and that's why Deagles are so good when you're on a hard eco, because you just get that one shot. But let's see now. Mitch, mainline, Connor, the last 3 alive here for Selfless. Well, they are really taking their time with this. Default kind of round, default kind of approach, and I'm not sure if Rush spotted out the man there in apartments, but he's definitely serving as bait. He's gonna go hopping around like a rabbit, as you guys can see, trying to draw attention to himself, and that's all to set up his valiant leader, Daps.
And it's a pretty good tactic right now. Mainline eating
Beautiful,
it,
Daps.
hook, line, and sinker. He's waiting for it, and Daps deciding, I'm not gonna wait any longer. And that might very well have been the crowd just, you know, sort of flaring up. He didn't want to risk it. It is one of the conditions of playing on land that there is sort of some ambient noise in there. It can always happen, and it doesn't always work in your favor either. So a little bit tricky. Ties up the scoreline at 7-7 though.
Well, it's a complex beast, right? Because that's what we talk about a lot when it's, you know, LAN experience. You know, it's different when you're playing at home, you're comfortable at your PC, you're not getting any of that input. But when you play in LAN and you have the crowd, you know, surging in front of you, it's a totally different atmosphere. So you have to factor that into your gameplay. Teams change how they play when they play on LAN because of it.
Yeah, for one thing, if you're playing in a stadium arena, sometimes you'll be rushing a lot more on the T side because people can't hear you run anyway, so there's no reason to walk around too much, you know? Good chance people can't hear the footsteps. So yeah, the game changes a bit, which is in some ways all right, I think. Stan gonna take a bit of a fight here, and he did really a lot of damage early on, but then he went down to the Tech9 of mainline, and good shot there. Just a nice little angle here from Mixwell, very creative.
Oh, and well, he is gonna get punished for it. Mainline comes rushing through that smoke. Nice flash to give him the opportunity. But it's still a man advantage here for OpTic going into the 15th round. The retake on the A side, and Daps annihilates Relic, only to lose his teammate Nafly to Nifty. So it is all now on Nifty versus Daps, and now just versus Daps as he picks off Rush. The clutch, however, will be won by OpTic, and OpTic, they still manage to pick up a round here at the end.
Well, there we go.
The hype is real.
These OpTic fans are definitely in it. I feel like Selfless fan is, he needs to show a little bit more here.
Is Selfless fan still here?
I think he's in there somewhere for sure. When we return, we are gonna see the second half here of Mirage, and right now, I mean, OpTic are in a great position. They don't really need anything else, but maybe they can still win the map. We do have the final day here of day 2 and week 2 of ELEAGUE, and it's OpTic versus Selfless. It's been a bit of an interesting show so far with a very, very one-sided cobblestone. OpTic utterly destroying Selfless on that map. 16-1 victory. On Mirage, it's a little bit different, and I mean, Relics and Mixwell have been going at it, both of them doing quite well. And I would say overall, Selfless with a bit of a better first half than OpTic had. But again, OpTic only needed the 1 round, and they would make it through on round difference anyway, just based on the tie. So they are going to be in 3rd seed just based on this. And that's also why we got to be a bit careful with reading too much into what happens here, because you can't expect OpTic to play 100% when they know they've made it.
That's the main thing. You could see it. They started to fight back a little bit towards the end, but there was definitely a little bit of a drop, a little bit of a dip. And well, we'll see. T-side, OpTic, they have the chance to just rush in, and they're going full matchmaking with this. I love it. Look at this over-rotate coming out from Selfless towards that B side, and the bomb is going to get planted on the A side in the meantime. What is this madness? Well, nice headshot, nice 2 headshots. Nifty coming alive in his own right. He's got 14 HP left, so he has to be careful with how he peeks that corner, but he's done his job.
Connor in the middle here, having to take a fight before even getting into the bomb side and helping out. This is a little bit annoying. He's going to get the kill on stand, but getting shot in the back from Daps, who's now the only terrorist left for all of 2 seconds.
Beautiful work there. Nice retake. That's a lot coming down to Nifty, basically, with OpTic. I mean, I'm not opposed to the play here that OpTic went for, which is basically charge into CT, try and get control and overrun that guy. The only problem is, first man in, he was alone. So there was no refrag, there was no trade. It was just Nifty able to take a series of duels there instead of actually just getting overwhelmed. So a little bit of an well, I mean, obviously OpTic just need to streamline things a little bit when it comes to those kinds of plays.
Yeah, because you are, I mean, in some ways, I think they also slow down a bit too much. Like, you're supposed to keep charging, right? You're supposed to keep running. Sometimes you'll even see teams taking the bomb with them just to keep going. But that grenade, if they had moved up the right then, would have been beautiful.
Yeah, that would have been a full Kobe right there. And, well, Mixwell, boom, snipes Nifty. Mitch is still here with the UMP, though, and they line up, so he's going to get 1, 2, and 3. Could have got a 4th as well, but Stanislaw does manage to make it up into connector to save himself for a brief moment there. And it's going to be down to Stanislaw, and now just Rush, who's alive in B apartments, going for the burst fire with a Glock, and there's a reason why you never do that. You don't hit anything.
Good triple from Mitch. That looked very controlled. I mean, the flashbang obviously makes it easier, but yeah, good spray control there. 1 round lead for Selfless, and OpTic, look at this. Straight into the buy here.
No time wasted. They want to get right into the action. They have the AWP, or not the AWP rather, they got the bomb plant. No AWP just because they are buying around early. And they're going to go straight out from Palace here, it looks like. No time wasted at all. This is a very aggressive strat. I mean, they're going to take their time with it and hope that somebody's going to get impatient on Selfless, trying to play for info, maybe go for a peek into Palace, but instead it's going to be action in pit, or at least Relics is going to be holding close to pit as Stanislav pushes up to top mid and spots Connor before the flash goes off, sees Mitch boosted up on B, but the damage is already done. They're going to be out on this A site.
Yeah, but not going to be able to make it work. Relics picking up a triple kill. That looked so good for OpTic. They were on the site and there was only one blue dot on that minimap, and it still doesn't work out. Right, you've got to be a little bit excited about that one. 10-8 right here.
Yeah, let's go Selfless. I mean, now they're off to a fantastic... Oh, I mean, they already had a fantastic start on the first half, right? You get that many rounds on T side, you're going to be feeling pretty good going into your CT half. Well, they have the gun still. OpTic, back to pistols. Relics is going to get a little bit of info, bit of the peek at the pit there. Connor alive in CT, now knows that they're pushing up, and so we should have the rotation coming out. 3 guys, soon to be 4, waiting on the A site, holding the line. Nifty picks off Daps with the MP9, spots the man getting onto the site as well, but he gets caught by Nafly.
Connor, fortunately, doesn't have an HE or anything to put into that corner. That would have been nice, but him and Relic still picking up a kill each, and Naf and Stan, what could they do at this point in time? I don't think it's a lot. Mainline going to be getting both the kills, in fact. And that's 11-8 here, OpTic. Finally, with a little bit of a respectable amount of money there. And we have Selfless fan in front.
Selfless fan is back. Sick. Selfless are doing a fantastic bit of work right now, though. 11-8. Starting to extend that lead. This is going to be OpTic's second chance here to really do some damage. They've got full AKs. It's surprising to see that Mixwell does not want to take that AWP into the fight. He's been so good with it all tournament long. Instead, it's going to be straight rifle work from him. And Nifty, he's got the angle to top mid. Mitch is going to pick off Nafly. That was in B Apartments, and Nifty finds a shot on a Mixwell, and he's even hanging around for more. This is a little bit brave. But Rush, he's going to get the punish. Fantastic 2 kills, bringing it back.
Yeah, that's some terrifying AQ control coming out of Rush, and Stanny did see Nifty make his way into window room here, but they're a man down right now, and OpTic actually bring the bomb back towards the B bomb site here, and there's nobody from Selfless anywhere close, so that is obviously a big problem. And Stan, this sneak around here is just going to be perfect for what they're doing.
That's the brutal thing with going for that underpass push. If there's a man remaining at top mid who has control, he can always wreck you. Stanislav, though, pretty sure he spotted him, getting a pass to Nifty. Going to take a little bit of damage. They kind of just trade there as the bomb gets planted on the B side. So the countdown has begun here. And Mainline looking to get up into B Apartments, but Daps has already got the angle, shuts him down. And it's all on Nifty now. Last man alive, the last hope for Selfless. Go for the knife, go for the knife. Not gonna happen. You don't catch Daps off guard like that.
I think he may have wanted to. I think some part of him was thinking about it, but he was moving so much, it might have been a bit of a risk there. 11-9, OpTic picking up a good round, and gonna continue into the 21st round here. Still some money for Selfless, which is obviously important if they want to try and win out here. I mean, if nothing else, from Selfless' point of view, even though they can't really take the 3rd seed anymore, they can still gain some confidence just by beating OpTic. I mean, that's still a thing.
Yeah, this can still be treated as a bit of a learning opportunity. So, I mean, they are going through the motions. They are going for aggressive holds as well. I do like that Nifty is taking that AWP onto short, looking towards top mid. That smoke is down blocking him, but he still has some room to work with. And Connor, aggressive hold towards pit with the backup of Relics there. But Nifty, he finds his first pick, still hanging around. He should back off. And there we go. That's his job done. He's found that first pick, spotted out an extra man at top mid as well. So there's some info to go along with the kill. But now it's OpTic. They have mid control at this point, so they're just looking to take advantage of that.
Rush covering the window for a moment, but not going to get an opportunity to kill anyone. And now the smoke is up mainline. Going to try and find a corner here, and he will as well. But oh, Mixwell, that spray took a second too long. I mean, Nafly looked like he was in a lot of trouble there. Some good, swift reactions coming out of Mixwell and Relics. He knows that there might be someone up there. Rush is going to be going down, and Relics, he peeks so far into the open, you would think that was a big risk, but somehow he still picks up the frag there on Mixwell, and now a 2-on-4.
There's Flash as well to buy some time. Stan He's alive on the stairs. He's got his mate Nafly, who has the AWP, looking towards jungle, looking towards murder hole. He's waiting for that rotation to come from the B site. For Selfless, as Stanislaw picks off Relics. Connor, however, lurking in the pit, will find the kill on Stanislaw and Nifty. There to win the duel versus Nafly. 12-9, Selfless. 3 rounds ahead now. And well, OpTic, their economy just got wrecked, so they have a little bit of a decision to make. Do they want to go for the force buy? And it is going to be the force buy for them. But before we get into OpTic, we're looking at Relics now. Pretty solid performance so far. Oh, well, not looking at map 1, of course. But looking at map 2, it's definitely doing some work.
Yep. I'm so confused. That must have been like the wrong numbers, surely.
Why? What's that? What, on the first map?
Oh, was that from the first map?
You saw first map and second map.
Right? All right. Now,
they didn't forget the 2.
I'm catching up. I was confused for a second. Yeah, guys, he's got 26 kills here. 12-9 being the scoreline, and OpTic setting up for a bit of a rush here into the A bomb site with Naf and Stan coming up at the underpass. And Relics is going to be sort of a key here. If he can survive, then Selfless have a real good shot of doing it. And that Molotov is so well timed as well, because they just put in the grenades on the A side, and they can't help out right now. Relic's going to fight them in the fire as well. Stan going down, turns around. Great round here for Relics.
He continues to extend that frag lead as well. He's up to 29 kills total now. Looking very good. Mixwell will try and battle back and get some kills going. Was that only the 2 kills for Relics? That was only the 2, so he's at 28, my mistake.
So basically, I mean, what's so incredibly well timed about this is that the Molotov that Relics puts down right here, it's timed exactly when the terrorist team starts putting in the grenades over this wall. And that means the 2 terrorists that are coming up from underpass, they can't help out. They have to run through the fire. So yeah, 3 members are rushing in, but they're supposed to be helped out by the 2 people coming in underpass, and that just doesn't happen. So great round and great defense being put out of Relics. The timing couldn't have been better.
Yeah, it works very nicely. And you're right, it's very well thought out defense. And then the individual performance also makes that, fairly solid. Relics, are you kidding me? This guy's everywhere. Now he's over by the B site. He's got this read on OpTic right now.
They don't have armor.
They don't have any armor, so this HE, if he gets it right, yep, there it is. Goes out, might be just a hair too late. Yep, just does damage to Nafly and Stanislaw. But he will catch him stacking up and picks up 2 kills point blank.
Everybody just wants a taste of Relic's rifle, it seems. Just more people feeding themselves. Main line going to be going down, but Mitch with a strong headshot, taking out Mixwell, who seems to be, oh no, Naf in the corner. Flashbang goes in. If it was an HE, he would be gone, but he's going to survive on 1 health exactly, leaving Nifty alone. And the bomb is planted, so I'm not sure why they're out there. This is a terrible post-plant play coming out of OpTic. What's happening? Nifty! It's not going to get it. It's 1 second away. OpTic, just very, very silly way to play the end of that round.
That was all over the place, man. Are they getting too giddy? Are they like, we've got this on lock, this is good?
I mean, they do have it on lock. They're not actually playing for anything anymore, so at that point, what else can you do?
I'm just running around looking for kills. 10-13. And Selfless, they have to go for the half buy now. Deagle's pretty much across the board, apart from Relics, who wants to be special with the 5-7. And a couple of nades as well. So let's see. Smoke goes down, shots are going out like a metronome, this guy.
Just trying to time it. Would have been sick if it had worked out. Connor in the underpass here. A bit of a shame that Selfless out of money, because they were starting to build some good momentum here on the CT side as well, but OpTic are still proving a little bit resilient. Ooh. That's gonna hurt.
That's a nice nade. That did some damage. Is he gonna find the shot? I mean, Connor, he's still patient. He's been very successful with the Deagle so far in this tournament. Been hitting headshots, showing that he's got, that 1 Deagle, is on his speed dial. But it's still the man advantage for OpTic, and now they get to just kind of, after basically going through the motions, and I think that's pretty much what it is, it's just going through the motions, showing themselves in mid, figuring out what the defense looks like. Great, okay, they've got pistols. Now let's just go ahead and group up, and we'll just run onto a site. And you have the rotation coming out now through T-spawn. They're gonna leave a man lurking at top mid, that's Nafly. Then the rest of OpTic ready to go through pit.
Bit of damage into Relics. I mean, not that it really matters. Even at 100% HP, I'm not sure he could defend the bomb site at this point in time. Nafly sneaking through middle. Rush gonna pick up a kill, and there's a good timing there. Relics not standing a chance at all. Connor walking right into a headshot there.
And Mitch looking for the old Olafmeister angle, trying to find that edge right beneath the smoke, where you could look onto the site coming up that ramp. Not gonna happen though, and so it's a 1v4. And they seem to have an idea of where this guy's playing from, because it's just non-stop wall bangs coming through from Mixwell. Is he really gonna end up finding this shot?
Maybe they're gonna run away and he can defuse the bomb.
He's got a kit.
That's
Sparkles?
what I mean. Well, they
Bomb
do
is playing
spot
for
him out. Great shot from Mitch, just showing that they can't completely disrespect him.
B3. All right, so they're bringing it back here slowly but surely. OpTic 11-13, and after that round of eco, now it's Selfless getting to go for the buy. Nifty with the AWP drops 7 grand in this round, so there's all of his money gone, and the rest of his team rifles across the board. Apart perhaps from Connor, he's going to have to go for a FAMAS if he wants that rifle, and he will. So this is it. I don't think they have a real chance of just tying up the situation. If they win this round, Selfless, it'll be another round of pistols. And so OpTic, they could go for that clean sweep. It could be Selfless, you know, really struggling.
Mitch trying to get a little bit of control here. He's got almost no backup or flashbang here, but there's so many targets, and they do kind of line up. I mean, he does a tremendous amount of damage to the remaining players as well here on OpTic, so it might still be worth the trade, even if it's only a 1-for-1. Relics, he can't see them. That smoke blocking so well, and Nifty, oh, so many targets. He knows what's up now, and Dab's gonna be able to take him out now. 3 versus 4, and that's such a shame. That start there looked so good for Selfless, but they don't quite have the money, and they're a man down, so I don't know if I would try and go for this too much longer.
No, you want to hold on to the guns if they could find that AWP. Unfortunately, it's dropped on the site itself, so there really is no hope for them to actually save that gun. Stanislaw is going to catch out Connor, and then there are 2 remaining plays here for Selfless. One waiting at the apartments, who will win his duel. Relics continues to deliver, takes out Daps.
31 kills for him now.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty. Oh, but the timing, unfortunately for Mixwell, just barely a split second too late.
Really wanted to believe that there was someone in that corner. It's going to be a bit of a trade at the end, so only Mixwell surviving the round. And it will be 12-13 here. The 26th round is coming up, and we are nearing an end at the moment. Selfless, just, I mean, they've been playing well enough on the CT side, but they keep running out of money to put up a good defense, and it seems there's no way around that for them.
You know, they just keep getting reset. And sometimes that's the way it just plays out. When you get your economy controlled like that, when the terrorists, they're able to actually just constantly keep you forcing, never makes your life easy. Always a struggle. Well, it's still just a one round lead now for Selfless with 13. And OpTic right on the edge. Are they going to feel it? I think so. They're going to be setting up now, trying to work their way behind that smoke. Nobody holding on the site itself for Selfless, so it's actually a pretty solid situation here for OpTic. The sole rifle that's been saved from the last round that's in the hands of Relics. I mean, it's not a bad guy to have saving his gun. He's been hitting shots, but he's going to have to do a lot in connector. They lose mainline and B apartments as well here. Nafly opening things up.
That also instantly tells NAF that they don't have enough money in case they were doubting about it. So they know that Relic's got the rifle somewhere, but if there was any doubt in them, it's pretty much gone now. Connor taking a bit of a fight, but the bomb is on the A site, and there's no one there to stop the defuse either. Cautious grenade coming out of Rush. Wants to be sure before he tries for the bomb plant.
Let's see. I mean, the plant is going to go down. Eventually, he's just going to have to stick it. So that's going to happen. And there's the flash. Pitch goes charging out. Mixwell hits the first shot. Mixwell with the second. And it's all on Connor now. At least he can pick up an M4 to work with, but it looks like he wants to back off and try and save that rather than actually take the fight here and make things expensive for OpTic. So they are going to tie it up 13-13, OpTic. Selfless, man, after that strong start, they are not quite able to keep it together here and hold off OpTic.
No, they're not. I mean, the second half it was 4 rounds in a row for Selfless, then a single round for OpTic, and then another 2 for Selfless. So, I mean, at that point in time, they were 6-for-1 on the CT side. That's a great start to the second half for them. But after that, it's just spiraled out of control, and the economy is definitely a big part of it here. Selfless still with, well, now actually finally with money to buy, and see if that's going to make a difference. I love that push from Mitch in the last round up to middle. I just wish he had backup for it. There was a flash coming out of the A bomb side that helped him out, but he needs more than that.
Yeah, this is where that teamwork has to come into play. And they already see that smoke going down onto short once again, so that's going to give Rush some room to work with at the top, and really he's just going to chuck a nade in there and try to make it sound like somebody's hanging around top mid. Instead, it's aggression. I like the use of the flash there to clear out underpass, make Nafly's job a little bit easier. Don't be greedy with the nades. Make use of them when you're checking those angles so you don't have any surprises waiting for you around the corner. Nifty, he's got that line on B apartments, very common spot to hold with that AWP, and we'll see if he gets rewarded. He did spot the movement, but he's going to put the shot right under the man's arm.
A little bit impatient for Nifty there. I think he could have easily waited. There's going to be a lot of grenades raining in on his position, but if he can get the first kill home, it might help out his team a little bit. He's already very low on health, and now more grenades raining in. He's a single HE away from death and holding close with the AWP. Not the best position for it. Mainline, though, great help then taking out Nafly, and actually OpTic gonna run back. A little bit strange. Once you commit to that push, you normally just keep going.
Exactly. You want to try and make take advantage of the damage that you've done to the defense. That's not going to be the case, and now they're trying to rotate back. Do they have any nades? Yes, they have a single smoke grenade, so that'll probably go down on CT, and then 2 incendiaries to work with here for OpTic. So far from ideal, but they still have Mixwell alive, and he's worth all the nades in the world.
Pushing up, Connor sees them very early on, and that's a nice little start there. Mitch gonna be picking up a kill, and Relics, see if he can be put into plays. Been very, very good on this map so far. And not afraid to make the crossing through the smoke. Takes a bit of damage, but so does Daps, and ends up going down. Connor hitting a good shot before he gets down by Mixwell, and look at Rush. Right at the edge of the smoke now. Was it a 1-on-2? Not gonna be able to make it work. Instead, it's Selfless. Getting up to 14 rounds, and OpTic, they do have money.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of money.
They're not worried about buying for any time soon. Selfless, though, they're going to save both AWPs. That's actually a pretty decent play from them. See, I mean, Nifty can use it. We can see who actually is going to pick up that second one. If it's going to stay on main line or if it's going to be handed over to Relics. 14-13 here. Selfless 2 rounds away from securing a map. They're like, that's the goal basically right now for Selfless. You battle as hard as you can so you don't go out 0-6 in the groups. At least get that 1-5 scoreline at the end.
Yeah, I think definitely Selfless, they have something to play for here. I mean, they're still just trying to make it a little bit interesting for themselves. 28th round coming up, and that double up setup though, from OpTic's point of view, is going to be a little bit difficult to break, I think. But look at the push up from Mitch and Relics. They know what's happening, but they're so far away. OpTic have actually found a great timing here. Mainline picks up a kill, Stan doing a lot of damage here, and the backup still miles away. Connor gonna be trying to shoot through the smoke a little bit. Relics picking up a good shot there. And now they are in a 4 versus 3. Finally, Mitch and Relic showing up to the party. Look at Mixwell taking that long... Oh, he's actually gonna change his mind. Sticking on the bomb site.
Not backing off, interesting choice. That's gonna be the flash in. Nafly peeks behind it, takes out Relics, but he's gonna peek into 2 players there. Mitch will find the kill. Mixwell, however, doing big damage, drops Connor, and we're into a 2-on-2 retake scenario now. A couple of flashes left here for Selfless to make life easier for him, but it's just not gonna happen, and now they're on the bomb, and, well, Daps finds the shot through the smoke. 14-14, tit for tat, back and forth between both of these teams here, drawing to the end of this map. And well, this is actually going to put Selfless in a horrible situation economically. And it's the tactical timeout coming in here from Selfless. Time to talk it over and figure it out. But unfortunately for you guys, you are all sitting pretty much on $2,000. You can't really make too much happen with that kind of money here. Unless they can set up a stack or something along those lines, or maybe some aggression to top mid.
What would you do, Summer, if you had $2,000 right now?
Get out of my... Let me see. Oh, well, I mean, $2,000. A few suits, shirts, ties. Variety, man. Seasonal wear. There you go.
All right.
I gotta come up with more creative stuff to actually say to that, but like $2,000 on the spot.
I mean,
4K monitor, I guess. I don't know.
4K monitor. You know,
to go with that $10,000 PC that I got from earlier.
It's gotta be 8K then, surely. You know, 4K is just a stepping stone. 8K is the...
8K is the man's game.
It's the real... It's true. It's like, you know, HD ready and full HD. They should stop. They should stop releasing those intermediary steps and just, you know.
I think we're all waiting for the 1080 right now. I think that's the big, that's the big hype thing that's happening.
It is, isn't
it's
it?
Like Christmas come early at this point.
Yeah, a bit of a shocking release there. Map is tied up at 14-14. Selfless with the tactical timeout here. And as you were pointing out, not a lot of money, so hard to say. But it'd be kind of cool if they could force it up. I say, force up, put 3 members in middle and 2 people throwing flashbangs, a lot of flashbangs over. Try and see if you can't win the push.
Yeah, you go for the force here in this scenario.
Yeah, just something mad. Why not?
I mean, it's more like you got to hope that you catch OpTic off guard, getting greedy, something along those lines. So it was such a strong start for Selfless at the beginning of this map. They just let it slip through their fingers, and somehow now we're tied up 14-14. It's almost, I mean, G2 level kind of play coming in from them right now. But this is the last map of the group phase here. And so Selfless, I mean, they're battling to get that 1 map win because they're currently sitting at 0-5 out of a total of 6 maps played, so that's pretty brutal. Whereas OpTic, they're just looking to close out strong here.
And they are not going to go for the force, so they are more or less telling us here that they want to play for overtime and see if they're going to be it's going to be possible. Stan was ready this time for the double apartments push coming in from the Selfless side, and Mitch, a little bit of damage, a tiny bit, not that much really. Stan all on him, and that's a quad kill. Taking care of business.
Get wrecked. But now this is the round that you saved for, so let's see. Are we going to overtime? Or is OpTic going to be able to close it out in 30 rounds? That would be 2 full distance 30-round maps that we would have had today. And we got, I mean, the chance, and it's pretty even right now, actually. I don't really hear, you know, one team louder than the other.
Yeah, it's impressive. Selfless fan can outshout all those OpTic fans. It's really hard to believe, actually.
Powerful lungs, that's what it takes.
Just one person doing all that chanting. 1 minute and 40 seconds, Relics putting up a smoke and then just proceeding to run into underpass because why not? Nifty is going to be going down. Not the best start here for Selfless, and he's been one of the very good players, so I've got to be careful about that. Mitch up in the ladder room, and
hopefully we get that on replay because that was a run boost for Mixwell.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. OpTic right now, another 4 kills, and they make it out. Relics. Tiny gap, and that's gonna be it. Stan is now on the bomb side, and the bomb is following him as well. Gonna run all the way to CT spawn. If he wins this fight, that's probably gonna be game, and Relics knows it. He's hiding in the corner, and there's the spray battle, and Stan, he's really on point here. End of the game, he's coming into his own, up to 19 kills at the moment. Mitch and Mainline left 2 versus 4, and Selfless again, they're fighting to win a game in this group stage, and it just hasn't happened yet. Mitch pushing a bit forward, maybe he could take out Nafly, he should be able to. Mainline helping out as well. Now it's a 2-on-2, but reloading right in front, and Mainline gonna be going down 16-14, and OpTic cheating Selfless out of a single game win here. They go 0-6 in the groups, and there's the, wow.
Wow, there's the, second try.
They make it work. Bit of a run boost.
Oh, that's sick.
Nice shot.
That is sick. End the game in style. And Mixwell, yeah, mad work from him.
But there it is, OpTic Gaming in the All-American, well, nearly All-American battle, and they come out on top on both maps. 16-14 on one, 16-1 on the other one. When we return from the break, we are gonna have the panelists ready for us with a bit of a tactical breakdown, and I look forward to this one because it's gonna be a bit interesting. We saw a lot of weird Counter-Strike. It'll be coming up in a minute.